Hello everybody and welcome to Drydock episode 135. As February is a short month, that means we're back round to the Patreon questions again, but a short month, fewer days for people to ask questions. Maybe this one will be shorter. Who am I kidding? Francis Beckerleg asks, much is said about the ridiculous amount of AA firepower US ships were equipped with during the late World War II era. How much did it cost per minute of fire for a Fletcher class or an Iowa class to pump the sky full of metal? Unfortunately, the answer to that is I don't know, because I can find the cost of the guns that were used on the ships. I can find how much ammunition was produced in tons, because this is what most ammunition was measured in World War II, when you're talking about things like 20mm and 40mm rounds. 5-inch rounds, there are actually a number of figures for exactly how many 5-inch rounds were produced, but nevertheless. And then trying to find the actual costs, I cannot for the life of me find a cost per round for a 20mm, 40mm or 5-inch 38 round. I can find an overall figure for total amount spent on 40mm ammunition, but as I said, the figures for production for 40mm ammunition that I can find are measured in tons of rounds, and there's no real quantifiers of exactly how many 40mm rounds make up 1 ton. So yeah, unfortunately I can't give you an answer on that at the moment, but if somebody happens to know of a document that maybe ideally just says this is how much it costs per round of Oerlikon 20mm, both as 40mm and 5-inch 38 AA rounds, please let me know and I will quite happily run all the calculations. Arkonos asks, what did Japanese World War II anti-sub measures look like and did they improve over the course of the war? Japanese anti-sub measures were pretty terrible, to be perfectly honest. They weren't completely ineffectual, apart from anything else. There were a reasonable number of US submarines that were caught by them, but they were nothing like what the British threw against the U-boats in the Battle of the Atlantic, what the Americans would later adopt against both German U-boats and Japanese submarines in the Atlantic and the Pacific, respectively. And German and Italian anti-sub warfare was also way in advance of the Japanese. So the root causes for that were quite a few different ones, part of which was, whilst the Japanese had sonar, it was not very accurate at all. They had depth charges, but they weren't very good. They didn't have anything like a hedgehog mortar to fire ahead. They still relied pretty much during the entirety of the war on either rolling depth charges off the back, which was the old traditional way. They had a few side-launching depth charge guns, which the Allies also had considerably more of, but nothing really for head firing except for these very, very tiny anti-submarine mortars. And when we say anti-submarine mortars, we're not talking like hedgehog, we're talking literally like could probably carry and use on land as an infantry portable mortar style thing, which shockingly turned out to be not particularly effective. They did have some rather unique anti-submarine shells for some of their lighter guns, which were quite interesting, but that relied on catching a submarine on the surface, which they tend to try and not do. So technologically speaking, they were fairly far behind. They did improve somewhat with better depth charges and better sonar systems as the war went on, but they were already so far behind that, and also had so few anti-sub escorts, that getting some improved systems in 43, 44 didn't really help them all that much, especially considering that by the point the Japanese were actually getting slightly better anti-submarine warfare equipment, the Americans had finally started to crack most of the problems with the Mark 14 torpedo. The Japanese also, just as I said, flat out didn't have a lot of anti-sub escorts. They were built around the decisive battle doctrine. You don't win a decisive battle with a defensive tactic like anti-submarine warfare, or at least this was what they thought. So there wasn't a lot of investment in it. There wasn't a lot of the best and brightest officers put there. They were diverted off to other places. And so you ended up with not your best officers most of the time, unless someone had specifically chosen that route, in very few, very old, usually second-line ships with second- and third-rate equipment. And as a result, apart from those few little improvements I mentioned and an attempt late in the war to mass-produce anti-submarine warfare escorts, which was really far too little, far too late, it meant that the measures they had were largely ineffective as compared to the measures that the Allies, or indeed their other Axis partners, could deploy. And as I said at the beginning, that's not to say they weren't effective. They were able to kill quite a number of Allied submarines, but when you consider the operational circumstances, if you had put a US or British or Italian or German anti-submarine hunting force, even if you'd just done it ship for ship, in place of the Japanese, they would have done far, far, far better. Daniel Silverthorne asks, is there something of an equivalent to battleships and battlecruisers in 1905 to 1970 by Siegfried Breyer, except for cruisers? I'm afraid not. The closest you're going to get to that kind of covers all the cruisers for a fairly broad time period with sort of basic specs and some comments on their careers is probably going to be Conway's All the World's Fighting Ships. But even then, to cover the kind of period that Breyer's book covers, you're going to need 3 separate copies, because you're going to need effectively the first part of the 20th century one, this one, which is on screen 22 to 46, and then subsequently for post-war stuff. Fundamentally, the problem is that there's just so many more cruisers, so many different types of cruiser as compared to battleships and battlecruisers for that matter. So you could, I guess, in theory, put together something like a Siegfried Breyer type dictionary for all the world's cruisers for pretty much the 20th century, at least as far as gun-based ships are concerned. But it would be a massive, massive tome. I mean, you'd probably end up having to break it up into multiple volumes anyway. So, I mean, if just stop and think about it for a second. So in, let's say, the post World War I period, not including the Washington Treaty period. So if, let's take the Royal Navy. So we draw a line at the Nelson class and the Hawkins class. We say, right, starting from there, new battleships for that period the British built. King George V's Vanguard. That's it. Cruisers they built. County class, York class, Town class, Dido class, Arethusa class, Leander class. Then you've got the Town class subvariants, the Leander type subvariants. Technically the counties are split into 3 different subclasses as well. Then you get the Crown Colonies, the Swiftsures, Tiger class, so on and so on and so on. And that's just one example. Look at the US, same kind of cut-off time period. North Carolina, South Dakota, Iowa. That's it. Maybe you stick the Montana in as a wasn't built, but we know what it would have been like. Then you've got on the cruisers, you've got Pensacola, Northampton, Astoria-New Orleans, one off Wichita, Brooklyn class, Atlanta class, subclasses for Brooklyns and Atlantas as well, Baltimore's, Des Moines, Worcester's, Cleveland's, subclasses for Cleveland's, and so on and so on and so forth. And this just happens all across all of the navies. I think pretty much the only one that even comes close to being vaguely equal is the Germans, because you've got Scharnhorst and Bismarck versus Hipper, Deutschland, and Königsberg. But even then, the Königsbergs have a derivative type, so that's 4 versus 2. And then you get to the Japanese, and you kind of get the idea. If someone ever did do a Breyer type book for cruisers, I say it would be a masterwork, but it'd be a long time in writing. Manani Wanderer asks, where did the US Navy's hull code system come from, and what goes into deciding what the code will be for a new type of ship? The system actually originates in the 1920s, and they're just trying to organise what their fleet actually is. I suspect, to be honest, it's in part because it makes things a lot easier to sort out for the Washington Naval Treaty. So when you have things like I don't know, the first USS Iowa. When it's launched, it's USS Iowa. It's a pre-dreadnought. That's it as far as anyone's concerned. But once the classification system comes into place, they actually go back and retroactively work out where was our first actual battleship built. Because remember, when they built the original Maine and Texas, at the time they were thought to be battleships. They very quickly realised they weren't. But USS Maine is not BB-1, because by the time you got round to actually making that hull code classification system in the 20s, they realised it wasn't. So BB-1 starts 2 ships further down the line, and thus USS Iowa, the first one, is BB-4 rather than BB-6. Now, as far as how you decide what hull code designation a new ship's going to have, well, at the time, in the time that the channel looks at, is what is its role. If it's a battleship, it's a BB. If it's a destroyer, it's a DD. Later on, they meant the destroyer escort, so that's DE. The E obviously being for escort. Then you have CA for cruiser armoured, which then gets carried over to heavy cruisers. You have CB, which is adopted for quote-unquote large cruisers, i.e. things like the Alaskas, because they didn't want to call them battle cruisers, which in and of themselves have the CC code. So Lexington, Saratoga used to be CC1, CC2. And then you have CV for carrier, which causes no end of arguments as to people trying to figure out what exactly it means. Does it mean aviation cruiser? And because the A has been taken for armoured, we use the second letter and therefore V, so CV. Some people just means it means voler, which French for aviation flying. Quite why? Come on, this isn't the Quebec area of Canada, but some people think that's the origin of it, etc. And those are kind of your base codes. And going forward beyond that, they've invented all sorts of weird and wonderful other designations. So as other things have come into play, they've invented new letters to start things off with, so seaplane tenders, landing ships, etc. But they've also invented new and interesting bits to stick on the end of them. So when the escort carrier was invented, they didn't want to say, well, this is a full carrier CV, so like DE for destroyer escort, it became CVE, carrier escort, or escort carrier. Similarly, when nuclear carriers came around, very wittily, they decided to use N for nuclear, so CVN. Nowadays, and also in the Second World War, you can potentially talk about CVL, the light carrier. And G for uses guided missiles, X for experimental, AA, fairly self-explanatory, anti-aircraft fire, and you nowadays kind of just start shoving various bits and pieces of an acronym together to try and come up with what it should be. So effectively, you've got to work out what kind of ship is it. Is it a frigate? Is it a destroyer? Is it a submarine, a carrier, whatever? And then what are its most important features? So things like, yes, it uses guided missiles as its primary armament. Is it an experimental ship? Is it nuclear powered? Is it not nuclear powered? Does it have command roles? Has it got a specifically hunter-killer role, an escort role, etc., etc.? And then you just start sort of mashing things together, and eventually you get something of a hull code that will be useful for you. Dominic von Bismarck would like to know, how did drydock and shipyard technology evolve in the 1800s with the rapid advance in ship technology? Well, initially there wasn't actually a tremendous amount of change for quite a surprisingly long time. And you might think, well, hang on a minute, they're going with steam engines and iron ships and all that kind of thing. Surely that required a lot of change. Not actually. The main thing that happened for a good chunk of the 19th century was just the slipways and dry docks had to be made bigger because the ships were physically getting bigger. That's pretty much it. Because, well, for one thing, stuff like massive powered cranes were not something that was really a thing in the Victorian era shipyards for quite a while anyway. But also, bear in mind that building a wooden ship still involves quite a lot of heavy work. I mean, keel timbers for a ship of the line are not light. The same for the framing timbers. They are not light objects. Now, granted, they wouldn't normally launch the thing with its guns, but in the fitting out basins, they'd have to have cranes and other forms of mechanical devices, albeit, say, not powered, that were capable of lifting in 32-pounder, 48-pounder guns, masts, all this kind of stuff. So when it went over from putting in a massive, great piece of keel timber to a somewhat denser but thinner piece of iron for your keel, well, much of a muchness, really. As long as the crane can handle it, or the other lifting methods you might have can handle it, fair enough, go with it. And an awful lot of what is lifted into place will fall under that weight, and or can be transported by man or mule. You'll remember way back when I did the Texas video, one of the things I pointed out was that actually when it was being built, Texas was the US Navy's first super dreadnought, but it was still largely being built with a scaffold around the upcoming hull, with a lot of supplies being taken aboard by men with backpacks and mules with saddlebags, which was a rather wonderful contrast of high and low technology. Where the technology in the 1800s really started to evolve and kick off was when you started to get compact steam engines, not like the monstrous things you put in ships, but very compact steam engines, along with the rollout of things like electric power and in some cases even some forms of hydraulic power, and railways usually came with that, because then these things would be introduced mostly actually as labour saving, because if you could bring a train, small light railway of components up to the dockyard, you could move an awful lot more stuff to the workers quicker than if you were relying on multiple wagon loads or cart loads or whatever. And similarly, if you had electric power, that meant you had electric light, that meant your work hours weren't quite as affected by the weather. The rise of steam and then internal combustion meant that you could have powered cranes, and obviously with steel and iron technology coming on in a big way in the latter part of the 19th century, you could have steel and iron powered cranes, which could then lift more, which made the job slightly easier, but it also meant that as technology was also improving with the ships, you could actually fit things like big guns, which were now getting to be increasingly worrying weights of 100-ton plus guns. In the 1800s, most of the launching was still done via some form of slipway, whether stern first or sideways. That didn't really change to the kind of floating out method all that much until well into the 20th century. Floating out ships that had been built was known. It had been done as far back as the Age of Sail. It just wasn't anywhere near as common as it's kind of getting to a certain extent today. Really, when you want to see the major advances in shipbuilding technology in terms of the dry docks and the shipyards, you actually really want to be looking right at the very end of the 19th and going into the 20th century, because even in the 20th century, ships are still being riveted together by hand. There are automatic riveters, hydraulically powered, electrically powered, etc., but they're not in complete widespread use across shipyards, etc., until, again, well into the 20th century, almost just in time for welding to come along, which of course definitely needs a lot of equipment. But for the majority of the 19th century, most of the shipbuilding-dry dock technology involved, can we lift heavy object A into position B, where all of these men can fit it together, effectively by hand? If so, then we're fine. So, cranes, basically. Matt Blom asks, was the German H-39 battleship a more efficient design than the Bismarck class, or would they have carried forward the engineering inefficiencies of their predecessors? Regrettably for the Germans, the H-39s, if they'd ever been built, would have got even more of a ragging from me than the Bismarcks get for inefficiency. Basically because they, apart from some innovation in becoming entirely diesel-powered, are the same design, only now even bigger, and therefore becoming rapidly more and more inefficient, which is not a good place to be. So, let's say they've got the diesel engines in theory. They're going up to 16-inch guns. They're still using the same mixed secondary battery of dedicated anti-surface and heavy anti-aircraft guns, which is inefficient. They're using almost exactly the same armour scheme as the Bismarcks, despite the fact they're carrying guns that are an inch larger and they are almost 10,000 tons heavier. They're 30 knots, so it's a decent speed, but for the size and for the expense, it's not good. And they're still using the same kind of armour layout, so World War I style distributed armour scheme, turtleback protective deck, so much so World War I. I mean, yeah, much as you can kind of occasionally make comparisons between Bismarck, or more particularly Tirpitz, and the Iowas, because they're closer in displacement to the Iowas than treaty battleships, the H-39s are actually heavier than an Iowa. And as you know from various videos previously, the Iowas are definitely not perfect. The US Navy had some questions about why they were paying so much for, in terms of displacement and money, for the capabilities they got relative to South Dakotas. But they're still good ships. But now you compare it with the H-39. H-39 is a fair bit heavier than an Iowa. It's 3 knots slower than an Iowa. It carries 1 less main gun than an Iowa. It has worse armour protection by a considerable margin. The main belt is physically thinner, it's not sloped, and as I say, it's still going with this somewhat obsolete distributed armour scheme and protective deck scheme. It's got an upper belt. It's an upper belt that's something that the British abandoned with hood. Yeah. And the list goes on. So you've got not as many guns, you're not as heavily armed, you're not as heavily armoured by a long way, you're not as fast, and yet you're going to be several thousand tons heavier than an Iowa. So, yeah, there's design inefficiencies written all over this thing. And yes, I know a lot of people will chime in and say, oh yes, but the German battleships Bismarck and H-39 were all designed for close-range engagements, etc., etc. Yeah, that's great as long as you're the one who can dictate how the fight goes. You're not going to do that, frankly. At 30 knots, you're not going to dictate the engagement against Vanguard, you're not going to dictate the engagement against Iowa. To be perfectly honest, a 2-ish, maybe slightly less knot speed margin, you're not going to be dictating the engagement much against fast battleships of the treaty era, the 28 knotters either. And they don't care that you want to fight a close range battle. If they want to fight a mid-range or a long-range battle, they can for a considerable period of time. A battle for which the armour layout of the Bismarck and the H-39s is fundamentally awful. And if you then, for whatever reason, manage to corner them, or they decide, you know what, actually we are going to have a close-range fight, fine, let's do this. Bismarck kind of showed that whilst, yes, the turtleback might in theory keep you afloat a little bit longer than some other schemes, it's still not going to protect you as in terms of keeping you alive as a fighting unit. In fact, it's going to be a net negative because it doesn't protect as much space, and you'll end up a blasted, albeit for a short time, floating wreck until people pummel you into submission, which again is not really the ideal outcome. Craig W. Conover asks, what was the timeline of reinforcement of the US Pacific Fleet with new carriers/carrier groups during World War II? Well, for that, there is a video by Military History Visualized called Why Japan Had No Chance in World War II, which I will link in the description, and if I can figure it out, I'll try and put it in a link or card somewhere on the screen here as well. That's really good for that kind of thing, because it shows as time goes on, you can see various carriers, etc. coming into service, which is kind of a live action replay, if you like. But if you want a broad timeline, 1942, basically the US gets no new carriers. Hornet's just about getting into service, and the US carrier reinforcements, such as they are during 1942, consist of either very quickly patching up and repairing the carriers they already have as they get damaged and get thrown back into the fray again, plus calling in, for the Pacific theatre, calling in carriers that were stationed in the Atlantic, like Wasp, for however long it lasts. End of 1942 is pretty much the nadir of US carriers, because they've only got Saratoga and Enterprise left, and Saratoga is the only one that's actually on the front line. Enterprise is being repaired, hence why USS Robin comes along. Things start to look up a little bit in early 1943. The first of the Independence class is commissioned, the first of the Essex class is commissioned, but if you don't include the light carriers and the escort carriers, so if you're just looking at fleet carriers, US fleet carrier strength is still below pre-war levels by the end of 1943. They just have the slight advantage that the Japanese are even a worse state. But towards the end of 1943 and then going into 1944, that's when both the Independence class, which are actually used quite considerably in frontline operations, as well as the majority of the Essex class, really start rolling out. Now, you have to be careful, because when you look at the commission dates, you might think, oh, okay, well, this sort of 3-4 ships, all Essex class, all commissioned towards the end of 1943, so that means the US had them for the end of 1943. No, that means they were commissioned into the US Navy. You still have to work the ships up, you still have to assign all their air groups, and bearing in mind that a large number of these are built on the East Coast, you then have to also transition them through the Caribbean and across the Pacific to Pearl Harbor. So just because a ship has been commissioned, it's probably actually not really available until anything from 2 to maybe even 6 months after that commission date. So that's why you start to see a lot of US carriers suddenly by the beginning of 1944, because that's when, sort of by February, March 1944, that's where pretty much the bulk of 1943 production is now all in active frontline service. Some of the early 43 stuff's obviously already been in service since in 43. And then once you get past early 44, things are just piling on top of things. There's a few light carriers that are lost, like Princeton. A couple of the Essexes get quite badly knocked around, like Franklin and Bunker Hill. But there's more and more ships coming online at that point. They're coming online faster than, well, the Japanese obviously don't end up sinking any of the Essexes, but you've got fleet carriers coming online faster than the Japanese can even really cripple them. I mean, Enterprise and Saratoga are still there taking their punches as well, but the overall trend of available US fleet carriers at that point just goes up and up and up. And obviously you've got Independences and later Saipan or 2 and escort carriers floating around all over the place, popping up like mushrooms. Texas and La Choc asks, would the refit Hood still be considered a battlecruiser, or would she have been reclassified as a fast battleship? It very much depends on who you'd be asking at the time. I mean, there's that whole argument of, is Hood a fast battleship or a battlecruiser at the time of her launch? And that argument goes forward and still hasn't been completely resolved, because there's lots of people on both sides of that particular fence. The British probably still would have been calling her a battlecruiser, because that's what they do. They, as I've said before, there were a few people in the Royal Navy who were still trying to classify Vanguard as some species of battlecruiser. And Vanguard is considerably more capable than even a refit Hood. But given that a fairly convincing argument can be made for Hood in her original format to be a fast battleship, once you've refitted her and upgraded her armour, upgraded her machinery and firepower, etc., I don't think there's any reason why you wouldn't be calling her a fast battleship at that point. The speed is covered under fast. Her weaponry is still perfectly fine for either battlecruiser or battleship. She has enough of it to count in either direction. Most of the arguments about whether or not she's a battlecruiser or a fast battleship tend to revolve around her armour scheme, and the refitted one, at least via the potential refit that I put forward, is heavily protected enough to be classified as a fast battleship quite comfortably. I mean, if you don't like vast sheets of inclined 12-inch armour as battleship armour, well then I'm afraid you're going to have to call the Iowas battlecruisers as well. And I don't think that's really fair. Although, technically speaking, the Iowas are kind of like the battlecruiser equivalent of the Montanas. William H. Burke III asks, how much do you feel most naval historians struggle with objectively discussing their own nations? As a historical producer, how do you rate your own objectivity towards the Royal Navy, and how does that affect how you write? It's a very thorny subject, isn't it? I mean, I will say straight out, yes, there are some naval historians who just fall into the trap of nationalism. It can happen to anyone, and naval historians aren't exempt from that. And, well, it's fairly self-explanatory at that point. They're not going to objectively discuss their own nations. However, hopefully, the majority of naval historians, and certainly most of the ones that I've dealt with, fall outside of that, and they are able to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of their various nations, home nations and nations abroad, with a fair degree of level-headedness and unbiased. However, there are a few reasons why someone who is doing their level best to be unbiased might end up coming across one way or another. Now, some of that is perception. Some people will just assume that an American historian is always going to talk up the US Navy, a British historian is always going to talk up the British Navy, and so on and so forth. But when you actually look at the argumentation, sometimes it can be just a surfeit of information. So, for example, let's say I'm British, so let's go with British as an example. As a British person, I have relatively easy access to things like the Kew archives. I have access to British museum ships. I have, relatively speaking, better access to British naval historians, at least pre-COVID, and various other archives and libraries. So I'm going to have a surfeit of information on British ships. So if someone says, well, this British ship wasn't very good, or this British tactic wasn't very good, or this technology wasn't particularly great, there's going to be a lot of information available to me about that thing. And then I'm going to be able to look it up. I'll be able to discover why that was the case, what they did about it, what the reasons for accepting or allowing it to continue, if it was allowed to continue, were, etc., etc. So you get a lot more of a balanced idea. Whereas if, and I know I've found this to a certain extent, just even though we theoretically speak a common language, access to the United States archives for someone in the UK, and especially now, is much more limited. So if I hear about a US captain or admiral or gun or ship or tactic that doesn't seem to work, or doesn't work very well, then obviously I know that about it. I know something about its specs and the reasoning behind it and everything. But unless someone with considerable access to US archives has gone and dug down and got the same kind of level of research that I might have about a British subject and then written about it, I'm, as a British historian, relatively unlikely to have heard all the ins and outs and the fine details and everything. Which then means that I'm perhaps going to perceive those failures in a more negative light because I see more negative information and less explanatory information. And I'm perfectly aware that that may happen to me in a few cases, not just with American stuff, but with anything, because I know that I've seen it happen in other people, and I don't hold myself above the many professional naval historians who are out there, very good historians that I've spoken to, been fortunate enough to speak to or corresponded with, etc. And for the most part, they're pretty neutral, pretty unbiased, but sometimes you see them say, oh yes, well, this British thing is bad because this, and I'm sitting there going, actually, well, I know why that is, and it's not quite as bad as you think because this, and this. And then I realised, well, hang on a minute, is it realistically reasonable for me to expect that person to know all about whatever that thing is? Probably not. And so it's not necessarily a bias, it's just a slightly incomplete amount of information compared to the amount of information that they're going to get from their own sources in their own nation. And this applies across the board. So obviously German speakers are going to have, and especially obviously if they live in Germany, are going to have a lot more access to the German archives and understand the contents of those archives than I am. The same thing with French archives. The Japanese probably have a slightly harder time of it. I mean, they're still going to understand an awful lot more because, you know, they actually read and speak and understand Japanese. But as we know, the Japanese in World War II did do a fairly good job of torching as much as they could get their hands on. So there's that. But ultimately, I think the thing is, a lot of the good naval historians, the ones whose books I quite happily recommend, I recommend them because they are pretty much unbiased. And part of that is, for me personally, completely aside from me just doing naval history, but just generally, I find triumphalist, if that's the correct term, literature to just be very boring. But if there's something, I mean, if there's a win, there's a win. But if you go into the details of why that win occurred, what bits went wrong, what bits could be improved, etc., that's the kind of stuff I like to read about anyway. And so I'm drawn to authors who have that kind of outlook. That's why I like reading the sort of selected extracts from Enterprise's battle log, because it's got so much of this was good, this was bad, this is how we fix it, a very practical outlook. And so that's why when you get things like Shattered Sword by Partial and Tully, which again I do recommend people read if you want to know about the Battle of Midway, it's an excellent book because, yeah, the US won the Battle of Midway, big spoiler. And of course they talk about how the US won the Battle of Midway, but they also point out where things went wrong on both sides. Why did the Hornets air group go and get lost? Why did the US take so long to get their aircraft off of the carriers? Why did the Japanese not have better defense when the American aircraft showed up, and so forth? They cover the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, and that enriches the narrative, because if everything went absolutely perfect, all singing, all dancing, stars and stripes flying, a bald eagle hopelessly lost flies over the Enterprise in the middle of the Battle of Midway with a screeching cry, there's not an awful lot there, really. It's like, yes, well, of course they were going to win. Whereas if you look at the history and someone's written a history and they've gone, right, well, this went right, this went right, this went wrong, this went horribly wrong, this had the potential to go horribly wrong, but this person made sure they corrected it so it didn't go wrong, or didn't go as badly wrong as it could, and because of all of this, they managed to pull off this massive victory. Not only is that a much more interesting narrative, but it actually makes the end result so much greater because they had adversity to overcome, and you actually feel that, yeah, these were actually, they feel more realistic. It's like these were people like you and me who were doing their best in the face of things that were going wrong, but they still managed to succeed. That's good history. Just saying, oh yes, well, we won because we were forever destined to win in accordance with the prophecy, that's not good history. Unless, of course, there actually was prophecy, in which case, fine. So, how does that all loop round to the second half of your question? How do I rate my own objectivity towards the Royal Navy, and how does that affect how you write? I think I try to be as objective towards the Royal Navy as it's possible to be. And you might notice a lot of the time, generally on the channel, I tend to focus more on the ships, the tactics, kind of the stuff that can be broken down into cold, hard facts, rather than so much looking at the human factor beyond what is obviously necessary for good history. And I basically try and approach a lot of these things, as you might suspect, as an engineer. Especially when it comes to ships, is this ship, from an engineering perspective, a good design? If it is, fantastic. If it contains compromises, most things built by engineers contain some form of compromise, so are the compromises understandable? and are they reasonable, which are two entirely different things, because you can have a ship that's horrifically poorly compromised and an absolutely awful ship as a result. You can understand why that is absolutely perfectly. People at the time might well have understood exactly what they were doing completely perfectly. They had completely rational, logical reasons for what they're doing. It doesn't change the fact the outcome was absolutely awful. But equally, you might have design choices where you're looking at it going, I have no clue what on earth you were thinking when you did this, but it kind of works. It's like turns out to be actually a reasonable compromise, and it's a practical thing, so great. And then, of course, you have the stuff where you just flat out, this is bad. And so when you look at all sorts of things, trying to explain my engineering approaches, this is why when I look at things like let's say British battlecruisers, always a lovely hot topic, but I don't rate the Invincibles as bad ships, because they, as an engineer, I can appreciate they were designed to do a certain thing. They did that thing very well. There were no particular problems when they were executing the thing they were designed for. The fact that they were then shoehorned into a role for which they were never actually designed and ended up suffering as a result of it is a completely separate issue to whether or not the designers did a decent job in the first place. Whereas the Indefatigables, as you know, if you've been watching these videos, I really do not have a lot of time for. Even though they are very slight modifications of the Invincibles, the situation by the time of them being built has changed. And therefore, you can now reasonably expect the designers to be taking a whole load of new operational paradigms into account, and they don't really seem to. And so I don't think those are good ships. And you can kind of follow this all down the line, up and down the line, whatever shape, size, etc. of ship you want. So yeah, I would like to think that I'm relatively objective when it comes to talking about the Royal Navy. One of the things, obviously, is being British, I do tend to be fairly sarcastic. This is one of the things you've got to remember about British culture. Sarcasm, and we tend to insult things that we like, as a kind of affectionate humour. So yeah, it's so deeply ingrained, you kind of have to watch out for that sometimes. So, yeah, sometimes I might appear to be making fun of, say, American ships, but with sort of things like, exercising your Second Amendment rights in the face of the enemy. That's not me trying to denigrate the US ships. That is that kind of affectionate British humour, because, let's face it, Americans kind of have the stereotype of loving their guns. So when you say, oh yeah, a truly American amount of guns, it's not an insult. That's literally just me saying, yeah, what Americans know for? Having lots of guns. This ship has a lot of guns. For a warship, this is obviously a very good thing, but it's also a very American thing, and I find this slightly amusing. And that's great. Unless, of course, you're a Japanese pilot, in which case it really, really isn't. And as far as how it affects how I write, well, what I tend to do, especially when I'm doing 5-minute guides and such, is I try and look at a kind of the average for the period, whether it's a heavy cruiser, light cruiser, destroyer, carrier, battleship, whatever. I try and look at what are all the ships of this particular type that are built roughly in this period, give or take a few years, and where does this ship sit within them in terms of at its most basic, speed, protection and firepower, but other things as well, like sea keeping, distribution of armour, etc., etc. And I will try and put that together and say, okay, well, get a tone across of this is where it sits within the grand scheme of things for its type. So, and I think this is one of the things that maybe sometimes people don't understand. When I'm looking at that, I'm looking at ships as they are designed for their particular role. And I'm not comparing apples and oranges. So if you ask me to look at, say, the Dido class, I'm not going to go comparing the Dido class to an Admiral Hipper, or a Miyoko, or a Megami, or a Pola, or Zara class. I'm going to compare the Didos with the Atlantas, because they're anti-aircraft cruisers. If you ask me to compare a Leander, again, I'm not going to compare a Leander with a Brooklyn or a pre-refit Megami, because again, that's not what they're designed for. A Leander I would compare with something like the Agano class, or no, not really the Oyodo class, but some of the larger Italian light cruisers, the condottieri, some of the large condottieri, some of the French ships, maybe the Königsbergs. I'd compare it with those. I wouldn't compare it with the big 10,000 tonners, and so on and so forth. So it's perfectly possible for you to look at a ship and go, oh yes, but I think you're singing its praises a bit too much because this ship was considerably better than it. Very possibly true. But was that ship designed for the same paradigm as the ship that I'm talking about? And that applies across the board to everything, whether that be American, Japanese, Italian, Russian, Norwegian, British, etc. Because if they're designed for two different roles, there's not much point in comparing them, because one is going to be clearly superior to the other in some or most fields. So you compare the 1047s, for example, the Dutch 1047s, you'd compare those with maybe a Congo or a Scharnhorst. You wouldn't compare it with a Vanguard, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, hopefully, I know this answer has gone on for a heck of a long time, but hopefully that has given you some insight into where, at least I think, I sit, and where I think naval history, at least as far as I've experienced it, sits, bearing in mind that I can in no way, shape or form claim to speak for, represent, or present an opinion on the vast majority of naval historians, because I have not met the vast majority of naval historians. And despite my best efforts, I haven't read most of the books by naval historians, because unfortunately I don't own my own library. Well, I have a library, but I don't own a separate building full of naval history books. Although, maybe for the future, you never know. Salamin Shikia 93 asks, what are the effects of lightning strikes on ships throughout the ages, and how do shipbuilders or sailors deal with them? Well, I couldn't find a picture of a period warship being struck by lightning, so I went with this picture of HMS Lightning instead, because it's funny. Now, as far as lightning strikes on ships, depends greatly on the period. Unsurprisingly, ships can get struck by lightning quite often, because, you know, if there's a thunderstorm, lightning tends to go for the tallest thing around, usually, and, well, a ship with masts tends to be usually the tallest thing around, unless the sea is incredibly violent, in which case you've probably got worse things to worry about than lightning. Sailing ships, age of sail vessels and previous, obviously somewhat more vulnerable to lightning strikes. They're generally made of wood and rope and hemp and pitch and tar and all sorts of very, very burnable objects. The only upside that they generally tend to have is that lightning is usually accompanied by storms, and if the boat is also sopping wet, then that provides a conductive path straight down into the sea without having too much resistance built up, and therefore, you know, things setting fire. But lightning strikes in the Age of Sail were known to set ships on fire. Very occasionally, a few detonations were attributed to them. The sheer amount of energy, obviously, especially if you get an explosive expansion of water inside wood, or just the sheer amount of energy dumped into wood, you can literally blow masts out to splinters, and then the mast comes down, which is very bad, especially if it's also on fire. So, yeah, lightning strikes are not your friend, generally, if you are on an Age of Sail ship. It might not do too much damage, but you really do not want to risk it. Especially if you have a usually very, very highly conductive magazine, because they tend to be plated with copper. But there you go. So, yeah, not your friend. As I say, masts have stuck around in one way, shape or form, these big things sticking up at the sky which invite lightning strikes. So going into the Age of Iron and Steel doesn't really help you in as far as not attracting lightning strikes. But once you get into the era of iron-hulled ships and armoured ships and then steel ships, obviously these materials are far more conductive, and especially if they're sopping wet because they're in the middle of a rainstorm, then those kind of lightning strikes tend not to have too much of a negative effect on ships, because the lightning hits, the electricity conducts straight down into the water over the soaked metal, and everybody's happy. Maybe there's a little bit of heating here and there. Metal tends to have a slightly greater amount of thermal capacity. Maybe you get a few scorch marks, paint bubbles, that kind of stuff, but nothing dramatic. When you get into World War One-ish, more into World War Two, actually the level of danger from lightning strikes goes up a bit again, because you now have a lot of electronics. Those obviously can be affected either directly by the surge of electricity running through the ship, or if part of the system was the bit that was struck. But also, obviously, lightning strikes tend to generate a fairly powerful EM field, albeit brief, and this kind of thing's not particularly understood, nor is shielding particularly well understood at this point. So, yeah, it's a bit more of a threat, but it's not a threat so much to the safety and integrity of the ship as it is just to the operational capability of your systems. And then, obviously, people start introducing, well, not necessarily a lightning rod, but lightning cabling, grounding cabling, more well-secured electronic systems, and so on and so forth. So these days, as far as I'm aware, lightning strikes on ships are about the same level of concern, at least for a modern warship, as, say, a lightning strike on a modern airliner, which is to say not a tremendous amount, unless you need to reboot a couple of systems here or there. There's not a tremendous amount you can do to build a ship against lightning strikes, apart from installing those security systems. And as far as the sailors are concerned, just don't be where the lightning hits. And generally speaking, it will conduct itself elsewhere. This is one of the reasons, it's not a primary reason, it's probably not secondary reason, somewhere down in maybe the tertiary reasons, but it's also it's a minor factor in why having wooden decks is a good idea on a steel ship, because wood is fairly insulative, so the current can run through the ship, through the steel plating underneath you and into the sea, and not, zap everybody who's walking around on deck. Isogen asks, I'm currently going through Ian Toll's The Conquering Tide audiobook. In this book, Ian presents many examples of infighting between the Navy, Marines, Army, etc. on both the US and Japanese sides. My question is, out of all the nations involved in World War II, which nation would you say had the best cooperation between their respective Navy, Air Force and Army? When I read this first, I thought, oh, no, I'm sure there's got to be people who are going to be better than, the relationship between the Japanese Navy and the Japanese Army. And yeah, okay, there are. However, not by an awful lot when you stop to think about it. I mean, Hermann Goering, in charge of the Luftwaffe, would not give the Kriegsmarine a single operational aircraft, to the point that I think pretty much most of the floatplane pilots on Kriegsmarine warships were still technically working for the Luftwaffe. So, yeah, I don't think the German Navy and Air Force got on particularly well. And I think there's a common theme here, because you've then got the Regia Marina and the Regia Aeronautica. Didn't get on at all, hated each other's guts. And the Regia Aeronautica, being very intransigent, probably didn't help the Regia Marina in quite a number of different engagements. The RAF, as we know, really resented the existence of the Fleet Air Arm at all, and was absolutely loath to give it back. It was almost a case of, you can give the Fleet Air Arm back to the Royal Navy over my cold dead body, except then some politicians actually threatened to do that, and the RAF had to actually cede the FAA. And then you've got all the complete lack of interoperability and communication when it comes to things like the Channel Dash. They did get better for Western Approaches Command, but it wasn't exactly a very high bar that they were having to clear. As you mention in Ian Toll's book, there's all sorts of rivalry going on between the US Air Force, the US Navy, the US Marines, the US Army, etc., etc. So, yeah, that's all kind of the Air Forces. And then you've got the Army, The British Army and the Royal Navy, they tended to get on relatively well. The Army didn't really like the Navy looking at them as kind of an ancillary service to the Navy, but they did recognise that, well, we do need supplies, and the really heavy shore bombardment is quite useful. So I don't think there was too much of a fractious relationship there. There were obviously flare-ups and tensions, as there always will be. We've already covered the Japanese. Don't need to really go and cover them again. The German Army and the German Navy, from what I'm aware of, mostly got on okay. I mean, to be perfectly honest, apart from a couple of opening bombardments at the start of the war, the Norwegian campaign, and then shelling bits and pieces of the Baltic in the closing stages of World War II, the Army and the Navy didn't have a tremendous amount to do with each other when it came to the German armed forces, because even in the Mediterranean, where there was quite a lot of transport and everything, that was mostly the Italians, not so much Kriegsmarine units. The Italian Army and Navy, I honestly don't know enough about that, but I suspect there were plenty of opportunities for either working together or absolute flare-ups, given the convoy runs back and forth they had to do into North Africa. The US and Japanese were covered. I think, to be honest, and again, I fully admit this may be just my lack of knowledge when it comes to the land campaigns, but I can't think of any kind of dramatic issues flaring up between the Soviet Navy and the Air Force and Army. I kind of get the impression, looking at things like, Tashkent's runs and the siege of Sevastopol and that kind of stuff, that everything was so back against the wall because of the German advance that everyone just kind of had to pitch in and pull together. And if it's like whatever aircraft are doing bombing, aircraft are giving air support so that we can evacuate the troops on the ships, etc. Someone who's perhaps more of a specialist in the land campaign in the Soviet Union can maybe offer some correction or confirmation either way, but it does strike me as, at least from what I've seen, that perhaps the Russians had the least amount of inter-service rivalry, at least in the bad days when they're having to fall back before the German onslaught. Ferris asks, I was recently reading Admiral Jean Fluckey's Thunder Below, and he described when, as captain of USS Barb, he attacked the Imperial Japanese Navy carrier Unyo in heavy seas, which led me to question, how did various navies program their torpedoes to stay on a steady course in high seas? It occurs to me that if you set a torpedo to run at a certain depth, say 8 feet, how would the torpedoes keep from broaching? Well, the main answer was you set your torpedoes to run a lot deeper. The average torpedo in World War II would usually be set to run, could be as far down as 30 to 40 feet, sometimes a little bit shallower than that, but I mean, it depends on your target, depends on the situation you're in, etc., and also what kind of warhead you've got. If you've got a contact detonating warhead, you'll need to obviously hit the side of the ship. If you've got a magnetic pistol fuse, then you can set it to run deeper. But generally, torpedoes would generally be set to run deep enough to avoid most of the surface action when it came to waves. Obviously, waves propagate much deeper than just the crest and the trough on the surface, but the further down you go, the somewhat less effect it'll have. They also have a depth-keeping mechanism, which is a rather interesting combination of valve and pendulum. So the valve, and plus with the pressure sensors, will adjust the torpedo's direction vertically, but the pendulum is there to try and dampen that out a little bit. So if your torpedo's running at, let's say, 25 feet, and you've got a 6-foot swell on the surface, you don't want your torpedo sort of sine waving up and down with the swell. So that's what the pendulum's there for, just to dampen it out a bit, give it a bit of a smoother ride. So it's not just reacting to every slight change in pressure. Obviously, as seas get heavier, not only is the wave and trough a lot larger, and therefore the change in pressure and the amount of sine waving the torpedo is going to do potentially gets worse, but obviously also the deeper it goes. So even if you set your torpedo to run at 25 feet, there are seas where that's still going to end up with the thing porpoising out of a trough. So there are certain types of seas where it's just basically impossible to reasonably expect a straight running torpedo without a guidance system to actually get anywhere near the target. But when you're on that margin, you can just set the torpedo to run deeper, especially if you've got a magnetic influence detonator, and hope for the best, basically. You'll find most torpedoes will have an external port where you can dial in what you want the depth to be. So if you're shooting in calm waters at a fairly shallow coastal ship, you might be able to set it to run at 12, 15 feet, maybe less. Some torpedoes did have a minimum depth setting. But then if you're shooting at something like aircraft carrier or a battleship and you've got magnetic detonators and the seas are perhaps fairly rough, you might set it to run at 35, 40 feet, and that'll be the way you hope you can get a success. 101st Legion asks, what difficulties and benefits would there have been in upgrading the Iron Duke class battleships from 13.5 inch to 14 inch guns after they'd been launched and commissioned? And what would have been the best way to go about this? Bore out existing guns to a new diameter, or make the Vickers salesman very happy by ordering their 14 inch gun to be installed? If you are going to do it, I'd probably bore the guns out. The 13.5 inch is a pretty solid weapon. It can probably take it. Kind of like how the Italians bored out their 12 inch to 12.6 inch guns. Definitely, I don't think I'd get the Vickers 14. I mean, it's a good weapon. It's also 10 tons heavier per gun. So you'd be adding 100 tons roughly more weight just for the extra weight of the guns, not counting anything you'd have to do to the turrets. And 100 tons of top weight is not a good thing to be adding. Your main problems are going to be twofold. One, the shells are heavier, larger, etc., which means you're going to have to completely redesign the shell hoist systems, which is not going to be fun, and it's going to be it's going to be one of those annoying marginal increases where you're just about making it a bit bigger, but you're doing an awful lot of work for not a great amount of return. And this is going to be the other problem. You can theoretically overcome the 100-ton top weight maybe with some bulging or something, but realistically, you're not adding a tremendous amount. Yes, as I say, you are getting slightly more power, you are getting slightly more broadside weight, you are getting a slightly heavier shell, but for the amount of expense and effort you're going through to re-gun the ship, and all the work that's going into all the other things that need to be modified, you're getting a marginal increase in firepower that's really not worth it. This is kind of one of the downsides of twin turrets. There are many upsides to twin turrets, but one of the downsides is that if you ever do end up in a situation where you want to upgrade your ship, whether that be mid-design or potentially even afterwards, if you're prepared to go through that expense, with a twin turret you don't have that much, if any, upgrade room. Whereas if you have a triple or quad, you can follow that vague rule of thumb, which is kind of add 2 inches, delete 1 gun. And you can kind of loosely follow that. I mean, the Japanese did that with the Megamis, going from 666 to twin 8, and the Germans actually planned to go from 11 to twin 15, which was a little bit more of a jump, but they kind of planned for that. And obviously the North Carolina's going from quad 14 to 16. So that's one of the advantages of having 3 or 4 guns per turret. Colin Williams asks, what were the names of the turrets on HMS Agincourt? I read they were unofficially called by the days of the week. Was it simple as A, B, C, Q, X, Y, Z? And if that's the case, why wasn't Y and Z more widely used instead of X and Y in the Royal Navy? So with Agincourt, she actually had a little bit of a departure from Royal Navy standard designation. Yeah, unofficially, she apparently did have her turrets named after the days of the week, but as you kind of mentioned, officially, Royal Navy turret designations A, B, C, etc. P and Q for wing turrets or amidships turrets, and then X, Y, etc. at the aft end of the ship. However, for Agincourt, they are apparently just 1 to 7. Presumably nobody wanted to go through the problems of all the various lettering. Now, the reason for why there isn't a Z turret, or Z, I suppose, in American, is that it's not just that the Royal Navy's looking for a relatively easy to remember designation, it's also about distinction. If you're in the middle of battle and someone needs to scream down one of these little voice horns that A turret has been taken out or Y turret can't fire, etc., then the sound needs to be distinct enough that even if you only catch part of it, you will understand what is being said. And this is why they would actually generally quite loath to use C turret, because the C sound is not anywhere near as sharp and distinct as A or B, or P and Q, X and Y. And similarly with Z, it's not quite as distinct a sound. So you do have some very strange things. Like, you'd look at the Nelsons and you think, well, surely the turrets would be A, B, and C. They weren't actually A, B, and X. Someone somewhere worked Q into a Dido class for some unknown reason, and so on and so forth. So that's why you didn't see the Z so much. And yeah, Agincourt 1 to 7 officially, according to the plans, which is something of a letdown, because it would have been quite funny to watch them list off all the letters of the alphabet, but never mind. Captain Landlocked asks, I was wondering about nighttime carrier operations during World War II. You mentioned Royal Navy carriers were generally capable of it, and Enterprise was the sole other carrier to have this capability. Given their overall emphasis on nighttime operations and overall quality of their carriers in the early stages of the war, why didn't the Imperial Japanese Navy develop this ability as well? Broadly speaking, it comes down to two things. One of which is the sheer amount of stress and work that you have to do as a carrier aviator, and even today, let alone in World War II, when you don't have anything like the amount of instrumentation that you've got to assist you these days. The Royal Navy was very conscious of just how difficult it could be to, effectively manually navigate your way over hundreds of miles of otherwise featureless ocean. And this is why when you look at the strike aircraft like the Swordfish, they're usually 3-seater. You have your tail gunner, you have your pilot, and you have a dedicated navigator. Also tends to operate the radio. And you also have things like the Fulmar. Much as it's sometimes derided for being a 2-seater, the point of the second seat was for navigating, because the Royal Navy considered basically that if you were going to do long distance over ocean navigation effectively without much in the way of useful instrumentation, you needed somebody to be able to focus their mind mostly or entirely on that role, rather than the pilot trying to keep the aircraft in the air and potentially look out for enemies and potentially fight and also keep track of where on earth he is at the same time. The Japanese didn't necessarily agree with this particular assessment of things, and so their aircraft tended to carry slightly fewer people. Although, with that said, the Kate torpedo bomber could carry a crew of 3. Now, this is where the other factor comes in, and that is technology. The Japanese, as we know, didn't have the world's best radio sets installed in their aircraft. They also had some local operational conditions that didn't help, but pre-war, their radio sets also weren't that upped too much compared to some of the other equipment that the Allies had. But that's one half of the equation. You will probably remember at a couple of points I've talked about this rather interesting little homing system that the Royal Navy had set up, because the thing is, you can navigate as much as you like during the day, but if it's a moonless night or there's high cloud cover or whatever, you're a bit stuffed. When it comes to nighttime navigation, to be perfectly frank, if you're doing it optically. And so the Royal Navy had a very cunning homing system, which you can see in this photo of Ark Royal. It's this kind of big bin-shaped thing on the top of the mast. And I've explained it before, but just briefly, it's a rotating radio beacon pulse, and it rotates once per minute, and it rotates as per the clock. So at 0 seconds, as minute turns into the next minute, it's pointing north, and then it goes round and round and round and round, obviously. But what this means is that at any given time in that minute, when you, as the radio operator / navigator of an aircraft, hear that pulse sweep past you, if you have synchronized your watch and you look at the second hand, that gives you the bearing that pulse is on, which then means you can use your compass to fly a reciprocal course and find the carrier. Because if you don't have that kind of thing, you're going to have to try and hope that you can guess where an aircraft carrier is in the middle of the ocean at night, when it's not going to have its lights on, most likely. Historically, when night landings did have to take place in various elements of the Pacific War, destroyers and carriers would risk putting their lights on rather than have the pilots fall out of the sky left, right and centre all over the ocean. But even then, there was a ridiculous amount of aircraft that just went, it's stuff that I'm ditching and getting picked up, and or aircraft just crashing into the carrier, sort of botching the landings and stuff because they just didn't really understand or know how to do night landings, which is understandable because they hadn't been trained to do them. But you have to have this combination of, you've got this really clever homing beacon, but you've also got to have the radio equipment to pick it up, and you've got to have someone who can actually, be focusing on that to work out where it is you're supposed to be going, and so on and so forth. So this was a fairly unique combination of circumstances unique to the Royal Navy, which allowed them to do night ops. Plus, of course, they had a lot of airborne radar very early on compared to everybody else. Enterprise took some of these lessons on board, plus some locally developed stuff that was made by the US Navy to allow it to do its nighttime operations, but the Japanese basically didn't have most of the things that they needed to make this equation work, and that's why they really weren't able to do, and so that's why they were less able to do nighttime ops. They could do some nighttime flight operations with things like scout planes dropping flares and such, like that was actually part of their overall battle plan. But in that respect, the launch distance is relatively close. You can see your sort of parent ships because they're fighting it out below you. And that is kind of a much easier thing as opposed to carrier night air ops, where even then you can probably in a pinch get most aircraft skilled carrier pilots to do a night strike. You probably won't get them back, though. It's the navigating the home bit that's the real killer, literally. Specialist 290 asks, out of the relatively few warships that entered civilian service after decommissioning, which ones would you consider to have had the most interesting post-demilitarization careers? Well, HMCS Stormont has to be the front contender, I think, there. She was a River-class frigate taken into Royal Canadian Navy service, then sold off and became the private yacht, through an extensive conversion process, of a Greek multimillionaire. And as the Christina, oh boy, did she see a lot of shenanigans on board. Yeah, if you could be a fly on the wall, or probably if you wanted to make money off it more of a remote camera on the wall, you would have seen an awful lot of stuff. Probably half of which can't be discussed on our channel if you don't like being demonetized, but there you go. I mean, that's the most famous example I can think of. There's actually a bunch of more recent naval survey ships and patrol ships and that kind of stuff. They've all been converted into various shades of super yacht. There's an ex-British patrol ship or two. There's a Russian patrol ship. I think there's a few people who have Coast Guard, ex-Coast Guard cutters and things like that. So they've probably had some fairly entertaining careers, I would imagine. I mean, potentially one of the most interesting ones, at least from my perspective, would have been the ex-military tug that I was actually looking at buying at one point before I ended up buying the house that I currently live in, because, well, it was a lot cheaper than a house in the UK. It was a heck of a lot bigger, had a lot more internal space, and was in surprisingly good working order as well. To be perfectly honest, I came almost within a coin toss of choosing to purchase that instead of, a bricks and mortar property. The only two things that made me go for bricks and mortar property were, one, obviously, if you own a 120 foot long, I think it was 120, but it might have been even longer. I think it might have been even bigger than that. Tugboat, you need to, live on the coast, which was a bit inconvenient for work at the time, although, yeah, look how that worked out. Good one, Drac. But also, you kind of have a choice with something that size of either you live on it mobile, which makes getting things like the internet, etc., very difficult, and postal address, etc., or you pay for a semi-permanent or permanent mooring position, and the costs of that are actually quite expensive because A, varies depending on where you're going to actually be, and also varies depending on the size of the boat or ship in question. And I actually went and looked up the paperwork. It was in fact a 138-foot long tugboat with 4 decks and so much lovely internal space. Well, maybe she'll come back up for sale again in a few years. You never know. Sinar asks, were Viking, and yes, I know they didn't actually call themselves that, but you all know what I mean, longships good for anything other than transportation? I wonder if there was any way they could have been intercepted at sea. The answer is yes, ships of this type could be used in full-on naval engagements, but there's no such thing really as a Viking longship. It's a very catch-all term. You might as well just say galleon in a later period, or ship of the line. It can cover an awful lot of different shapes and sizes of ships. One of the key things, as you might imagine, for ships that rode so low in the water was freeboard. Even a slight increase in freeboard could give a huge fighting advantage to a naval combat of the period, because bear in mind it's mostly effectively kind of a land battle with increased chances of falling in and drowning. So you literally have the high ground. So Obi-Wan Kenobi would be perfectly at home in sort of Anglo-Saxon era naval combat. I will now read to you an excerpt from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, which give a description of some slightly larger variants on the theme, which King Alfred built as effectively kind of the first iteration of the Royal Navy to partake in sea battles against longships and of a similar design. So anyway, it says, then King Alfred gave orders for building longships against the Esks, that's the raiders, which were full nigh twice as long as the others. Some had 60 oars, some more, and they were both swifter and steadier, and also higher than the others. They were not shaped after the Frisian or the Danish model, but so as he himself thought they might be most serviceable. Then, at a certain turn of this same year, came 6 of their ships to the Isle of Wight, and going into Devonshire, they did much mischief both there and everywhere on the sea coast. Then commanded the king his men to go out against them with 9 of the new ships, and prevent their escape by the mouth of the river to the other sea. Then came out against them with 3 ships. Then came they out against them with 3 ships, and 3 others were standing upwards above the mouth on dry land, for the men were gone off upon shore. Of the first 3 ships they took 2 at the mouth outwards and slew the men, and the 3rd veered off, but all the men were slain except 5, and they too were severely wounded. Then came onward those who manned the other ships, which were also very uneasily situated. 3 were stationed on that side of the deep where the Danish ships were run aground, whilst the others were all on the opposite side, so that none of them could join the rest, for the water had ebbed many furlongs from them. Then went the Danes from their 3 ships to those other 3 that were on their side, Ebbed, and there they then fought. So this first expedition by 9 of Alfred's ships starts off fairly well. There are 6 Danish ships. They intercept 3 of them at sea. They kill everybody on 2 of them and almost everybody on a 3rd, and eventually end up catching up with that one. But then as the tide goes out, these slightly larger variants that Alfred has built are somewhat caught, because as the tide goes out, the Danish ships are able to maneuver in the shallower waters that remain, and what should be a 9 versus 3 fight becomes a 3 versus 3 fight. The Danes still lose, but it's a much closer run thing. It goes on to account that the Danes lost 120 men, but the Frieslanders and English, the forces under Alfred's command, lost 62. So it was a victory, and a fairly decisive one, just not necessarily as decisive a victory as perhaps Alfred would have ideally liked. But these effectively heavy attack ships of Alfred's would go on to fight a number of sea battles against various raiders at the time. Iconoclast asks, Drydock, I'm getting the admittedly simplistic impression that the Revengers were a downgrade of the preceding Queen Elizabeth class. Are there any other examples in history of a class being less effective in absolute terms than a predecessor, and all things considered, were the Revengers a good investment? They had a long life and were quite useful as convoy escorts, but wouldn't the Royal Navy have just been better off building more Queen Elizabeths? In some ways, yes and no with the Revenge class. They do have a number of improvements over the Queen Elizabeths. For example, their armour layout is much more efficient and in many ways somewhat better. It's kind of halfway between the distributed armour scheme on the Queen Elizabeths and the all-or-nothing armour scheme that would be the future. There are a number of other small changes and advancements that the Revengers have compared to the QEs, which is to be expected because they're follow-ons. Yet, on the other hand, yes, the Revengers are smaller and they're slower than the QEs are, and thus they're less expensive. It's one of the easiest ways to work out what's a Revenge and a QE in World War I and the early part of the 1920s is QEs have 2 funnels because they have much more machinery. The Revengers have 1, and then, of course, they go into trunking the Queen Elizabeth's ones, which ruins that particular way of telling them apart, but never mind. But anyway, yeah, the Revengers are kind of the mass-produced fleet unit compared to the QEs. The QEs, it was kind of an attempt to harmonise the battleship and battlecruiser concepts. Granted, the target speed 25 knots was still slower than the battlecruisers that were being built at the time, but some of the initial designs looking at the QE had actually gone a lot faster. This was kind of the balance concept design that they actually went for. And 2, it was still far, far faster than the rest of the battle line and close enough to the average speed of what they anticipated the enemy battlecruiser line to be, considering they'd have to move at the speed of their slowest vessel, that they would be able to keep up. Various issues, mostly slightly overweight completion weights for the QEs meant that didn't quite work out. And so, because they were spectacularly expensive, because they required kind of almost the power plant of a battlecruiser, plus the armour and weaponry, etc. of a battleship, plus they were also brand new, because remember the first 15-inch ships, plus oil firing, etc., etc. It would have been very expensive to continue with possibly a refined QE, which is what the original Agincourt was probably going to be. And for the same kind of money, you could build a lot more Revengers. And by 1913-ish, the Royal Navy was fairly conscious that they were basically winning the shipbuilding war with Germany. And they knew that the Germans were, depending on what period in 1913 to talk about, were about to or had laid down the Bayerns. And obviously in 1912, they knew they were going to lay down the Bayerns. So building, as they were planning, to 8 Revengers was, plus obviously the QEs, was kind of their way of really putting their foot down and going to the Germans, you will not win. You are going to lay down 4 Bayerns spaced out over 2 years. That won't even match the Queen Elizabeths we've got, and now we're going to double that, your shipbuilding of 15-inch ships with 8 Revengers. get the message, we're serious, we're keeping naval supremacy. That was a good chunk of the message behind laying down so many Revenges. But the second half of your question, in terms of them being less effective in absolute terms, and were they a good investment? The Revengers were a very good investment at the time. They gave the British battle line a huge jump in firepower compared to practically everybody else, and the numbers as well. The reason the Revengers sometimes get a little bit of a short stick is because they lost so long, as the QEs do, because of the treaty system, which is, of course, nothing they could have foreseen coming. And that's really where it starts to break down, because by the 30s, new battleship designs are fast battleships. And the QEs, with their kind of halfway between the two speed, with refits, whilst they can't keep up with the sort of 28-knot fast battleships, they're close enough to still be quite useful, especially when modernised. Whereas with the Revengers, their slower speed meant that no matter what you did to them, you were not going to get them up to a useful speed. At best, if you did an Italian-style refit, like the Italians did to the Cavours, for example, you might be able to persuade a Revenge to get up to about 25-ish knots, but you'd be putting an awful lot of money and expenditure into doing that, and you wouldn't be saving much displacement, so you wouldn't be able to make that many other improvements. Whereas with the QEs, you could bump them up by half a knot or so with modern machinery and still have, as a result, plenty of displacement savings to put for more torpedo defense, more armor, more anti-aircraft guns, radar, etc., etc. So, as it turned out, sort of with hindsight, yes, it probably would have been better for the Royal Navy to just build more Queen Elizabeths, building probably the modified design that they were probably going to use for what was originally supposed to be Agincourt before the name got taken over. But that is with hindsight. At the time, there was every reason to go with the Revengers whilst they were considering what the next sort of step up in battleship production was going to be. And in terms of other classes being less effective in absolute terms than their predecessors, yeah, there are a few. Depending on what arguments you accept, you can argue that the German 9.4-inch armed pre-dreadnoughts possibly less effective than the first German pre-dreadnoughts, which did have 11-inch guns, albeit in a somewhat weird configuration. You can look at some of the other pre-dreadnoughts from around about that period and shortly thereafter, when Krupp steel armour was coming into place, and some navies kind of, the British, for example, actually, with the Canopus class, they kept the armament and such, like in the speed, roughly the same, but they tried to use the opportunity of the greater protection of Krupp steel to downgrade the armour. So the Canopus class only have 6 inches of Krupp steel. Now, granted, yes, it's equivalent to some of the Harvey steel protected predecessors, but it's not, doesn't mark a overall improvement in armour protection. And given that firepower, etc., is still advancing, overall, you can make an argument that in some ways the Canopus is actually slightly less effective in absolute terms than their predecessors, and certainly by the time barely just over a decade after the Canopus is coming into service, they are very much second or third line ships. Early US pre-dreadnoughts are pretty much in the same boat. If you look at the first few classes, I mean probably up to the main class of actual pre-dreadnoughts, it's a little bit all over the shop as to what each individual ship class can do and where it can operate and how powerful it is, etc. And then again, you have in the 1930s various cruiser and destroyer classes where they're going into this design phase where they're building varying types. So you've got the Leanders, for example, then you have the Arethusa diminutives, you have the counties, and then you have the York diminutives, you have the towns, and then you have the Crown Colony diminutives. The British do this a lot. You have the tribals kind of breaking with British small destroyer tradition, going very big, but then the follow-ons drop a turret. And you see similar things. I mean, in absolute terms, say an Atlanta-class cruiser is less powerful than a Brooklyn-class. In other terms, you look at, whilst the Fletcher was an excellent destroyer design, you look at something like the Fletcher or the Sims, compare it with some of the US Flotilla Leader type designs, which had 8 guns in 4 twin turrets, and technically, well, actually, very logically, you can make an argument that a Fletcher it might lose in a gunfight to one of those because it's got almost only just over half as many guns, but it has other capabilities, and also, more critically, can be mass-produced, which the sort of bigger flotilla leader types the US was building couldn't be. So, in almost no class of warship is there ever a direct linear acceleration of capability, because new concepts are being explored, economies are being considered, and sometimes just certain concepts just flat out don't work, and you kind of have to reset. You look at for example, the Italian Age of the Ironclad stuff, like the Italia class. Fantastic, looks brilliant on paper. Afterwards, they kind of look at it and go, maybe that wasn't such a brilliant idea. And then on paper, the follow-on ships are less capable in terms of absolute firepower, but probably generally better off in other aspects. Like, looping back to the original bit, the Revengers, on paper, not quite as capable as the Queen Elizabeth in terms of absolute speed and size, but easier to mass produce, better armour, etc. Darren Liu asks, what exactly made it possible for Europeans to conquer the oceans? I mean, there are many great civilizations across the globe, some of whom even had the means and even the technology to contest the seas. So what made European sea power specifically so potent? Oh, that could be a very touchy subject, couldn't it, if you go down the wrong line. But no, seriously, in terms of a purely historical and technical narrative, it is actually relatively easy to point out logically why this occurred. It's, at least to my view, a combination of 3 factors. Willingness, materials and technology, and the nature of Europe at the time. So the first part, willingness, is just you want to go out and be at sea, to have a fleet. There are a number of different, as you mentioned, nationalities, empires, whatever you want to call them, civilizations that have this desire, but some, and indeed some of them that probably have the closest or chance of contesting European hegemony at sea for a good chunk of the Age of Sail, just don't care. So you look at the Chinese, for example, the voyage of Zheng He, regardless pretty much of what precise figures you accept for the treasure ships, they were bigger and more capable at their larger sizes than contemporary European ships. I mean, if you take an average of the estimated sizes, the biggest stuff that they had was on a par with Napoleonic era ships of the line, and potentially in some cases even bigger, but at a time when much smaller galleons and carracks and stuff and carvels were built ships were in vogue in Europe. But for various cultural and political reasons, after Zheng He's voyages, the Chinese just kind of went, we don't actually care, and demolished the fleet. So they had no opportunity then to develop that fleet into something that could contest European fleets when they arrived in Chinese waters. You've got the technological side of things, the sort of the ability to design and build large-ish ocean-going ships, and for the bulk of the Age of Sail, arm them with cannon and such like. That is in advance of a number of other nations and civilizations who might otherwise want to contest the seas. So, for example, the Inca Empire down in South America, they had, by all accounts, a fairly extensive coastal trade network going up and down the west coast of South America, using some fairly substantial vessels, but they were basically coastal trade vessels because there was nothing to challenge them, so that's all you needed. And because there wasn't this need to go transoceanic, although according to some of the legends, Tupa Inca did send a trans-Pacific voyage off into the distance somewhere. They just didn't have the drive to build warships, and therefore the shipbuilding technology didn't advance particularly much compared to what Europeans could pull off. And part of that is positioning, and that kind of comes on to the second part of it, which is the nature of Europe, because technology-wise, in the ability to build good ships, arm them with guns, etc., a nation like or civilization like the Ottoman Empire could compete quite happily. But then you get to the nature of Europe. Europe has, at least in terms of age of sail, this very weird position in that broadly across the continent, you have all the kinds of wood that you would need to build an age of sail style ship. So you've got tall, straight-growing pines and firs for masts. You've got good, solid, heavy oak for timbers, and that grows quite large, so you can make good-sized frames and keels, etc. And at least until they chopped it all down to build ships and burn for fuel, there was an awful lot of it in Europe as well. The UK, for example, had massive amounts of forests. Nowadays, we really, really don't, because, as I say, turned most of it into ships or burnt it in fires, which possibly not the world's most sustainable option if the age of sail had continued for a significant period of time. But anyway, and that, combined with the fact that Europe as a continent is relatively small but full of an awful lot of squabbling people who tend to normally get on like a bunch of cats thrown in a bag and swung around your head several times, meant that there were constant wars going on and constant competition that was driving people to develop new and better ways of killing the guy who lived 60 miles down the coast. And that, in turn, combined with the fact that a lot of Europe faces either the North Sea or the Atlantic, meant they ended up building a lot of very rapidly evolving, heavily armed, large, again for the time period, warships, which could then go out and do pretty much whatever they liked. So the Ottomans had the capability of competing. I mean, you look at the Ottoman Navy, in terms of the ships they built, is still fairly competitive all the way through the age of sail on a per ship basis. Crew experience and that lot is a completely different matter, but they can build ships of the line that, if you capture them and take them into your own service, will be just as good as your own. But they are confined, for the most part, to the Mediterranean and parts of the Black Sea, and that imposes certain limitations, especially in the early part of the Age of Sail, where you're going to be building lightly built galleys and such, because that's what works in the Mediterranean. And that's all you need in the Mediterranean, because the Mediterranean is relatively enclosed, it's generally relatively calm, and as I've said before, if you do get the Mediterranean go absolutely berserk, whatever ship you have probably isn't going to make much difference, so you just stay in port. But that meant that whilst some of the more Mediterranean-based European powers would end up fighting the Ottomans on roughly an equal basis, you'd then get places like Spain or France that had both Mediterranean and Atlantic outlooks, and they'd start introducing much heavier ships that were designed to fight and operate in the Atlantic, like the galleass, the early galleons, etc. And they were kind of outside context problems as long as the wind stayed going for the Ottomans. And that left them on kind of a back foot. And the final part of that nature of Europe also meant that for some nations there was no other option but to take all of those factors combined and then go out to sea. So you look at somewhere like Portugal. For the bulk of the Age of Sail, Portugal has Spain next to it. Spain would very much like to own Portugal, and at various points they do. Portugal would very much not like to be owned by Spain, but Portugal is also much smaller and has no chance of conquering Spain. So if Portugal wants to become stronger, it has to look to the ocean. The same thing with initially England, then later Britain. There is nowhere else to go. Britain is not exactly the world's biggest island, but even after the Act of Union and so forth, the British Army is never going to compete in a mass campaign across Europe against armies like the French or the Spanish or any number of other European powers who are mostly focused on land forces. And Britain's last attempt at carving out an empire in Europe back in the Middle Ages didn't really end so well. So if Britain wants to expand its holdings, if Britain wants to become more powerful, gain more wealth, it also has to look out to the sea. And so you end up with a number of European powers who basically have no option for becoming greater other than to look out to the oceans. They have the technology, they have the ships, and partly because of that, and partly because of the fact they've spent several centuries fighting everybody else who is nearby them in Europe, they have the willingness to go out and do all these things. And so you end up with European navies showing up all over the rest of the world and shooting people with cannons. General Dipper asks, I'm reading both the Osprey history of the Omdurman campaign, and it's apparent that both the Royal Marines and Blue Jackets participated on land. Are there any examples of the Army, British or otherwise, having a crack at life at the ocean wave, and if so, how did they do? So I covered a lot of this in Drydock episode 131 in the live segment, so I'd invite you to go and have a look at that. But there are a few examples of occasional army units who would participate in naval battles, although in a lot of circumstances that was more luck than design, i.e. they happened to be on ships that got involved in a naval battle rather than specifically army detachments being seconded to ships. Because by the time you have Marines of some description, whether that be Royal Marines or the Dutch Marines, etc., the navies will always prefer to have them rather than army units, apart from anything else, because they're used to fighting at sea. They usually have slightly different equipment, where possible equipment is adapted for sea use, etc. Dave Collier asks, why do so many of the 24-pounder cannon on USS Constitution have the British Royal Cypher on them? It's a bit of a mixed bag, because at the time of Constitution's construction, the British, because of having, the biggest navy in the world and also control of most of the seas, were the world's biggest wholesalers of cannon. And, of course, during her career, Constitution would capture a number of British ships, which were armed with various cannon as well, albeit not too many armed with 24-pounders. And this led to a belief in some aspects of US naval literature that Constitution had in fact been armed with British guns at the time of the start of the War of 1812. Because of this belief, it meant that when it came time to restore her in the early 20th century, because she'd been being used as a barrack ship, she didn't have any of her original guns left, so they needed to cast new ones. And the people in charge of the restoration looked back and they saw a few books that said, oh, yep, Constitution was armed with British guns, and the rest of them just said, well, Constitution was armed with 24-pounder guns and carronades and so forth, with no particular commentary on who had manufactured them. Although, as it turns out later on, it's far more likely that Constitution's armament was almost entirely cast in the US for rather obvious reasons. But based on that assumption, the people who were restoring Constitution turned around and went, okay, we want to then put some British guns on this, or British-looking guns, and they happened to have a 24-pounder British cannon lying around that had been left behind during the War of Independence. And they went, okay, well, we'll cast replicas of that. And so a good chunk of Constitution's armament nowadays is made up of replicas of that one British gun. Some of the others are made up of replicas of an American 24-pounder. But that's basically why now Constitution has Royal Cyphered 24-pounders making up most of its primary gun deck. Lieutenant William Bush asks, it appears that under the first draft of the Washington Treaty, each of the major powers would have retained one post-Jutland battleship, Hood, Nagato and Maryland, or Colorado, at a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio in the most important category. The Japanese insistence on including Mutsu resulted in a 3-3-2 ratio, giving 2 more ships each to Britain and the US. Is this correct? And with the 2 ships added, did the British first try to make these G3s? Given that they would have been vastly superior to the Japanese and US ships, did the British have any serious expectation this plan would be acceptable? To the first part of the question, I'd say close, but not quite. The original first draft of the Washington Treaty basically drew a line under all but capital ship production and just said, as of the date of this proposal, if you've built it and you've got it at the moment, then great, you get to keep it, and if it's not finished at this point, well, tough luck, you don't get it. It was kind of just a literal line in the sand based on pure date considerations. And that would have actually given the US 2 of the Colorado class, and then West Virginia and Washington would have been scrapped, and then the British would have had Hood, and the Japanese would have had Nagato because they were racing to finish Mutsu, but technically for the date of the proposal, Mutsu would still have been incomplete. The Japanese didn't like this at all, not just for strategic purposes, but also because whilst Nagato had been paid for by the government, Mutsu had largely been paid for by public subscription, so it was a huge public morale issue. The Japanese were never going to scrap Nagato, because Nagato was far more advanced, obviously it was in service basically, but for the Japanese government to go around and say, yes, well, we've appealed to all of you, public subscriptions have come in, like school children have saved their pocket money or allowances, and collectively as the Japanese people, you have built this magnificent new capital ship and it's going straight to the scrapyard. The term political harakiri comes to mind. Yeah, so the Japanese were not going to let Mutsu go, but if the Japanese were going to have Nagato and Mutsu, then because the Americans wanted a margin of superiority, that meant they couldn't have 2 16-inch ships, and the Japanese have 2 16-inch ships, they had to have an additional one. And the British wanted to have some 16-inch ships anyway. Maybe they could have let slide 1, or maybe 2, but even then they had instructions to seek something. But when it was going to be, oh no, there's going to be 3 of the Colorado class around, oh no, that's not going to work for the Royal Navy. So they insisted that, well, if America's going to get, if Japan is going to have 2 and America's going to get complete at least an extra one, so they're going to have 3, then we want a couple as well. Recognising, of course, that Hood being somewhat overweight, it was best not to press for 3, because they knew if they did press for 3, then probably Japan and the US would insist on them scrapping Hood. And that's how you get the Nelsons. As far as making them G3s, no, because the one thing that Nagato and the Colorado class had in common was that they met the current treaty standards. They were 35,000 tons, or actually less. They had 16-inch guns. The G3s would have ticked the 16-inch gun category, but they would have been hilariously larger than 35,000 tonners. And the British knew that they better not call too much attention to Hood on the basis of, her being significantly over the treaty limit weight. And even if they'd wanted to go with the G3s, the British knew straight up that they were never going to get those agreed, because, as you said, the G3s would have been vastly superior to Nagato and Colorado class battleships, and for that reason they knew that was never going to fly. The closest they were ever really going to get with the G3s was maybe arguing for Lexington-style carrier conversions, but yeah, I don't think there was ever any serious plan by the British to try and get the G3s through in that part of the agreement that ended up with the Nelson class. Goose Rizbos asks, when HMS Victorious was turned into USS Robin during World War II, what exactly was the handing over process like? Were the crew given a bucket of paint to change the name of the ship and told to put on the most convincing American accent they could while taking orders from an American admiral? Or did the British strip the entire ship clean and then just tow the hulk to US waters so the US could do as they saw fit? Or was it something in between? It was a bit of a mix, so the majority of HMS Victorious's crew, which is what the carrier actually was, stayed aboard, and they were issued with US Navy uniforms. The aircraft aboard were they were all given US aircraft, so Avengers and such like, and a number of US Navy personnel came aboard. So some of the air group pilots were US Navy pilots. There were various US observers to try and sort of help with communications and also learn about how the British did things. And there were US radio operators, so that if radio calls were made, they would, sound American and not British, just in case those calls were intercepted. And there was a similar contingent of British officers and men who were sent over to work aboard the Saratoga. So it was basically mostly a British ship with some American presence, and Saratoga was mostly an American ship with some British presence. And all the aircraft still had the US star on them, etc., again for visual deception purposes. And the mission was kind of twofold. Partly it was there so that there was a second carrier hull in the Pacific, just in case the Japanese showed up after the Guadalcanal campaign with their own carriers, but also partially to allow for an exchange of knowledge and techniques. So, as I've said fairly numerous times before when it comes to this particular subject, although there's a lot more detail, and when I do a video on USS Robin I will go into it in a lot more detail, in the broad and basic strokes, it was a case of the British largely learning how to use the more modern aircraft that the Americans were using, such as the Avenger, and also how to work on mass deck strikes, the same kind of theory that the Americans were using, as opposed to the previous British strategy of launching numerous smaller strikes. And the Americans were mostly learning about other things like fighter control direction, which, as you will have picked up from the Guadalcanal campaign videos, was something that was somewhat lacking in the US Navy in 1942, and the Americans acknowledged they weren't particularly good at, whereas the British, partly through pre-war training and design and partly through just sheer desire to survive in the Mediterranean with fairly small contingents of fighters, had managed to engineer a very effective system of fighter control and direction. And so it's kind of a mutual exchange of techniques. Mark Millett asks, you mentioned in a previous Drydock that at the close range between Washington and Kirishima that even certain light cruisers could punch through her armour. My question is the inverse of that. What ship designed or built could have survived Washington showing up as close as she did, unannounced? And if the answer is none, then how much armour do you need to stop a 16-inch shell at these kind of point-blank ranges? The short answer is, based purely on armour penetration values, none, although that is slightly misleading because the course and therefore the angle of impact of the shells of both Kirishima and Washington changed during the engagement. So in a flat-out broadside versus broadside ambush at 9,000 yards, there is no armour, belt armour at least, on Earth that can withstand Washington salvos. Yamato's turret faces can, but that's not really going to help the rest of it. However, as the engagement changes, as Kirishima wheels around, for example, and the angle of impact changes, then some of the more heavily built ships might be able to glance rounds off of their main armour belts at that kind of angle. Yamato, obviously, being very heavily armoured, could have done it. The thickest parts of King George V's belt at some of the angles of turn might have been able to do it, but neither of those ships would be in a particularly good state by the time they actually got to that point in the turn, because of obviously Washington firing earlier. So yeah, effectively no ship would withstand Washington's fire in terms of being able to counteract and punch back against Washington. Something like Yamato or Iowa, maybe even Bismarck could have done it, and that is based mainly just on their sheer size, and therefore whilst they would be fatally damaged, they would remain afloat long enough to get their guns around and certainly at least in Iowa's case with its radar, be able to actually accurately return fire, even if they'd already taken mortal wounds. But yeah, there's nothing that's just going to straight up tank Washington's 16-inch gunfire at 9,000 yards. Unless, as I say, unless they come in at some kind of weird angle. In terms of how much armour you need, depends if you slope it or not. But using the penetration tables that you can find for the 16-inch 45 gun and approximately a 9,000 yard range, and factoring in that probably the enemy isn't going to be 100% broadside and maybe your guns aren't going to be 100% working as new, you'd probably need something in the order of a fairly heavily sloped 18-inch thick belt to marginally be able to withstand hits to your belt. But that's just your belt armor. That doesn't account for hits above the belt, hits below the belt, hits to the superstructure, hits to the turrets, etc., etc. At which point the answer goes back to being none. Kamish asks, what were typical ways that cargo ships would load and unload in the Age of Sail, and how would they approach a pier when one was available, given that they generally weren't tugboats and sail ships are at the mercy of the wind? The answer to that can vary almost infinitely depending on the facilities available. Some ships, and also, actually, before we go on, also depending on the size of the cargo ship, because a cargo ship in the Age of Sail could be 50 or 60 tons, it could be 500 or 600 tons, it could be even bigger. So, yeah, the size of the ship had a huge influence, but let's say also the size of the docking facilities. Some ships in some ports, they'd just anchor in the harbour, and then small boats would come out to them and bring goods in from shore, take goods to the ship, etc., etc. In some cases, the ship could use its own ship's boats or local harbour boats in a kind of tugboat style fashion, but with ropes and oars, if they absolutely needed to. But one of the other things you've got to remember is that in the Age of Sail, even the biggest cargo vessels were considerably smaller than cargo vessels are today. And so the vast majority of them could actually be manoeuvred pretty well up to, or at least in close proximity to, something like a pier, with the final adjustments to bring them into dock being made by ropes and men on the pier. You've also got the fact that in a lot of docking areas, pier space was at a premium, so you might have a ship that makes it to the pier, and then you might have a bunch of other ships that will dock adjacent to that ship and kind of form a sideways conga line of vessels. You see this in some of the paintings and very early photographs of the London docks. You'll see that one ship is up alongside land, and then it has 6 or 7 ships outboard of it, and manoeuvring of cargo and passengers would take place across all of those decks. In terms of the loading and unloading of cargo, again, it depends on what is being carried and what the facilities are available. A lot of the time it would be by hand, perhaps with the use of a few winches or improvised cranes on the ship. Sometimes it would just be literally people walking up gangplanks with stuff. Other times you might have, either in the case of certain very specialised ships like horse transports, on-board cranes, or you might have cranes on the dock itself, which might lever in and lift in some fairly substantial loads. And basically almost anything else you can imagine in between all of that. This is one of the reasons why so much of the cargo was moved around in containers that are either man-portable or portable by 2 or 3 men. So things like barrels and sacks and chests and things like this, because an awful lot generally was just done by sheer manpower with, let's say, occasional help from small cranes. But there were larger, more developed docks which could lift very, very substantial cargoes in and out through the hatches using wooden cranes and such like. Stafford Magnus asks, what was the rationale behind sending the Nelsons to hunt down the Scharnhorsts? Was it what was to stop the German ships from simply noping out of the area the moment they caught wind of the Nelsons being around? A couple of factors. One of which was that, as far as the Royal Navy was concerned, although they'd really like to sink the Scharnhorsts, the overall objective was to keep the Scharnhorsts away from the transports and convoys. So if the Nelsons could discourage the Scharnhorst from even being in the same area as the merchant ships simply by their presence, or if the Scharnhorst show up, see the Nelsons go, no, I don't think so, then, as far as the Royal Navy is concerned, that's a qualified win, because the Scharnhorsts only have a limited amount of fuel. They can only run up to a convoy, see Nelson or Rodney, and then run away so many times before they have to abandon the whole effort and go home. But on top of that, there is also the fact that the Scharnhorsts don't necessarily know that Nelson and Rodney are out there, because British signal security, whilst not completely impenetrable by German codebreakers, was certainly a lot better placed to provide secrecy to exactly which ships were where, as compared to German signalling for most of the war in reverse. And the other factor is you've got to remember that it takes time for a ship to build up speed. There's one particular incident which very nearly gives Rodney, well, at the time would have been its first, but then overall would have made it a 2 Kriegsmarine battleship killer, which would have made it actually responsible for 50% of all Kriegsmarine battleships killed at all, and 2/3 of those killed at sea. And that was during Operation Berlin. Gneisenau was in the process of dispatching a target that it had come across, and Rodney was in the area, and Rodney got to hear of this, and Gneisenau was sitting around, tooling around at 10 knots, dealing with the recalcitrant merchantmen and the survivors. Rodney, over the horizon, still under the command of Captain Dalrymple Hamilton, who would also be in command during Rodney's fight with Bismarck, he just cranked the ship up to full speed and came barreling over the horizon with the sun behind him, heading straight for poor old Gneisenau, who took one look at it and went, run away! And tore off into the gathering darkness as fast as her little screws could carry her. Which was quite funny, but for the crew of Rodney, albeit frustrating, because they came within a few minutes of actually bringing the German ship into their guns and engaging it, which is not a fight that the German ship would have won. And it was basically, if the German ship had been idling, i.e. travelling at walking pace or stopped to deal with things, it would not have been able to work up enough speed in time before Rodney, although having a lower top speed, would have overhauled it, because Rodney was already going at 23 to 25 knots when it entered the engagement zone. So there were opportunities like that. If a Nelson class could get the drop on a Scharnhorst while it was at low speed, there was every chance of it potentially closing the range down, especially if the Scharnhorst had to do a 180, basically closing it down before it could build up speed. And yeah, that was a very, very close escape for Gneisenau, and a little bit of frustration for Rodney, although, again, one of those rather amusing what-ifs. John McCarthy asks, French and British battleship designs were constrained by the size of available dry docks. Why did they choose to limit ship size, or use workarounds like the French did, instead of building new, larger docks? What were the considerations that went into their decision? There are two primary considerations when it comes to this problem. Both affect the British and the French, but one affects the French more than the British, and the other way around. So the one that affects the French more so is limited space, because a lot of both British and French dockyards are very old historic yards, and so they have all sorts of infrastructure built up around them, including the actual dockyard infrastructure and also the towns that tend to grow up around these things, which limits how much space you can actually extend the dockyards by without building an entirely brand new one, which is massively more expensive still. And you've also got the problem of how much do you extend it by? Because you might have a ship design now that is requiring you to extend your dockyard by 30 feet, but that makes it fairly likely that the next ship design is going to be another 20 feet longer than that. So do you extend your dockyard by 50 or 60 feet now, which is going to cost more, but is going to be harder to justify to the politicians and the people who hold the purse strings? Or do you extend a little bit now, which might be a lot easier as well, because you might be able to just cut into some of the walkways or something rather than take out an entire building, and then face having to do the whole thing over again a few months or a few years down the line. This is one of the major problems the French face, and there are a number of ways around. I mean, you can see here from this picture of Hood under construction, the British just went, okay, well, we'll just build parts of the ship past the slipway, over the road and past the buildings, and, well, just as well we left some clear space there without actually, extending the slipway officially. So that's the main problem for the French. It's just sheer cost and how far do you actually go, because if they'd extended the dockyards to handle the Dunkirks, then they would have had to do it again to handle the Richelieus, and then again to handle the theoretical Alsace, etc. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem. For the British, whilst that is also a concern, the much larger concern that they have, which doesn't affect the French as much, is the scope of the British Empire, because it's all very well and good for the British. You obviously have a bit more money than the French at this point and could afford to extend a dockyard or two just to do that, but because they've got this overseas empire that they have to maintain and send ships around and to, they've got to take into account not only can we build a slipway big enough to take this ship, and not only can we extend a dockyard in the UK big enough to handle it for repairs and refit, but what are all the other dockyards around the empire able to do? And if we've got lots of these ships, we can't have just the one. So if you're going to build a whole load of ships, let's say around the size of Hood, so let's say the 4 Admirals are completed and then the G3s are completed, you're probably going to have at least 2 in dock at any one time, which means you're going to have to extend 2 dockyards. You're going to have to enlarge probably 2 or 3 dockyards across the empire, whether that be at Gibraltar or Singapore or Alexandria or wherever. And you're going to, on top of all of that, you're going to have to dredge out channels and such, because along with sheer size comes displacement. So you're going to have to be turning around going, okay, well, this channel up to this harbour or dock facility is now too shallow, we have to dredge this out. So it becomes a massively more complex operation, at which point questions get asked of, well, actually, can we just build a slightly smaller ship and then we don't have to go through all that additional expense? One of the few upsides of the US Congress almost strangling the US Navy for a considerable period of the 19th century and part of the 20th century is that when US shipbuilding really took off, in addition to having just the sheer space that they could choose to build dockyards that weren't in the middle of cities, and the dockyards hadn't really been built in mass numbers before, which meant cities hadn't grown up around them, was that when it came to founding new dockyards, the US was in a lot of ways almost starting from a blank slate, and they could just go, right, we're going to build some really massive docks, and then they were there, so they could just keep building big ships or slightly smaller ships, whatever they wanted. Sort of the things like the facilities to handle something like a Lexington-class battlecruiser could handle pretty much anything else that the US Navy produced up until the age of the supercarrier. Jonathan Welch asks, among other alcoholic creations and pursuits by adventurous sailors, could you talk about torpedo juice in World War II and what the US Navy did to dissuade sailors from drinking it? So torpedo juice came about when, in their incredible inventiveness, the US Navy sailors realised that the torpedoes that they were being issued were largely fueled by very, very, very strong grain alcohol. And of course, with the US Navy being ostensibly a dry navy, an awful lot of sailors really wanting a drink, somebody very quickly came up with a bright idea of siphoning off some of the torpedo fuel and then mixing it with something else, some kind of citrus juice, depending on what they had available, and then downing the whole thing, which was apparently a very interesting experience. Now, one, the US is a dry navy because it doesn't want a bunch of drunken sailors aboard its ships, and two, the Mark 14 torpedo had more than enough issues without people drinking its fuel and therefore shortening its range. And so you ended up with this kind of low-level naval arms race between the US Navy and its sailors, with the Navy adding progressively more interesting additives to the fuel, things like methanol, or low-grade poisons that wouldn't necessarily kill you, but would probably make you wish it that they had, to try and, dissuade people from drinking the torpedo fuel. And the US sailors, after obviously inevitably discovering the first couple of times that something had changed and it was now even more unpleasant to drink the stuff than it had been previously, would escalate themselves with more and more inventive ways of distilling the stuff, because of course methanol and pure ethyl alcohol have different evaporation points, and so do the various additives that they stuck in the thing afterwards to make you even wish you really hadn't drunk it even more. And so they'd invent a sort of a series of jury-rigged stills of increasing complexity, but obviously also something you had to hide from your commanding officers, to filter out all of these things and try and then drink the resulting product. Although, being somewhat imperfect stills, you started to run more and more of a risk of unpleasant side effects. But obviously the US Navy wasn't going to put full-on poison in the torpedoes, because, well, the Japanese were doing their level best to kill the US sailors. The US didn't need to contribute to that particular effort. So in the end, the balance that was achieved until, electric torpedoes and other things that didn't require ethyl alcohol as fuel came about was, well, we're making it as difficult for them as possible, which is going to limit the amount of people who can successfully produce something vaguely drinkable. And we're just going to call it quits at that point. Sui 420 Den asks, is stopping your ship to rescue survivors of a submarine attack a good idea? He said the captain in charge when Juno went down should have rescued survivors. What is preventing another situation like Aboukir, Cressy and Hogue? It depends to a significant degree on who you're facing. Now, U-boats and Japanese submarines alike would sometimes, if they could, take the opportunity to take out ships that were rescuing survivors. And this, for example, is why a number of the Bismarck survivors ended up being left in the water, because the lookouts on the various British ships believed, whether or not they actually did, but they at least believed that they'd spotted submarine periscopes, and they didn't want to risk being torpedoed whilst they were picking up survivors. But a lot of that in and of itself was also going to depend on, well, not only how honourable do you think the submarine captains are, but also who you're picking up. So, for example, if you are in a convoy and you're picking up survivors of your own side from a ship that's been torpedoed, then it's far more likely that a submarine will torpedo you if it gets the chance, whereas one would hope that if you're picking up enemy survivors, then a submarine captain might hold off on torpedoing you in order to save the other sailors of his own navy that you are in the process of rescuing. But again, that's something of a sliding scale. Ultimately, whether you stop your ship to pick up survivors when there's a submarine attack going on in the area likely comes down to two things. One, do you think that submarine is still around? Which obviously that's a fairly obvious one. But two, who else do you have with you? If you're two ships travelling alone and one ship gets hit and goes down, you can probably think the other submarine might still be in the area. This is going to be very dangerous. So you might sort of do a sail past and throw out a bunch of floats and rafts and such and radio in the position for other help to come. Whereas if you are in a formation that includes some ships capable of anti-submarine warfare, say equipped with sonar and depth charges, then you can say, okay, well, this ship was hit here. Here's where the torpedo tracks are. All right, we're going to send our 1, 2, however many ships out in that direction to try and either track down and kill or at least drive off the submarine. And whilst that's going on, in theory, the enemy sub will be far too busy dealing with them and if they're trying to evade them to come after me so I can stop and pick up survivors. So it's a very situational thing when it comes down to stuff like that. And when it comes to Juno, it's not necessarily that Helena should have stopped to pick up survivors. Although that would have been an ideal outcome. Obviously, the fact there was a Japanese sub in the area, they may not have felt that they could, but they should have at least checked to see if there were survivors, because then they can make contact with other things like seaplanes and such that can come in and give some assistance, and other vessels with anti-submarine escorts can come in hopefully relatively quickly. Or, as I say, you could also just drive past and lob Carly floats and even drop ships boats with supplies and etc. out, which would help the survivors stay alive long enough for other rescue to come in. Lewis Renovation asks, with hindsight, when would you stop building battleships and only build carriers? Is the answer different for the British in the European theatre versus the Americans in the Pacific? I think I covered this in a Drydock recently. I think even the one just before this. And I think any battleship laid down after 1939 was probably not worth it. You can probably make some argument for even some of the battleships laid down in 1939 itself not being worth it, and obviously there's wartime delays to ships that were laid down earlier still. But no, I think the thing is, for the British, because you still have the risk of Scharnhorst and later just Tirpitz and various other German heavy ships like the remaining Panzerschiff operating against the Arctic convoys, where you cannot guarantee air cover from a carrier, in part because of the weather and in part because of the Luftwaffe, as long as you can bring a battleship into service to cover the good chunk of those, so getting one into service by early 1943, it's still worth having them. And if you track back sort of time to commission, time from launch to commission, fitting out, actual construction, etc., that's where I kind of get my early 1939 figure from, because that's roughly when you're going to have ships laid down in 39 coming into service with wartime delays taken into account. For the Americans, it's kind of roughly the same answer, because by mid to late 43 is when you start seeing the Essexes and Independences start to arrive on station. So whilst you need fast battleships to a certain degree to act as escorts, because as you see at places like Santa Cruz and such, the threat of fast Japanese heavy surface units like the Congos is still a material consideration for the early and middle part of the Pacific theatre operations. And you can't really take the standards, because the standards won't be able to keep up with the carriers going one way, and then if the carriers have to withdraw, the standards have to pretty much stand and fight. They don't have a choice in the matter, because they can't run away from the Congos either. So the Americans still need them, but again, for operational reasons, by the time you get to 1944-ish, the chances of the Japanese doing much of anything are fairly remote. I mean, yes, obviously they tried Tengo, Leyte Gulf, etc. But with the fast battleships you've already got by early to mid-1943, you've already got the firepower to face off against them in terms of either one-on-one for cases like the Congos, Nagatos, etc., and in the case of Yamato, you have the numbers. So that's roughly where I would draw the line in terms of when to switch over to pure carrier construction, but obviously with hindsight. Ryan Gale asks, how difficult would it be to swap the main guns of a battleship with those of a different nation? For example, let's say the Royal Navy captured Bismarck and wanted to refit her for Royal Navy service and decided to regun the entire ship with British 15-inch guns. Could a straight swap have been undertaken hypothetically, or are the turret, gun and ammunition delivery systems between nations too different for that to be easily achieved or worth doing? If we put aside issues such as, spare parts for the gun turret and its various mechanisms and translating the instructions into whatever language it is of the nation that's captured the ship, etc. So all of those technical details aside, if we just look at the engineering aspect of it, if you're doing a straight swap caliber for caliber, gun for gun, so Bismarck's 15-inch for British 15-inch, or Richelieu or Littorio, they're all 15-inch ships, or, I don't know, Nagato swapping for 16-inch 45s or something like that. That, in and of itself, isn't too difficult. There will be balance issues, because even guns of the same caliber are not necessarily of the same balance and weight, and the recoil mechanisms are obviously adjusted and configured for a specific gun with a specific recoil. But the engineering challenges of finagling those systems to work with your gun as opposed to the enemy's gun are not... they're not impossible to overcome. Again, with the shell hoists, etc., it's going to depend, because every projectile's different weight, different length, and again, all of those systems would be configured for that. But again, if you're doing it caliber for caliber, you should in theory be able to make some minor adjustments. Obviously, if the capital ship you capture was using fractionally larger, like say 6.1-inch guns and 18.1-inch shells or something like that, as opposed to like 5.9-inch or something like that, or 14.98-inch. It's basically, as long as the captured vessels was using larger shells, you can probably make small adapters for its systems in order to handle your slightly smaller shells, whereas the converse is probably going to be a lot more difficult. So that part at least is theoretically possible. Obviously, if you're trying to swap in a 16-inch gun for a 15-inch gun or similar, that's not really going to work out anywhere near as well. But it's going to be an awful lot of very fine detail work regardless, and the potential for any one thing to go wrong is fairly high. And on top of that, as I said at the beginning, we're putting aside all the other stuff about, having spare parts and understanding how this system works, etc., etc. So from a purely technical standpoint, it could be done, and any one of the individual tasks is probably relatively easy, but in all things considered, the full-on swap and all the actual complications involved would add together to make it really an impractical decision. Miko Leitner asks, where does the traditional sailor's parade uniform as worn by Donald Duck come from? Well, we'll see if Disney tries to copyright claim on the basis of this particular question. If it does, I blame you. But anyway, the Navy blue uniform basically goes all the way back to the start of the US Navy, where it apparently was just brought over from traditions of the Royal Navy, because back in the late 1700s the Royal Navy was developing a standard uniform, at least for officers, which was of a blue configuration. The US Navy, obviously at that point being one of the arms of a breakaway British colony, imported a lot of those traditions, and along with that came the blue uniform, which went through a number of iterations to the point that obviously you've got standard dress blues and the kind of slightly modified version that Donald Duck wears. So it's actually a relatively clear line of descent, even if it is a little bit of a long one. And of course it is completely appropriate for Donald Duck to be wearing a Navy uniform because the US Navy gave him an honourable discharge from the Navy in the latter part of the 20th century. So he is, in fact, as far as I'm aware, the only animated character to actually legitimately have had a career in the US military. David de Boer asks, can you go over interesting or unexpected information that came out of Operation Crossroads? Well, there were two major unexpected outcomes of Operation Crossroads. The first was, structurally, the ships held up an awful lot better than they expected them to. They genuinely expected a considerable number of the ships to just be blown out of the water by the explosions, but it turned out in both cases that ships as floating units actually survived surprisingly well, with the majority of casualties outside of the immediate blast radius, things like Arkansas and Saratoga, being more from just the fact that the things were too radioactively contaminated for anyone to get on and activate the pumps, which are needed in any ship. And that is kind of the other unexpected thing, especially with Test Baker, the difficulty in decontaminating ships, which kind of, in terms of survivability of the blast, negated a lot of the issues with the ships physically surviving, because the crews probably would have been dead from the initial radiation surge anyway over a few days, but the radioactive contamination would have prevented the reuse of any surviving ships in a wartime condition, because there had been certain expectations that yes, there would be radioactive fallout, both airborne and in the particulate water that had been blasted up by the explosion, but it had also been thought that you could just scrub or hose it all off. And it turned out that that really was not the case. They tried their best, but in most cases, to actually properly decontaminate the ships, if you were even able to, you had to effectively just sandblast the first sort of half mil to millimetre of the ship clean off, and that was the only real way to, not even at that point completely negate the fallout, but at least reduce the overall radiation levels to a survivable degree. So whilst some of the damage profiles they're expecting didn't occur, unexpected profiles came up that basically meant that yes, the detonation of a nuclear weapon in the middle of a fleet would result in that fleet being effectively destroyed. It was just a case of, well, a few ships would be sunk, the rest would have their crews die horribly from radiation poisoning over the next few days, and then you wouldn't be able to reuse any of the ships without massive and extensive dock work, as opposed to what they thought before, which would just be everything would be sunk. Brian Smith asks, did the Americans know where the Japanese fleet was before Leyte? And if so, was there thought of going directly after the fleet instead of waiting for them to come out when the Philippines were invaded? The US knew roughly where the various Japanese ships were based. A lot of them were actually based, bizarrely enough, in the Dutch East Indies, although it's not that bizarre when you realise that that was mostly because the vast majority of Japan's available oil production was now in the Dutch East Indies, and US submarines had been doing quite a number on the Japanese tanker fleet. So you kind of had to keep your warships close to where your fuel was, otherwise you risk running out of fuel if you based them all in Japan. Now, with that said, the reason they didn't go directly after the Japanese forces was, one, not all the Japanese forces were in one place. Bear in mind, you've got, for Leyte Gulf, the Northern Decoy Force, Centre Force, and Southern Force. They're scattered over a number of bases, and they're still, at this point, deep in Japanese-held territory. So the US would have a choice of either covering the landings that they're making in the Philippines with extremely heavy, overwhelming power, or risking sending a fairly substantial portion of their available frontline forces deep into Japanese-held territory, where they may run into one of the few circumstances where the Japanese might actually be able to have numerical superiority, plus obviously potentially running into Japanese submarines and even the ships that you're targeting coming out to play as well. So that aspect wasn't really worth it so much, and when the Japanese ships did eventually sail, they were spotted and attacked in numerous ways on their way in. Obviously, US submarines took their toll. You also had the airstrikes that sank Musashi, for example, and various other actions that degraded the Japanese fleet before it ever arrived in the actual active war theatre around Leyte. But as part of that, you've also got to remember that, similar to some of the discussions that we've been talking about in some of the more recent dry docks in terms of whether or not battleships remain effective, when you look at the Battle of Sibuyan Sea, which is the sort of immediate predecessor to Leyte Gulf, yes, Musashi is sunk by overwhelming American air power. However, you've got Kongo, Haruna, Nagato, Yamato, and Musashi, plus all the escorts, and the combined striking power of over half a dozen US carriers, a mix of fleet and light carriers, are only able to put down Musashi. They aren't able to stop Kongo, Haruna, Nagato, and Yamato, and most of the escorts. And the heavier escorts, the cruisers, are mostly knocked off by submarines. They take 3 of them off the line of battle. So the fact that the Japanese battle force, the center force, then arrives in the San Bernardino Strait and then obviously goes forward to engage Taffy 3, it kind of shows that if you were really determined, even though that force had no air cover, you could still force your way through a very heavy carrier strike at this point in World War II if you were prepared to tank a few losses. And that was one of the reasons why everyone was expecting Halsey to deploy Task Force 34 to oppose them. The other thing is the timing caught the US a little bit on the hop, because a number of carrier task forces had been sent back to refuel and rearm. So the firepower of the US carrier forces present in and around the whole Battle of Leyte Gulf area was merely ridiculously overwhelming instead of just stupidly and horrendously overwhelming, as I say, part of the force was away and not able to really contribute. Maximilian Hubert asks, how big a loss was the death of Vice Admiral Maximilian von Spee for the Imperial German Navy? He was a pretty significant loss to the Imperial German Navy. He was certainly a very capable officer, and interestingly enough, he actually had seniority over both Admiral Scheer and Admiral Hipper. He was promoted to Vice Admiral, actually ahead of both of those officers, who would obviously go on to command at Jutland. So if von Spee had succeeded in breaking back through to Germany and managed to reach Germany by some method, then it's possible that he would have been given command of one or the other elements of the High Seas Fleet. Now, to be fair, Hipper had been in command of a scouting group since before the war began, so it's unlikely that von Spee would have displaced him there. But when you have Admiral Ingerhold, then Admiral von Pohl, and then Admiral Scheer, if in the early months of the war von Spee had managed to make his way home and therefore also probably become something of a war hero by doing so, it's possible that he might have replaced Ingerhold instead of von Pohl taking command of the High Seas Fleet, which would have been rather interesting. Whether or not he would have then been forced to hand over command to Admiral Scheer is relatively unlikely. He certainly would have had a very different command style to von Pohl. And even if von Pohl decides he's going to be in charge and the rest of the German naval staff agree, then it's, again, possible because of seniority and his war hero status that he might then be put in charge of the High Seas Fleet instead of Admiral Scheer, because, as I say, he has a little bit of seniority over Scheer. So, yeah, it's certainly an interesting thought, but von Spee was definitely, along with people like Scheer and Hipper, one of the better part of the German naval command staff, as opposed to perhaps the immediate predecessor of von Spee, who was far, far, far too cautious for anybody's liking, really. Ally Arthur asks, during the 7 Years' War, the battles of Lagos and Quiberon Bay are credited with preventing the invasion of Britain. However, I'd be interested in your thoughts as to how they changed the wider geostrategic picture. As at the start of the 7 Years' War, France was vying for a wider empire in North America and India. Was this a realistic goal for France, or did the Royal Navy have sufficient numbers that it could have taken losses and still prevented France from deploying land forces towards the colonial areas? At the start of the 7 Years' War, it was on paper a technically achievable thing for France, because they had a pretty large fleet, they had some pretty decent commanders, bearing in mind this is pre-revolutionary France, so they hadn't executed all of their upper echelons of command staff yet. Now, they did have some disadvantages as well, bearing in mind that although France had considerably greater manpower than Britain, it wasn't a pure Britain versus France thing. It was a massive war of two big coalitions. But the British had one really, really major advantage, and that was the fact that they could pay for other people to do most of the land-based fighting. So the majority of the British military effort could be concentrated at sea and in the colonies, whereas the French, due to being part of mainland Europe, had to fight on land with considerably large ground forces, which of course cost money and diverted talent. And so overall, whilst they had numbers and they had some decent officers, the French Navy was in a slightly weaker position compared to the British Navy, especially in terms of a sustained campaign, because the British could and would put most of their efforts into wars overseas, conflicts, battles, invasions, etc. in the colonial areas, plus obviously getting the British Navy to try and take command of the oceans, whilst the French were mainly concerned obviously with the land war. Whilst the sea war and the colonial war was an important aspect, it was not as important to them as it was to the British, because for the British it was almost a matter of life and death, whereas for the French it was an ambition. And so, yeah, I say on paper, realistically, the French might look like they have a chance. In practice, if they'd won a couple of major fleet actions, then things could have started tipping their way. But yeah, practically the British rule was going to be prepared to go that a little bit extra at sea, and also obviously because the Navy was the priority service, it tended to attract slightly more of the nascent talent within the British population. So once Lagos and Quiberon Bay are done, the French are on pretty much the back foot, and getting the Spanish involved didn't really help them. By the end of the 7 Years' War, the British had near enough destroyed French power as a major naval force, and they had to effectively do a root and branch rebuild of their navy for the next conflict. Jimmy the Fish asks, you've mentioned many times ships losing their bows to torpedo strikes. It seems to be comparatively rare for the stern to be blown off, except maybe for the Kriegsmarine. This seems to be a particular trait of US treaty cruisers versus the Long Lance. Is there any particular reason for this? The cruisers were flush deck up front, so there's no obvious stress points, and most of the hits generally seem to be within the length of the ship's armour belt, although below it. Am I missing something, or is it really just the results of the fortunes of war? Partly it is luck, but a good part of it is also good old engineering. Effectively, when you're looking at a ship's overall hull form, for various reasons, including hydrodynamics and the more obvious, that's where the propellers are, and the rudder and all of those mechanisms, the stern tends to be somewhat fuller than the bow, and the bow, to use a crude term, effectively has to cut through the water, so any kind of ship that's designed to go at any particular speed, like cruisers or fast battleships, tends to have a very fine or thin bow. This in turn means that there just physically isn't as much structure in a bow as opposed to a stern for a given length off of the absolute ends of the ship to resist torpedo impact. So this picture shows Gneisenau after it got hit by a torpedo, and you can quite literally see clear through the ship because the torpedo blew a hole clean through the ship. If you have a look at some of the pictures of North Carolina after it ate a long lance, well, not long lance, but a Type 95 derivative, you see almost the same kind of thing. And for ships where the bow didn't fall off, you quite often will see this kind of thing. Whereas if you hit a similar position 20, 30 foot forward of the absolute stern of the ship, there's a lot more structure to get in the way. And so there's a less percentage of the overall structure which is compromised. And you can see from, sort of look at the massive cracks in the lower part of the ship and just how much weight is then hanging off of it. You can quite easily see how that bow might fall off if circumstances were very fractionally different. Whereas when you look at a stern that's admittedly got a big hole in it, but it has sort of the other side of the ship still mostly there. There's a lot more structure surrounding it to support the rest of the ship. That tends to be why sterns don't fall off quite as often. As you say, apart from the Kriegsmarine, where there were a number of design choices that led to weak points forming. And the other reason that bows will sometimes tend to fall off is that whilst the deck may be flush, depending on the ship, the guns on the ship, the forward armament, will mark a transition point. Now, you might remember in a previous Drydock I referred to some of the damage to Prince of Wales when it got hit in the stern being a result from the stern wanting to whip and warp as a result of the hit, and this massive solid mass of the quadruple 14-inch turret in its barbette effectively forming a cut-off, which formed a much then meant that the whipping motion took place over a shorter length and therefore was more violent in terms of displacement, as opposed to if the whole ship had been able to warp. And to a similar degree, if you've got the bow of a ship that's just had a good chunk of itself blown away, when the rest of the bow, which of again being very relatively insubstantial compared to the bulk of the ship, starts to whip and warp under the explosion and the shockwave, it's going to reach that forward turret, especially on cruisers, which have obviously exceptionally fine bows and have gun emplacements that are big enough and heavy enough to cause this significantly. I mean, destroyers will also have this effect to a certain degree, but destroyers tend not to have barbettes, and battleships will also have this to a great degree, but there's just a lot more of them. And so when the bow is whipping around, you tend to have the forward barbette acts as that kind of pivot or stopping point, which again enhances the amount of stress at that point and shortens the overall length that the ship can whip around, which increases the actual displacement forward, which can then result, as a combination of all of those factors, in the bow just tearing clean off. And if the explosion is positioned further back along the bow or is sufficiently powerful, or both, you can end up with even the first turret section just falling away and the tear being at the next section. And this is why when you see the bows fall off because of torpedo strikes, whether it be on destroyers or cruisers, you'll tend to see that the destruction has either stopped immediately forward of the first turret, or if it's taken the first turret with it, it will then stop at the next turret. You'll be very, very hard pressed to find photos where a bow has fallen off and the damage has kind of torn off enough of the bow to expose, say, half the barbette, but not the other half, because that's just not how engineering tends to work, unless there's some really weird stuff going on. So yeah, it's just this trade-off of, if you want to go fast, your bow is going to be much more vulnerable than your stern. And this is why bows being blown clean off the ships tends to happen in both World Wars in destroyers, and more so in the Second World War in cruisers than it does in the First World War. Now, granted, also there's the fact that in the First World War most cruisers are either small, or if they're the larger armoured cruisers, don't have a great amount of torpedo protection, so they tend to just sink anyway. But the amount of bows that are lost back then is significantly less as a proportion of torpedo hits as compared to bows lost in the Second World War, because those cruisers in the First World War are going in the low to mid-20s of knots generally, apart from some of the more modern units. And because of that lower speed, their bows don't have to be quite as fine as a ship that's trying to hit 33, 34 knots. The Count asks, were the Omaha-class scout cruisers a good idea in the immediate aftermath of World War I for the US Navy, and did their development hinder or help the US cruiser gap during the early parts of World War II? With regards to World War II, it's a little bit difficult. The Omaha class were definitely obsolete almost by that point, and as a result, outside of one or two actions right at the beginning where literally anything would do, they were quite rapidly moved off to second line duties. So in a way you could argue, well, the fact that they had such second line hulls hindered the US Navy because they didn't have as many hulls to put on the front line. On the other hand, if the Omahas had been built slightly differently in a point that the US Navy thought maybe they could use them, then there would have possibly been considerable issues with, using a small old cruiser in a frontline role where potentially they could have fallen victim to a lot more losses, which would obviously not have necessarily been a very good thing. To be perfectly honest, when you look at the other cruisers that were being built around that time, so the D and E class and the Hawkins class for the Royal Navy, and some of the Japanese things like the Tenryu, the Omahas don't do too badly. The Japanese are forced to use pretty much any cruiser they have, more by circumstance than choice. The British use their surviving C, D, E, and mostly, although not entirely, the Hawkins class on convoy escort and other similar duties, converting a bunch of them into AA cruisers, and there was some thought of converting the Omahas into a similar role. So I think just because of how old they were, they don't really help or hinder either way during the early parts of World War II, because they were no cruiser that was designed and built at the very end of the 1910s, beginning of the 20s, was ever going to be a frontline warship in anything but the most dire of circumstances in World War II. Now, as for whether they were a good idea at the time, that is, I would say, open to debate. The US Navy at the time was looking at having a fleet screen / scouting line that was entirely 35 knots. And so the cruisers were supposed to be 35 knots, the battle cruisers were supposed to be 35 knots, the destroyers were supposed to be 35 knots. And in the realm of, we want our entire screening force to be able to do 35 knots, the Omahas are probably as close to the best that you're going to be able to get without going hilariously larger, considering what cruiser displacements were at the time. So they were kind of, I would say that they're a reasonably good solution to a bad problem, but I personally do find a lot of fault with the 35 knot hard and fast rule idea anyway. The Lexingtons in their final design configurations were abandoning that regardless, because it just turned out, you can't actually make a battle cruiser that's going to last for more than 5 seconds and also do 35 knots in the early 1920s without some form of magic involved. Whereas the destroyers, you could probably get destroyers up to 35 knots, but a lot of the design compromises with the Omahas were because of this need for speed. They ended up obviously with somewhat, compared to, let's say, a 32, 33 knot design, somewhat oversized engines, somewhat lightly built, not brilliantly protected, and for various weight issues they ended up with that very weird sort of 2-level torpedo armament, some casemates for their main guns, some turrets for their main guns. It was all a little bit over the place. Everything was subordinated to speed. So from a purely objective point of view, once you acknowledge that everything must go 35 knots idea was probably not the best, they're not they're not really the best designed cruisers for that period. I think you could do an awful lot better with the US Navy designs for cruisers, light cruisers of the period, if you were just willing to accept that maybe you should go at 32, 33 knots instead. Meatwad asks, in US Navy Bureau of Ordnance in World War II by Buford Rowland, he states this about the Mark 13 torpedo. By the fall of 1944, the revamped weapon had a wide distribution. As a result of the new improvements, torpedo drops at altitudes of up to 800 feet and at speeds of up to 300 knots were authorised. Experience soon indicated that these limits could be extended even further. On one occasion, in early 1945, 6 Mark 13 torpedoes were released from altitudes between 5 and 7,000 feet, 5 out of the 6 of which were observed to run straight, hit as normal. How much did other nations improve their torpedoes, and were there any also capable of performing with those parameters? The Germans were certainly looking into an improved long-range aerial launch torpedo. I think it was called the L-40? I know it was something 40. Anyway, they were certainly looking into it, although, as far as I'm aware, they didn't manage to get into active service before the end of the Second World War. The British were going in some rather interesting directions. Everyone appreciated the idea that obviously anti-aircraft fire was getting more and more lethal, and you needed to launch your best anti-shipping weapons from either a speed or altitude or both that was further away or higher speed or further up, or in some way better than the traditional low and slow approach for torpedo launches, which had been the case pretty much since the invention of the torpedo bomber. So whilst the British were looking at some efforts in that regard, and if you look at some of the immediate post-war stuff like, say, the short-lived Blackburn Firebrand, you can see there are some fairly substantial stabilizer rigs on the back of British torpedoes that were designed to help with this kind of long-distance dropping as well. The British, as they were going slightly eclectic in that they were looking at things like rocket-propelled torpedoes, jet-propelled torpedoes, highball, one very interesting rocket-powered variant of the Tall Boy that, luckily for everybody concerned, didn't really go many places. But most of them, I mean, highball did work, just came in a bit too late for the Second World War, but many of the others didn't go quite so well, shall we say. Although some of those programs did continue well after the Second World War. I'm particularly reminded of one that was launched in the 1950s. They tried to develop this rocket-propelled torpedo, and obviously with a high-altitude drop. They tested it underwater, and the following happened. The torpedo was successfully launched and accelerated to 60 knots within 2 seconds. It dived to 50 feet, but then shot to the surface, where it emerged 150 yards from the firing point after 6 seconds. It then climbed to an altitude of 150 feet and flew steadily at an angle of about 30 degrees to the vertical. As the rocket charge was burnt away, the torpedo rose to about 200 feet and headed off down Loch Long towards a local hotel. After 14 seconds in the air, the charge burnt out and the weapon fell nose first into the water some 900 yards from the point at which it had broken the surface. It plunged into the bed of the loch, where it was found almost entirely submerged in mud. So, yeah, that didn't work, really. They did find there was a minor error with the depth control system which had caused that, but yeah, as a program, it was not the world's most successful. So yeah, the Mark 13 pretty much was the premier air-dropped torpedo because of these capabilities at the end of World War II and for a good chunk of time after, albeit it did have the slight issue that aerial torpedoes launched from aircraft as a whole had somewhat of a short lifespan as a frontline weapon immediately after the Second World War because of the continuing advances in anti-aircraft firepower. Appalachian Tiger asks, what were the dimensions of the Kiel Canal before its expansion in 1907? Well, courtesy of the Kiel Canal themselves, here are the dimensions of the 3 stages of the canal. So, obviously it's German, so it is in meters. Please convert into feet if you want to know the dimensions in imperial. But the original canal, 9 meters deep, with 22 meters width of that at 9 meters and an overall just over 66 meter width. And by 1907 through 1914, the expansion put that to 11 metres depth, which is where it's remained, 44 metres width of which is at 11 metres, and 102.5 metres overall width. And then the final expansion in the 60s kept the overall depth and just made it wider still. Whiskey Delta Golf asks, with the 4th Dreadnought class submarine due to be named King George VI, who does this leave as the last British monarch, excluding Edward VIII, not to have a Royal Navy warship named after them? Which monarchs got the best and worst deals in terms of ships named after them? And finally, why did the naming conventions for these ships change over time, e.g. Royal George, Victoria, King George V, etc.? So, going back as far as I can, I think the last monarch to not get a ship specifically named after them appears to have actually been Queen Mary of the Tudor dynasty. Well, she succeeded her brother Edward, and technically he didn't get a ship named after him, although that's because he died before the ship could be completed. He was supposed to have a ship named after him, and then it was in construction whilst Mary was on the throne, and then it got named after Elizabeth instead. After that, there has always been Royal James, Royal Charles, Royal George, Royal Anne, Royal Mary or Mary, and when we had William and Mary, and then Royal William, and then obviously Victoria, King Edward the Seventh, King George V, and then another King George V, and now we have King George VI. As to why the naming conventions changed over time, not entirely certain, but it was following the basic pattern of royal insert name here up until Queen Victoria. She got HMS Victoria, not Royal Victoria, and she was the only one who followed that convention, and then all the 20th century ships have been King George whatever, or King Edward, etc. So that's the basic history of the naming conventions. As I say, I'm not 100% sure why they decided randomly to change that twice, but in terms of best and worst deals, I don't think anyone got a bad deal, because it was a very prestigious thing. All the royal insert name here ships were all first-rate ships of the line, or big galleons in the case of the Elizabeth Jonas, which was intended to replace Henry Grace à Dieu, which in turn was also a very big galleon. So all of the royal named ships were very large, imposing, top-rate capital ships. Victoria, of course, was supposed to be the latest and greatest in terms of warships, and then the same thing in modern history. King George, the King Edward VII, King George V, they were all the latest and greatest of their times, even if those times were relatively short. And then, of course, now the Dreadnought ballistic missile submarine named for King George VI. If you want to really pare down to the people who got the absolute worst deals, you could... probably Victoria got the worst deal, considering that the Victoria class of ironclad was very quickly outdated, and of course Victoria itself was sunk in a collision with Camperdown. And then probably the one who got the next shortest deal would probably be King Edward VII, because that was the penultimate class of British pre-dreadnought, so within a few years of their coming into service they'd been obsoleted. The King George V's, while they were surpassed by the Iron Dukes, the Queen Elizabeth, the Revengers, etc., they did see decent service during World War I, so that's not quite as bad. And then, obviously, the King George V's, the last but one British battleship class, served during World War II with some distinction. Mason asks, why didn't the Germans take on the Royal Navy in a straight-up night battle in World War I, say after Jutland, instead of slipping away, albeit they had taken battle damage during the day in that particular case. Considering that the High Seas Fleet had guns optimised for those ranges, specialised searchlights, star shells, and trained for the situation, all things that the Royal Navy lacked, I find it strange they never tried it. It should have made up the difference in numbers. Was it just because if the Grand Fleet made it to dawn, they couldn't force such an action on the British with inferior speed? It was a combination of three factors. One was, as you say, the British didn't really particularly do night actions at the time, and so the British would be inclined to decline a night action and just hold off until, as you say, dawn, at which point things go very badly for the Germans. And that's assuming that everyone knows what's going on. Secondly, and related to that, is how the heck do you find them? Bear in mind, there is no radar or anything like that. You're going to want to force an engagement relatively well into the hours of darkness, at which point you've got to somehow locate the Grand Fleet and the battlecruiser fleet and then engage them in a very specific time window. And considering how lucky it was that Jutland even happened, in terms of the two independent scouting forces investigating one single ship, and how many other times elements of both fleets, or even in the entirety of both fleets, were at sea and missed each other entirely during the day, the odds of actually finding the Royal Navy at night in time enough to force a good battle were very, very slim, and obviously ran the considerable risk of missing the Royal Navy entirely and finding yourself in a very disadvantageous position come dawn, when it becomes much easier to spot people. And finally, there was definitely an acknowledgement on both sides that a night action could be completely and utterly random. So yes, in theory, the Germans were stacking the deck in their favour by actually, having significant amounts of night action training. However, as you see during the actual night action after Jutland, things can swing back and forth either way very quickly. If one set of people get the drop on the other in a night action, doesn't really matter who's got the superior night training. The guy who's got the drop on you is going to do the most damage. And then you have things like, say, the destruction of Pommern, where the Germans didn't even know what was really going on until Pommern just went bang. And so, with the British having significantly more numbers, and therefore statistically more throws of the dice, the High Seas Fleet was very much aware that in the event of a night action, whilst in theory they might get the better of it due to their practice, it's also entirely possible that they might completely miss several flotillas of British destroyers, who might then just drop 4 dozen torpedoes into their battle line. And that would just be the vagaries of war. And considering that they really didn't want to lose the High Seas Fleet, it mitigated against seeking that kind of action. So it was, it's basically all of those, but a lot of it was an appreciation of, we're stacking the deck as much as we can, but random factors could completely and utterly upend that. And when you're gambling on whether or not you have a fleet the next morning on a real throw of the dice, or 2 or 10, even Shear and Hippo weren't that risk friendly. Snowstalker 36 asks, small shore weapon successes versus ships. Overall, the matchup doesn't seem to go well for the shore team, but Wake Island was able to beat the initial invasion attempt with its smaller shore batteries, and I seem to recall an Argentine corvette being driven off by shoulder-fired missiles in the Falklands. Do you know of any other similar cases? There are a wide variety of successes of relatively small shore batteries against ships. Albeit, as you say, most of the time the ship tends to win. Generally in the Age of Sail, the most frequent kind of story like that you'll hear is where a shore battery has managed to secure a furnace to do heated shot, because the heated shot was quite lethal, obviously, to wooden ships of the line and frigates. But in the more modern era, the Age of Steam and Steel, there are a few cases. For example, the ship on screen for this question, HMS Seek, a tribal class destroyer, was operating off the African coast as part of the Desert Campaign when it came under fire from some fixed and some improvised shore-based batteries, and actually, if you like, the mortal blow was actually a German 88mm gun that managed to put a round into the ship which crippled some of its propulsion, and then it was subsequently hit by Italian 152mm 6-inch gunfire and bombed. And whilst it was that damage that actually put it on the seabed, it was that initial 88mm hit that was the proximate cause of why everything else could hit it. So that's probably a fairly cost-effective small gun to take out a fairly substantial vessel. But generally speaking, most of the time successes by small caliber shore batteries tend to be fleeting, because you can see many examples of this in the Pacific War, where maybe a US destroyer or cruiser gets a little bit too close to conceal Japanese batteries that are of a relatively small caliber, and then at close range they open fire, they do damage, but because of their small caliber they're not able to do substantial damage. The US ship withdraws, and either just withdraws beyond their range and then just shells them mercilessly, or comes back with friends who then proceed to shell and bomb it mercilessly. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, please don't take this as sarcasm, but every time you discuss the sinking of Bismarck, you act as though HMS Rodney did it on her own. I'm not taking anything away from her heroics, but I'm told there was another notable presence at that battle, and the giant block of Swiss cheese lying at the bottom of the ocean that was once Bismarck's conning tower has a considerable number of 14-inch holes. And the last British battleship straddled by Bismarck's main battery was not HMS Rodney. Why does the poor unmentioned get so little credit? Yeah, it can sometimes seem like I neglect poor old King George V, but the main reason that I tend to emphasise Rodney is because I draw a clear distinction between the end of a vessel as a fighting unit, as an effective fighting unit, I should say, and it actually being sunk. Because there is a huge gulf there, and evaluating a ship's capability is vastly different if you're looking at what does it take to disable the ship as a fighting unit versus what does it take to outright sink a ship. Because if you just say, oh, well, it's going to take X to sink a ship, that suggests the ship can fight back and right up until the moment it goes underwater. Whereas, in fact, that may be the case in some ships, but in other ships it may be the case that it takes very little to remove the ship as a threat, and then everything else is kind of just redressing the debris and waiting for the inevitable. And so when it comes to Bismarck versus King George V and Rodney, if you look at the opening actions, Rodney is the one that scores the first hit. Rodney is the one that blows away Bismarck's primary fire control systems. It also blows away the bridge and pretty much everybody on it. It pulverizes Bruno turret, knocks out Anton turret, and sets a bunch of fires. And all of this happens before King George V starts landing shells, at which point, with your primary fire control system gone, your command structure wiped out, and half your main battery destroyed or disabled, you're effectively dead as a practical fighting unit against a ship that has yet to take hits. The odds of your remaining, in Bismarck's case, aft twin turrets plus local fire control beating a fully operational battleship are incredibly slim. So by the time King George V joins in and starts smacking Bismarck around, Bismarck's already, as at least to my mind, dead as a fighting unit. What's left to do is to suppress the secondary battery, to suppress minor damage that might be caused to the British ships as a result of it continuing to fire, to remove those rear two turrets from circulation in order to, again, make sure that the 1 in a billion chance of winning with those doesn't occur, and then just putting enough damage into it to persuade that Bismarck to slip under the ocean. So it's kind of a two-stage fight for me. Rodney takes on Bismarck, knocks Bismarck out as an effective fighting unit, and then between them, Rodney, King George V and Dorsetshire induce Bismarck to lose its positive buoyancy. And so my kind of net contention is that whilst King George V and Dorsetshire certainly helped in terms of winning a fight, Rodney could have beaten Bismarck straight up on its own, because effectively it did. Rodney could quite easily have taken out Caesar and Dora turrets on her own after those initial shell hits had wiped out pretty much everything forward of the foremast, as I mentioned earlier. Matthew Jones asks, considering the Royal Navy attack on Taranto consisted of only 21 aircraft and caused significant damage, and the Japanese used more than 15 times this number of planes at Pearl Harbor, would you say that the Japanese actually got a poor return on their investment in terms of ships sunk at the Pearl Harbor attack? It's going to be a very difficult question, to be perfectly honest, to answer, because you can judge both attacks in numerous ways, and progressively more complicated ways as well, all of which are going to spit out different answers, and as a result you're going to end up with different values as to whether Pearl Harbor represented a good return on investment compared to Taranto. However, if you want to use a very, very crude measure, but hopefully one that's fairly understandable, look at the attack aircraft going in onto Taranto. A couple of those were carrying flares only, so they're not really worth counting as attack aircraft. They enable the attack, but in terms of doing actual damage to the shipping, they're not really worth considering. You've then got, between the two waves at Taranto, 11 aircraft armed with torpedoes, and another half dozen or so armed with small bombs. Now, disregarding any damage done to cruisers, destroyers, shore installations, etc., just looking purely at capital ships, they managed to heavily damage two, I guess, and effectively sink one. Yes, Cavour was technically salvageable, but for the rest of the war it wasn't, so you might as well consider it down and out, as opposed to Duilio and Littorio, which were returned to service in good time. Now, compare that to the Japanese. Now, yes, the Japanese did have several hundred aircraft going up there, but when you look at the wave composition, the second wave wasn't going after capital ships at all. Both waves had large numbers of fighters, which the Taranto attack didn't, and obviously fighters are not really of any use for taking out the capital ships. The second wave was armed exclusively between the D3As and the B5Ns with 550-pound or lesser bombs as assigned to go after lighter targets, so smaller, more vulnerable ships and aircraft and hangars. And in the first wave, you've got the dive bombers, the VALs, again equipped with general purpose bombs intended to go after targets that aren't the capital ships. You've got the fighters. So that actually means, in terms of the aircraft directly responsible for going after the capital ships, you only have the 89 B5Ns of the first wave. 40 with torpedoes, 49 with the converted 16-inch shells used as bombs. Now, with that, bearing in mind that there was a little bit of target of opportunity being taken, so Helena and Raleigh, for example, being hit by torpedoes, indicating that some of those torpedo strike aircraft weren't targeting the capital ships, but nonetheless. Utah, yes, it's a training ship, but it is still a battleship hull, is sunk. Arizona, of course, is sunk. And I'm going to notionally go with listing Oklahoma, West Virginia, and California also as sunk for the purposes of this calculation. Oklahoma for obvious reasons, but West Virginia and California both wouldn't be back in service until 1944. And if you look at the Italians, as we said, we're treating Cavour as sunk because it wasn't back in service, but if Italy hadn't been, invaded, it's possible she would have been back in service around about 1944, but effectively they're gone. You've then got Nevada, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Maryland, and they're all back in service at some point in 1942, so they're damaged. So you have 5 ships sunk, 5 capital ship hulls sunk, and 4 damaged. So if we count the damaged as kind of a half, and the ones that are either completely sunk or knocked out beyond really any useful time period, except for the fact, obviously, that the US stayed in the war for so long, then we count those as a whole score. So that would give Taranto a score of 2, from 2 halves for the 2 that were repaired and 1 for Cavour. And it would give the Japanese a score of 7 for the 5 hulls sunk and then the 4 that were relatively quickly returned to service. Now, divide those through by the number of strike aircraft actually assigned to attack them, so 17 in Taranto's case and 89 in the Japanese case, and you get a return on investment of 8.5 aircraft needed to per sort of sinking kill or 2 ships badly damaged for the fleet air arm at Taranto, and 12.7 aircraft for the Japanese going after the American ships at Pearl Harbor. Now, you can then obviously start to try and track, okay, which Japanese B5Ns with the converted 16-inch shells went after non-battleship targets, which B5Ns with torpedoes went after non-battleship targets. We know at least 2 of them did because of Helena and Raleigh, etc. And if you shave those off, you might decrease that value somewhat, but then at the same time, some of the swordfish with the bombs also went after smaller targets, so that would be shaving those off. Which, as I say, this is why it's a fairly crude metric. You can then try and extrapolate the Pearl Harbor effectiveness based on the damage they did to the airfields, damage they did to the floating docks, damage they did to things that weren't battleships, and so on and so on and so forth. And that's where an awful lot of the damage done by the Vals and the Zeros, etc., did actually occur. But if you're looking at pure return on investment in terms of capital ship killing, which, let's face it, is pretty much what Taranto was all about, whilst the Japanese have a slightly less efficient return on investment for their strike, it's not massively out. They're about 50% less efficient than the fleet air arm at Taranto. And considering that Taranto was basically a mono-focused strike and was occurring at night when obviously opposition would be somewhat lesser and they had fewer distractions to go after, I'd say that they're in the same ballpark. It's not a poor return on investment in terms of ships sunk for the aircraft committed to sinking capital ships for the Japanese. Now, you can make the argument that perhaps the Japanese would have been better served by rejigging their strike waves so that instead of sending a very large number of aircraft against hangars and airfields and other non-capital targets, they might have seen some better result out of loading up, say, the second strike wave's B5Ns with torpedoes, or splitting them 50-50 torpedoes and heavy armor-piercing bombs to try and catch some of those ships on the inside. And yeah, that would have made the strike more efficient because more torpedoes into Nevada and California, probably, and even West Virginia, may well have made it impossible to salvage them or made it too cost inefficient for the US to bother salvaging them, kind of like what happened with Oklahoma. But with those ships sunk, you've got other ships like Maryland and Tennessee who are trapped inside, and they can't really be hit by torpedoes, so that's why you need the bombs to come down, and same with Pennsylvania and the Drydock. So yeah, there are ways, if you're focusing on killing capital ships, to make the Pearl Harbor attack more efficient, but as long as you're looking at it purely from the perspective of how many capital ships did we kill compared to aircraft we committed to killing capital ships, the Japanese don't come off too badly. And as I say, then you've got to factor in all the other stuff, which is a very long and complex task, and something that has over the years caused no end of acrimonious debate amongst historians as to whether or not it was all worth it. I mean, ultimately, obviously, it ended up with Japan losing the war, so from the absolute perspective, it wasn't worth it. But whether or not the attack in and of itself was efficient, is a whole other argument. Eric J. Van Dooting asks, can you discuss how many Type B1 submarines the Japanese could have built in approximately the same amount of time if they had decided to devote all the resources spent on the 2 Yamato-class battleships on these instead, in terms of relative resources, raw materials, manpower, number of available slipways and dry docks, etc., and anything else that might be relevant? This is, again, one of those very difficult to calculate questions. I mean, if you look purely on a tonnage basis, so 270,000-ton battleships versus a number of 2,600-ton submarines, it works out at something around about 54 subs, which that would be the sort of what you'd suggest. You can get 54 submarines in exchange for the 2 battleships. But that's an incredibly simplistic analysis that really doesn't have any actual bearing in reality. What's more worth considering is not just the tonnage, and which is kind of related to the materials, but all the other equipment. Because when you're building the 2 Yamato class, that means you need to build 2 sets of engines. Okay, yes, you've got 4 steam turbines, you've got 12 boilers, you've got 150,000 shaft horsepower output, but you've only got to build 2 sets of those. Whereas if you're going for, say, the theoretical 54 submarines, that means you've got to build 54 sets of electric motors, 54 sets of diesel motors, and, I mean, combined, each submarine has about just short of 15,000 horsepower if you add together the horsepower of the electric and the diesel motors. And when you put that together and you go, okay, well, if we're building 54 of them, that's a fraction under 800,000 horsepower's worth of engines that you've got to build, as opposed to 300,000 for the Yamatos. So you're not looking just at the sheer power output, but the sheer number of those items that you're going to have to build, which is immediately going to lower your cap from 54 subs. Now, the B1s, it looks like when they were actually sort of pulling their finger out, they could get them going from launch to commission in 2 years, whereas the Yamatos took about 4. So that would suggest you could build 2 waves of submarines. And from their size in and of themselves, if you really wanted to be clever and use the Yamato docks, you could potentially get 4 in the Yamato dock, and in Musashi's dock. So you could build 8 at any one time if you were being really clever in the dock that the 2 docks that Yamato and Musashi were being built in. And that's, say, if you want to be really clever about it, which would suggest at minimum you could build 16, assuming in the same time, assuming that you don't use any other shipyards. Now, whether or not you've got shipyard and slipway space elsewhere, let's assume for a minute that you are building 8 submarines in there. So if you're building them in 2 waves of 27 apiece, well, that means you've got to find 19 other slipways, putting aside, things like the engines and torpedoes and all those production issues which we've just talked about. And could you find another 19 slipways capable of taking submarines simultaneously in addition to what the Japanese were already building? Possibly, but not without displacing other building projects. So the Japanese aren't going to have 19 free slipways of the kind of size to produce a 2,600 ton displacement submarine. So you're either going to have to knock other projects back, or you're going to have to cut down on the number of subs you're going to have to build. And considering, as we said, you probably can't produce quite that many diesel and electric drive trains in that time, let alone torpedo tubes, periscope equipment, ballast tanks, and all the other fine detail stuff you need for a sub, you're probably going to want to downsize your order. Now, assuming you can make the modifications to the big dockyards for we're building the Yamatos, and you're putting your theoretical 4 subs apiece in each one, and building them in 2 years, up to commission, and then putting another set in, etc., etc., with the additional resources left over and taking into account dockyards that you might be, or slipways you might be able to spare, it's never going to be a precise science, but I would put a ballpark figure of realistically maybe a dozen extra submarines rather than 27. A dozen to 15 submarines sounds about right. So you could maybe build something between 24 and 30 additional B1 subs using all the dock space, all the resources, all the money, and additional dock space you might be able to find elsewhere, shuffling some less important projects off instead of the resources devoted to the Yamato class. But, as I say, that's a very crude estimate, and there may well be bottlenecks in that production line that slow things down even further. Cypher asks, how did PT boats get to the Pacific? While I can totally see some of the more insane crews being fine with trying to sail that far, it seems a very long voyage for a very small boat. Well, they didn't try and sail the Pacific in a PT boat. They hitched rides on other ships. You can see here a cargo vessel carrying half a dozen PT boats. They tended to prefer to try and move them all in squadrons, so they go for some of the larger ones, but there are a bunch of pictures out there floating around of PT boats on larger ships like this, and then later on even things like LSTs could be seen carrying a few PT boats around for good measure. So yeah, backpack effectively. Soreko asks, fire ships, how do you make or get them? And why would you use them? How would you use them? And where do you find enough lunatics to sail them? Fire ships effectively come in 2 distinct flavours. The earlier ones generally were old warships that were pretty much clapped out and not really worth using anymore. Or if they're in a pinch, just whatever was the smallest and least valuable ship that you had. Occasionally, if they knew that they were going to need one, or they thought they might need one, they might drag along some old half-rotted hulk out of harbour that maybe just about had one last voyage left in her. So that was kind of the original. And then later on, when the idea kind of caught on, that you would then get purpose-designed fire ships, and they'd have all sorts of little additions and changes made to make them better at what they did. So they'd hang grapnels from them, they'd build up sort of insulating bands of wood and such like around the masts so that the mast didn't burn through too quickly, because the wind is what's moving these things along. But in other aspects, the decks would be not actual decks. They'd look like decks. They'd maybe have planking on them, but when they're being used in their fireship role, you'd strip the planking off and you'd have this kind of grid, and all the combustible stuff would be stored on that. Then you set fire to it, and because there's a grid underneath, you get a lot of draft, so the fire catches quickly and burns strongly. Really little minor details as well. So you have gun ports that open down instead of up, because if you have traditional gun ports opening up, then as the ship catches fire, the ropes holding them open will burn through, the gun ports will close and cut off access to oxygen for the fires inside the ship. Whereas if you have them opening downwards, then they'll just stay open under gravity and air can flood in. So they understood quite well how to get a ship burning good and proper. The purpose design was also generally had some kind of effectively escape pod, whether that be a door, big door in the side of the ship that would allow you to pop down to a boat that you'd be taking with you, which is where the crew would escape to. On very, very rare occasions, they'd actually have the boat internally, and it would literally be like an escape pod. It's like, out the back, whee, off we go, row for your lives. As well as, of course, fuses to set fire to the whole thing. Why and how you'd use them, again, kind of 2 main roles. One would be to sail them into an enemy port to try and burn out the enemy. So if the enemy stays in place, then they catch fire, they burn, they get destroyed. Fantastic, great for you. If they cut the lines and run, which like the Spanish Armada did when the English used fire ships against them, then they're coming out in a disorganised fashion into the face of your guns, and presumably they were staying in port for a reason, probably the fact that you outnumbered and outgunned them, so that's all for the good for you. So that's the more static use, and the other use is in big battles, especially in the Anglo-Dutch wars, where perhaps you either couldn't or would find it very difficult to take out a particularly spectacular and large enemy vessel, and so you might expend a couple of fire ships to try and just burn it to the waterline, which would fulfill the main objective of taking it out of the line of battle. And because you would only set fire to them pretty much at the last minute, unless you were going for morale effect, then you might even, they'd look, and in some cases could be treated as small warships. Purpose-built fire ships would often serve quite a long time in the navies, respectively, acting as a kind of slightly odd small warship until the time came to expend them, and then you'd stack them full of combustibles and off they go. So in that respect, you might do something that might look otherwise completely suicidal, like maybe taking a 20-30 gun sized ship up against effectively a first rate, even before first rates were properly qualified, except that when everyone's like, oh, well, this is going to be an easy boarding capture, it turns out actually the small ship that's just lashed itself to your side has now set itself on fire, and you're also on fire, and this is very inconvenient. You'd only go with the set everything on fire and let it drift a considerable distance if you were, again, trying to flush someone out of harbour or some other anchorage. And as far as lunatics to sail them, hazard pay, and also occasionally the promise of a percentage of the value of any ships they manage to destroy. Because as long as you provide them with a reasonably certain method of escape, you'll find sailors will do awfully strange and dangerous things for money. Dennis Kocher asks, you've mentioned before that the Lexington class in their original battlecruiser configuration would have been a terrible ship. Can you go into a little more detail as to what major flaws the Lexington class had and why they would have made poor battlecruisers? In a word, protection. They carried a fairly fearsome armament, that much isn't really up for argument, although it's notable of all Washington cherry tree battleships, battlecruisers even, they carried the fewest guns. They were designed to carry 8 in 4 twin turrets, whereas the Amagis would carry 10 in 5 twin turrets, and the G3s would carry 9 in 3 triples. But then you get into a whole argument of, well, the US 16-inch 50 versus the British 16-inch 45 and the Japanese 16-inch gun and so on and so forth. But that's a relatively minor issue compared to the protection. And a lot of that is based around the fact they were supposed to hit 35 knots. And as I mentioned before with the Omahas, an awful lot was sacrificed to get them up to that speed. And then as it turned out, they would end up not actually being able to reach that speed that revised as design down. But even if they had managed to reach 35 knots, the margin of speed between them and the G3s and the Amagis would not have been enough for it to be a particularly meaningful difference. But that's the firepower and speed issues. The protection, which I mentioned at the beginning, yeah. The Lexingtons had worse belt armour in terms of overall thickness than the Lion and Tiger class battlecruisers of the Royal Navy had before the outbreak of World War I. And much as I have pointed out that some of the ragging on the British battlecruisers as being under-armoured is not necessarily 100% accurate, at least when it comes to things like Lion, Queen Mary, Princess Royal and Tiger, although it is a valid criticism of the Indefatigables. The 9-inch armour that those ships, the Splendid Cats, had to counter incoming fire like 11 and 12-inch shells was just about adequate. It was alright against 11-inch shells at reasonable ranges. It was marginal against the 12-inch shell. Lexington had less thickness of armour than that, and it was being built almost 10 years later in an environment where it's most likely enemies would be flinging 15 and 16-inch shells around. If it encountered battleships, possibly 18-inch shells, and even if it encountered the older battlecruisers that various people were planning on retaining, it would still be 13.5 and 14-inch shell fire. All of which could quite happily go straight through the approximately 7 inches of armour that the Lexingtons were supposed to have across much of their armour belt length. And to be honest, even if they, in some of the final designs where they were looking at potentially up-armouring it slightly, even if they'd gone with angling and increasing the belt to 9 inches or something along those lines, all of which were under consideration, it still wouldn't have made the blindest bit of difference against their contemporaries, the G3s and the Amagis. So at that point, you've effectively created a ship whose armour protection against peer vessels only really serves to ensure that the armour-piercing shells that are fired at it have their fuses activate, rather than just passing straight through the ship like some gigantic version of the USS Johnston. Now, that's not to necessarily say that it was entirely alone in that. The Amagis didn't have the world's best armour protection, considering they were having to face off against 16-inch shells. Realistically, only the G3s had even a hope at the kind of battle ranges that were being envisaged in the 20s to resist peer fire coming back at it. But the Lexingtons were bad enough that even if they were angled, sort of coming in at 45 or 50 degrees, the shells would still go straight through. With the Amagis, at least there was a decent chance that if they angled themselves either on approach or withdrawal, that the belt armour might resist 16-inch shell fire at longer ranges. And so you've effectively created everything that's wrong about the Indefatigables, except you've done it against contemporaries, whereas the Indefatigables' main flaw, apart from just having hilariously poor armour, was that they didn't advance enough and then were rapidly outpaced. The Lexingtons, in terms of their armour protection and their ability to then not, detonate or fall out of line with massive engineering casualties very quickly, were in that state from the minute they started laying the keels down. And yes, some people will point out that US doctrine considered them to be big fleet scouts and they should only be engaging the enemy fleet scouting line, which should be made up of cruisers and destroyers, and the armour will be perfectly adequate to deal with 6-inch fire and 4-inch fire or whatever. But one, their potential opponents didn't give two hoots about what the US battle doctrine said the Lexington should be encountering, to be perfectly blunt. And two, that's exactly the same reasoning that was put forward for the Invincibles and Indefatigables, and look where they ended up. Corvus asks, my knowledge of steam propulsion, such as it is from railroading. There, the firebox is always subjected to a forced draft to make the fire hotter, either by exhausting steam spent into the smokebox while underway or releasing a small amount into the smokebox while standing still. Since marine systems have to conserve fresh water a lot more than railroads, do they employ similar techniques to force a draft, use some other method such as a mechanical blower, or simply rely on the fire's natural draft to keep things hot? In normal circumstances, there would be a reliance on a small degree of artificially induced draft by having the funnels be very, very tall. And as someone who's relatively familiar with steam propulsion, as you are, you'll recognise that having a very, very tall stack where you've, and bear in mind that obviously the boilers are really down deep in the ship, so we're talking about a vertical difference where you've got pretty much the full height of the ship plus the height of the funnels. That creates an artificial draft as air is pulled into the ship elsewhere, then enters into the boiler rooms, and then the hot air vents out of the funnels. And this is why when you look at, say, the Battle of Calabria, when Giulio Cesare takes a hit to its funnel, it loses speed because it no longer has that vertical height element on its funnels, amongst other reasons, but that's one of them. But normally, ships would sail with that as pretty much the only form of artificially induced draft into the boiler rooms. There was, however, a number of ways to get forced draft to improve the power output of the engines, and sometimes ships were designed specifically with this in mind. Other times it was there as an extra bit of power you could call on, but it wasn't specifically called for. And what I mean by that is that sometimes a ship would be designed for, let's say, I don't know, 22 knots. And the idea would be, okay, well, we'll get 22 knots on our normal draft, and if we happen to need to get an extra knot or two out of it, we can go to forced. Whereas some other ships, they would look at it and go, well, we want to achieve this speed, but this speed is really impractical given the technology of the time and the constraints of our design. So we're going to say, right, at normal draft, we can attain this much lower speed, but we're going to purposefully design the ship with an extensive forced draft system to really ramp up the power output so that we can hit that speed at certain times. The powerful class armoured cruisers of the Royal Navy being an example of that. And generally this would be done by means of mechanical blowers, basically sucking the air in at a faster rate than it was being expended, thus creating a positive pressure environment in the engine rooms, or the boiler rooms more accurately, which would then force air out the only escape that it had, which was through the boilers and up through the funnels, and thus resulting in more complete combustion. And this is what was the reason why I chose this photo. You can see the little sort of 90-degree vents next to the funnels there, and you see these a lot on ships of this period with steam turbines, and they are air intakes quite often, and that's where the air would come from, because unlike a steam engine, we're on a ship, you can actually make the engine room or the boiler room pretty much airtight, and you can control where and how and when air gets into it and how it gets out in a way that you are less able to do with a locomotive. Now, obviously, granted, you do have the firebox access, which you can use to a certain amount, but you can't regulate the pressure of the atmosphere in the driving cab under pretty much any steam engine I've seen. Whereas in a ship, your driving cab equivalent, i.e. the boiler room where all the stokers are shoveling coal, that can be controlled. Ed Schaller asks, Stalin's purges were very detrimental to the Soviet military in general. How much did this affect the Navy, and how would World War II have been different if the naval purges had not happened? It introduced quite a bit of instability. The Navy did not escape Stalin's purges. No, sorry. But put it this way, in the space of just under 2 years, between late 1937 and early 1939, the Soviet Navy had no less than 5 separate heads of the Navy. The first 4 being, well, the first arrested, shot, replaced, and then the next 3 being in charge for a matter of months before also being arrested, shot, and replaced. And then the final survivor actually turned out to be Admiral Kunetsov, probably mispronounced that, but the guy that the current Russian carrier is named after, who managed to actually last a significant amount of time, which is something of a feat when it comes to being, an officer of any particular high rank in the armed forces under Stalin. As far as how different things would have been, the sheer rapidity of turnover actually meant that whilst some programs were disrupted, the whole thing was done and dusted in naval terms relatively quickly. For example, the Sovietsky Soyuz battleships were already under design and consideration before the purge began, and obviously they continued construction during it. Although some slowdowns may be attributed to the purges, but probably not so much compared to some of the other causes for those issues. But one of the big changes was that going into the purges, the Soviet Navy was orienting itself more around a defensive role. It did want to have some ability to reach out beyond immediate Soviet waters, but it was mainly aiming at forces of destroyers, submarines, and then some cruisers, and of course battleships. Whereas by the time the purge was over, Stalin's idea of a big ocean-going navy was much more in ascendancy because, well, if it wasn't, then whoever disagreed with him would be shot. And that's where you get things like the Stalingrad battlecruisers and the real sort of crack down on getting designs for aircraft carriers, etc. done, because Stalin had, by this point, decided there were much bigger things to do outside of Soviet territory in spreading the glory of the revolution. And, if you didn't believe in Comrade Stalin, then clearly you were a traitor to the revolution, and the Gulag was waiting for you. Brilliantly Clueless asks, it seems there was a great opportunity to use mines by the Americans in the Guadalcanal campaign, given the urgency of resupply efforts and the certainty of ingress points and destinations. But I don't remember reading about any such efforts. Did I miss them? Sort of, but you can be very easily forgiven for doing so. There was a certain amount of mine-laying efforts, but you've got to consider that for World War II, laying of mines could be done in one of three ways. By submarines, by aircraft, or by surface vessels. And the US converted a number of four-stacker destroyers into destroyer mine layers for that purpose. However, at the start of the American involvement in the Second World War, the US Navy didn't have that many mines. And the ones that they did have, they were mostly sticking in submarines, which they did have a few submarine mine layers around, and using to mine various ports that the Japanese were transiting lots of cargo to and from in their deeper holdings, shall we say. They didn't have that many surface mine layers, and they definitely didn't have that many aerial parachute mines. So it was a matter of priorities. Towards the end of the Guadalcanal campaign, they did manage to start getting more and more mine layers and more mines into the theatre, so there was more mine laying activity, and those mines did actually account for around about half a dozen Japanese ships of varying types, submarines, destroyers, transports, etc. But that was more towards the end of the campaign. There was also just the dangers involved, because obviously a ship loaded down with mines is a very, very explosive target, and the slot, until the Americans could start to claim a certain amount of dominance over it, would have been a very difficult place for them to be, bearing in mind that, yes, that you had the Cactus Air Force based out of Henderson Field doing its job, but you also had Japanese aircraft based out of Rabaul coming down pretty much on a daily basis. So they weren't really going to operate them at night, because the Japanese, for a good chunk of the first half of the Guadalcanal campaign, ruled the night, and if they did them during the day, they'd be vulnerable to Japanese air attacks. So between that vulnerability initially and just a lack of mines, it wasn't as exploited as maybe it could have been in the first half of the Guadalcanal campaign. Hagekaze asks, according to Nathan Oken's article at combinedfleet.com, Bismarck's approximately 2-inch thick deck would deflect completely penetrating shells downwards, actually increasing their chance of getting past the second armoured deck before exploding. According to the same article, reducing this protection to 1.5 inches would, surprisingly enough, actually be beneficial. My question is, what was going through the German designers' minds? Were they unaware of this? Did they ignore it on purpose? Why? It seems other nations had the 1.5 thickness deck all worked out and went with it for a reason. So this is in reference to the weather deck armour, which is the highest deck of armour. You can see here on this diagram comparing King George V to Tirpitz, it's the bit labelled 2 inches right up top. And as is mentioned, there is a very narrow margin or window in which a shell that is coming in and it's going to penetrate the 2-inch deck, which to be fair is most shells, may actually have its deflection be downwards, so its vertical element is increased, and that actually makes the shell more likely to then punch through the main armour deck further down and straight into, in this case, the magazines, because the angle of incidence with the main armour deck is significantly reduced. Now, that at very, very, very close ranges, that won't happen, because at extremely close ranges, a shell might still skip off the 2-inch deck or otherwise destroy itself in some manner getting through. And at longer ranges, then it also is not a factor because the angle of shell fall is enough. It's just going to punch through the deck with minimal penetration and minimal variation on its angle, and then hit the main deck at whatever angle it roughly happened to come in on. But there is, as Hagikaze mentions, this little narrow window, and that window, although it's relatively narrow, it can change quite a bit, and that's sort of things like, is the ship listing, is the ship rolling, that kind of stuff. So exactly where that window sits can vary. However, that window sits at around about 15 to 16,000 yards, assuming Bismarck is being fired at by guns of similar performance to itself. If it's being fired at by guns that have a slightly lower velocity and therefore come in at a slightly steeper angle, then the range is at which this effect would occur would be closer in. And if it's being fired at by something that's truly ridiculously high velocity like a Littorio, that range band would be slightly further out. But in either case, it does not bode well for Bismarck in a kind of close range firefight, because if you're going up against, say, a 14-inch gun like King George V, or possibly even a 16-inch gun like the Nelsons, although they're designed to be high velocity, they're not anywhere near as high velocity as Bismarck's. It means that at the kind of 10 to 15,000 yard range bracket, which is where Bismarck actually ended up fighting a significant chunk of its last battle, and where a lot of people who try and defend Bismarck's armour scheme will tell you it's designed to be fighting at, you actually will have this effect, which is effectively that the armour deck, in very simple terms, this weather deck, is just thick enough that when the shell hits an angle, if you're looking at this diagram, the left-hand side of the shell, the outboard side of the shell, it basically is grabbed and slowed first by the deck, fractionally before the far side, to your point of view in this picture, the right-hand side, or the top side of the shell, starts to be grabbed, and that results in the shell canting over more towards the vertical before it plunges through, and therefore its direction is changed. This is a very, very, very simplistic term of what's happening there. It's obviously a lot more complicated, and if you go and have a look at that article, you'll see just how many formulas are involved in calculating this. The general ideas of armour potentially deflecting shells downwards were known broadly in most naval design circles, and also there's a matter of weight, because deck armour very high up like that imposes significantly more stability impacts on the ship for a given thickness and therefore a given weight, as opposed to that armour further down. So for most nations, the weather deck armour was there basically to initiate the fuses on bombs. The deck armour further down was the stuff that was supposed to protect against shells. And if you're initiating the fuse on bombs rather than trying to stop them cold, 2 inches is probably actually a bit of overkill, and actually leads to this unfortunate effect. As to exactly the reasoning why they went for that, that's on the Bismarck design, that's a whole other issue that requires a lot more than just a Drydock question and response section to go over. But yeah, it is a weakness of the German design, and potentially, depending on the account, may actually have come into play during Bismarck's final engagement. But yes, it's yet another strike against the whole, Bismarck was designed for close-range engagements, that's why its armour was the way it was. No, it wasn't. Quantifiably not. There is very, very little evidence for that as an assertion. It's mostly an assertion that is kind of a reverse engineering kind of thing of, Bismarck had this particular armour layout, we must justify why it had this armour layout, and therefore we're going to look for something where potentially this could be true, and it really, really isn't. Just look at the everything, apart from anything else, look at all the other systems Bismarck was designed for, in terms of its rangefinders, its guns, its radar, as long as that worked, etc. Its mission profile. No, it wasn't designed for commerce raiding, but look at the mission profile that Bismarck was envisaged for fighting things like the Richelieus. Bismarck was not designed for close-range combat in the North Sea. Its armour scheme was just rubbish. Well, inefficient. Very, very inefficient and very flawed. Todd Webb asks, in World War I, the Kaiserliche Marine had fairly generous bursting charges in shells in the same ballpark as the British. In World War II, the Kriegsmarine had less generous bursting charges, more along the lines of American or Japanese practices. Is there a specific reason, you know, for the change, or is it a mystery to you as well? I would suspect, although this is only a suspicion, without having looked into it in extreme depth, that it's probably something to do with the fact that the Germans went for some extremely high-velocity guns in the Second World War. Both the Scharnhorst 11-inch guns and the Bismarck's 15-inch guns, and for that matter the 16-inch guns that they built but never actually installed on ships, were very high-velocity long-barrel weapons for their given calibers, as opposed to the British approach, which was more along the lines of standard gun development, sort of 45 caliber weapons and such. As a result, if you use a very high velocity gun, the shell is going to be subject to a lot more stresses because it's going to be accelerating a heck of a lot faster, subject to a lot more force, and therefore you probably want the shell itself to be a little bit stronger, a little bit tougher, both to withstand the acceleration in the first place and also to withstand the incredibly high forces of impact at the other end so that it can get through intact. And I suspect that may have a bearing on the amount of bursting charge they put in. There are other reasons as well that can affect the size of bursting charge, but as a general reference, I would personally suspect that that is the case in this particular instance. Volkir asks, were anti-aircraft rounds ever developed for the 8-inch guns on the Lexington class, and was it ever planned to replace them with 5-inch mounts? No, there were not AA rounds developed for the 8-inch guns on the Lexingtons. In fact, I'm not even sure they could elevate high enough to be particularly useful in that regard. The County class and their abortive attempts at 70-inch elevations were something of an oddity. But yes, there were plans developed for replacing them with 5-inch mounts, and although Lexington was sunk before that could be implemented, Saratoga, as you can see here, during her fairly extensive refit in the middle of the war, would have those 8-inch guns replaced by twin 5-inch 38 mounts, which were considerably more useful in keeping her alive over the next few years. SMS Schleswig-Holstein, and yes, I know you're doing that deliberately, asks, why was the US Navy so deficient in night fighting at the start of the Second World War, especially in comparison to the Royal and Japanese navies? I remember reading the US Navy was also noted as being deficient in night combat during World War I. Was nothing taken to remedy this, and if so, why? To be honest, in World War I, pretty much everyone except the Germans was somewhat deficient in night action. But by World War II, the reason the US hadn't really gone for much night action, they were beginning to change this, to be fair. Some of the battle instructions, etc., that were issued to destroyer flotillas in the very late 1930s did go into a lot of detail about night action in terms of scouting the enemy battle lines, etc., but it was too little too late, to be perfectly honest. Part of it was just starvation of funds again. Congress really hit the US Navy hard in much of the interwar period. Not quite as hard as they had in some previous periods, but still. One of the tangential, maybe tertiary reasons for the Honda Point disaster, for example, was that Congress was limiting the US Navy's budgets to the point where the Navy was having to ration fuel, and a high-speed transit was a relatively unusual thing because it just burned too much fuel. And night training, that's expensive, and it has the potential for things to be going very wrong in a very expensive way. So there's that discouragement, but also to a certain extent night action training was seen, somewhat correctly, as the actions of the weaker power. Because if you could face off against the enemy in daylight, then surely you would. The only reason you'd need the cover of night is that if you were weaker than the enemy and therefore needed that cover to either hit part of their fleet and then fade away into the darkness really quickly, or isolate a portion of their fleet, or appear stronger than you were, or evade the enemy fleet, or something to do with you being weaker. And the US Navy did not think it was going to be in that position, apart from anything else. The Japanese, obviously, on the flip side, knew that they were going to be in a weaker position, whether they fought Britain, America, or both, and so they went all in on the night fighting training. As far as the Royal Navy was concerned, they had two drivers. One was, well, the Germans in World War I had proven to be relatively good at night fighting, and they didn't want to be at a disadvantage, because it was clear from that conflict that there would be night actions, whether they liked it or not. And secondly, whilst the Royal Navy was on paper of a similar kind of size to the US Navy, the US Navy could afford to concentrate its forces in a way that the Royal Navy couldn't. So whilst the Royal Navy could eventually bring overwhelming force to bear, they were also very conscious of the fact that in any given time and location, their immediately available local forces might well be outnumbered. And that in turn means if you're outnumbered, you are the weaker power in the vicinity, which means you have to adopt the tactics suitable for that. And one of those actions, as they just point out with the Japanese, is night attacks. So you ended up with, of the three big navies, the smallest, the Japanese, training in night action because they were the smallest, and the Royal Navy training in night action mostly because they thought in any given location they'd be the smallest, and partially also because they knew how lethal night action could be from their experiences fighting the Germans, experience that the US Navy lacked. And so, between Japanese night vision and highly trained crews and Royal Navy early deployment of radar, they ended up with significant advantages in night fighting capability versus the US Navy for the first and middle part of the war. By the end of the war, Japanese highly trained crews that were required for the night actions had pretty much gone the way of the dodo, and the US Navy had learned both generally how to fight at night and also more specifically had deployed a lot of very advanced radars which kind of cut out a lot of the considerations for night actions. And that's why towards the end of the war, and even to a certain extent towards the end of the Guadalcanal campaign, the US was beginning to win more night actions than it lost against the Japanese. Bill Cunningham asks, a ship that is pride of the fleet would be considered the scourge of the seas from an opposing navy that trembles at its name. In the age of sail, the age of ironclads, the age of dreadnoughts, and the age of the world wars, what navy had the most terrifying vessel in their fleet that nobody wanted to tangle with? Ooh, this is an interesting one. So in the age of sail, there were a few ships at various points, but two that immediately stick out are, for the classic age of sail at least, are the Sovereign of the Seas and the Santissima Trinidad, both largely a function of the fact of their sheer size and gunpowder. They were both considered to be absolute terrors of the seas. Nobody really wanted to go up against them if you were sane, and both the Royal and Spanish navies considered them to be kind of the prides of their fleets. With that said, if you're going to willingly sail into action aboard a highly combustible ship loaded with gunpowder, and where lots of other people in highly combustible ships loaded with gunpowder and cannon are shooting at you, sanity is not necessarily a requirement. So despite this rather fearsome reputation, it didn't stop people trying to take them on. The Royal Navy had numerous ships that would launch themselves Leroy Jenkins style at the Santissima Trinidad over various battles, and Santissima Trinidad came within a hair's breadth of being captured at one of its earlier engagements, and would eventually be captured, albeit then later founder, after the Battle of Trafalgar. With Sovereign of the Seas, its main enemies were the Dutch in the various Anglo-Dutch wars, and the Dutch called it the Golden Devil, which I'm not going to try and pronounce in Dutch because, you know, some of you fine people are from the Netherlands and I don't want to offend you. And yeah, it had a very, very nasty reputation. In part, that was because a lot of the Dutch vessels, for reasons I've explained in other places, physically couldn't be built to a scale that could match it, and so it had an even more overbearing advantage as compared to Santissima Trinidad versus various third, second, and first-rate ships of the line that the Royal Navy had. But also, Sovereign of the Seas ended up in a lot more engagements than Santissima Trinidad ever did. So the Dutch had a very painful collective memory of potentially being able to dominate a battle, to be turning the British line, only to find Sovereign of the Seas quite merrily and shinily wandering around, laying waste to everything in sight. And even when they tried multiple ships boarding it, they were never quite able to take Sovereign of the Seas. They even actually issued a specific reward for their fireship crews. You got such and such a reward if you destroyed various British ships, but if anyone was able to take out Sovereign of the Seas, they got a massive extra payout. And of course, they didn't manage to do that. Once you get past that into the age of steam, and then into the age of ironclads, the Napoleon, for a brief period, was probably considered the scourge of the seas, because she was big, fast, had a steam engine, very heavily armed, very nice example of late age of sail-early steam naval architecture. Once you got into the ironclad era, it changed almost on a yearly basis. In 1860, HMS Warrior was the terror of the seas. By 1870, HMS Devastation was the terror of the seas. Shortly after that, Caio Duilio was the terror of the seas. Then Italia was the terror of the seas. And somewhere in between Warrior and Devastation was a Fontadore. Captain definitely wasn't the terror of the seas, except if you were a fish who didn't like being bomped on the head by something that was sinking very rapidly. But as time goes on, you still get all sorts of weird and wacky ships showing up, and some of them would be considered, oh no, here's the biggest and best and latest and greatest, and then 2 years later something else comes out that is better still. So there's not really any kind of fixed, for any prolonged period, terror of the seas in the ironclad age. Once you get to the age of the dreadnought, again, in the earliest part, obviously dreadnought for a while is the ship, but that gets displaced as other dreadnoughts start to come online. Then for a while the Queen Elizabeths are, because they're fast, big and powerful, and battleship building for almost everybody else has slowed to a halt, and for the people who are still building battleships like the Japanese, well, they're building them somewhat slowly, and for the Americans, they're not involved in the war, so they don't particularly care. But the combination of speed and firepower did leave the Queen Elizabeths as quite terrifying for a good long while. Then you get into the interwar period, and swings and roundabouts. Everyone rated their 16-inch ship as the best. And then once you got into the Second World War, well, if everyone had actually known what Yamato was, they would have been very scared of it, but they didn't. Bismarck got played up quite a bit in propaganda, even if it didn't necessarily have everything to back up that propaganda. The South Dakota for a while got quite a reputation as Battleship X, albeit that was more at home than it was abroad. The lack of information exchange between various parties did make a significant reputation amongst capital ships become rather difficult to pick up in the Second World War. And then once you get into the age of the World Wars, although that does go beyond my area of speciality, I suspect no one particularly wants to tangle with either a US nuclear-powered carrier or a Kirov-class battlecruiser, or whatever the Russians are calling them these days. And so I'd probably say, yeah, those. Theodore Camis asks, let's suppose I was a young crewman on a United States merchant sailing ship, not a warship, say in 1813, when one of the Royal Navy's ships captured her. How likely would it be that I would be impressed into the Royal Navy? And if that happened, what would my life be like based upon what the fates had dealt to me? In 1813 specifically, you're relatively unlikely to actually be impressed assuming that you are in fact an American citizen. The reason for this is that obviously in 1813 the War of 1812 is ongoing, and the Royal Navy would be aware of this, and the Royal Navy, whilst obviously it does always want new able-bodied men aboard, doesn't have quite the lack of sense to try and forcibly impress a bunch of people from a hostile nation. That they understand that this would probably not lead to particularly good service and may lead to some rather interesting antics, such as, setting fire to the ship's magazine. So they're relatively unlikely to impress you in 1813. There may be a few differences, such as if you were a British citizen or British-born person who has moved to the United States or enlisted on a US ship, then you may very well be impressed, because the British at this point didn't recognise naturalisation of American citizens. So if you had been born a British subject, as far as they were concerned, didn't matter who you were sailing with, you would be impressed, and not in a good way. So in that circumstance, yeah, you might well be, or to be perfectly honest, if the British ship was really desperate for men, then they might sort of do a halfway house of asking for anyone who wanted to sign up, volunteer for service, and if anyone was particularly amenable but obviously didn't want their reputation tarnished by people back home, they would then, quote unquote, impress them into service. That very, very occasionally did happen, although obviously being a somewhat unspoken thing at first, it was a little bit difficult to arrange. But if you were impressed into the Royal Navy service, it would depend on what your skills were. If you were just a generic sailor, then you'd be stuck in with the generic sailors, probably kept under some relatively close watch to see what skills they might make of you. If, however, you had a particular skill, if you were, say, the navigator, the master of the ship, or you were a gunner, or you were a particularly skilled man up in the yards, then you'd be put onto those duties, and you'd be paid, you'd be fed like the rest of the crew, and it would be kind of up to you how you integrated yourself into said crew. Royal Navy crews were surprisingly multinational. They would take willing volunteers from anywhere and everywhere. So the fact that you were American, or whether by birth or by attempted naturalization, they're probably not really going to hold it against you. You might actually meet a few Americans who just decided life in the Royal Navy was for them. They were rare, but they were there. There are a number of Americans at Trafalgar, for example, with the Royal Navy. And, your life would pretty much be the life of any other Royal Navy sailor. Which is to say, by our standards, pretty tough and brutal, but by the standards of the day, actually, as long as the food had been supplied relatively in good condition, not actually half bad compared to what you might encounter ashore. Of course, in 1815, both the war with the US and the war with France, Napoleonic France, are both over, and the Royal Navy's drastically cutting down on men, so at that point you'd probably get to go free and head off into the sunset to wherever you wanted to go. If you wanted to get back to the States, then probably your best bet would just be to hang around somewhere like Portsmouth or Plymouth or somewhere like that and wait for an American cargo ship to show up and sign on to your crew there and head back west again, back to America. Jeremy Wells asks, compared to their contemporaries and time period, what were the best or most capable ships put into service by each of the major navies? Or put it another way, what's each navy's standout warship? Similar to the Terror of the Seas question earlier, it's quite difficult to answer for certain time periods. So, going back a reasonable amount, for example, in the mid-1700s, HMS Victory was probably by far and away one of the best first-rate ships of the line and one of the most capable first-rate ships of the line in the world. She wasn't necessarily as heavily armed as some, but she combined a fairly heavy punch with a very solid construction, good agility for a first rate, and a ridiculous amount of speed for a first rate. And there's a reason why she basically was the prototype for British ships of the line for another half century. Even the Caledonia class, which superseded her, were basically modifications on her design. Subsequent to that, for the main bulk of the Napoleonic Wars, the Océan class ships of the line made by the French were probably the best and most capable first rates, hands down. They combine in a very heavy armament with very good sailing qualities, and really only were hampered by the fact they had French Revolutionary era crews. Pretty substantial things as well, albeit expensive. The Santissima Trinidad was a pretty decent ship when it was a 3-decker. It became, whilst it was big and heavily armed, it was more than a little clumsy when they upgraded it to a 4-decker, so I wouldn't necessarily hold that up as the world's greatest example, especially when your own navy calls it El Ponderoso. Yeah, not the world's best moniker, to be perfectly honest. If you want to look at, say, the German Navy, I would argue that for their specific time period, the best and most capable ship relative to all its contemporaries that the Germans ever put out was probably the Der Flinger class battlecruisers. They were a very solid design, capable of going toe-to-toe with the theoretically much more heavily armed British battlecruisers. They did have some weaknesses, as Lutzow showed, but in comparison, I'd say they're pretty much one of the best that the Germans ever put out. The French, I would say the Richelieu class, once we're moving out of the age of sail, are probably their standout design from the Dreadnought era, because they're, for a treaty period battleship, they're pretty much near the top. They're well protected, heavily armed, fast, and don't cheat anywhere near as badly as Bismarck or the Littorios did. The Littorios arguably potentially have certain superiorities if they get decent shells on a random given day, but they do have the slight downside if you're looking at best and most capable of kind of being cheaters. But with that said, in terms of their technical capabilities, the Littorios were pretty decent warships, some of their slightly dodgy protective systems aside. They certainly had the speed and firepower and fire control aspects down pretty pat when they were, again, given decent shells. The Italian late era heavy cruisers as well, pretty decent ships. If you're going to go down the scale, let's sort of think. We've already covered the Germans, kind of covered the British. I mean, for the British outstanding designs, I'd probably point to the Queen Elizabeths as probably their outstanding design in comparison to everybody else at the time. For the Americans, well, the Iowas are an easy one to go to, albeit the Iowas don't really have any other contemporaries because they're slightly later down the line of everything except Vanguard, which is in of itself supposed to be a sort of diminutive of the Lions. If I had to pick an outstanding American design, I'd probably either go for the Brooklyn class light cruiser for its time period, or one of my personal favourites, as you probably know by now, the New Mexico class battleship for its time period. Morten Bernthold Rasmussen asks, I'm fiddling around with a Magic the Gathering style warship game inspired by the post you made a year ago. I have a hard time finding out which Japanese destroyers were outfitted with the Type 93, and I see this as their primary ability. Officially, the Type 93, or Long Lance, was introduced with the Asashio class destroyers. So stuff that comes before, like the Shiratsuyu, Hatsuhara, Fubuki, etc. All those classes technically should be using the Type 90. But with that said, a lot of Japanese cruisers initially deployed with the Type 90, but were then retrofitted with all the equipment necessary to make the Type 93 with its oxygen power plant work. And so a variety of Japanese cruisers can be said to have either the Type 90 or the Type 93, depending on the exact time period you're looking at. And as for whether some of the older Japanese destroyers were retrofitted to use the Type 93, I'm not certain. I haven't come across any direct reference to it, but I suppose it's possible the Japanese would have tried that at some point. There were still a lot of Type 90s wandering around, though, for the entire duration of the war. Yeah, and, well, good luck with that Magic the Gathering style game. Some of you may remember that post I made, well over a year ago. I made about 2 decks worth of Magic the Gathering cards based around warships with sort of a developed rule system, using obviously various magic rules and such like. I then sent that deck off to a chap who offered to have a look over it for me for balance purposes, and then he never got back to me. And so it kind of just died a death. Unfortunately, I kind of moved on to do other bits and pieces. But now that you mentioned it, if any of you are out there who know a fair bit about Magic the Gathering and would like to offer your comments on the various rules I've invoked and balance issues that there may be with certain cards, then feel free to drop me a line and I'll send you the first couple of decks that I've come up with and see what you think. Tweezenflute asks, there's a quote from Fire Control for British Dreadnoughts by John Brooks. Even the latest and best rangefinders could only generate accurate ranges if worked by trained and experienced range takers. How did the Navy train range takers? I could imagine initial training using 9-foot rangefinders ashore to take a range of fixed targets at known distances, but at sea you'd need targets for starters and a senior range taker seeing the same image as the trainee. You'd be right, there are a variety of ways of training rangefinders or rangefinder crew at different times in different navies. Obviously, the methods for stereoscopic versus coincidence rangefinders are slightly different. Stereoscopic rangefinders need even more particular selection of their crews. But even for the coincidence ones, which are easier to find, obviously you want the best people. So you'd look for someone with a natural aptitude for it. So you have to have good eyesight, good idea of spatial awareness, and I know that's not really a thing that you can quantify in words, but it is a thing in reality. Attention to fine detail is also quite helpful, because as you can see from this image, it might be a very, very small item that you're trying to line up. So once you've filtered your candidates through that, yes, you'd start out on land. You'd start out with even smaller rangefinders, handheld ones and the like, and then you'd graduate up to larger installations on land, and then out at sea you'd use a range of smaller ones and then gradually work your way up to the larger ones. And these distances could be calculated via a number of methods. So one method used in some navies was to have the ship sail to a point where it was cruising a fixed known distance from a fixed location on land, a lighthouse or something like that. And then the experienced range takers would work out what distance you were looking at, and then they'd just deliberately spin the dial or the adjustment setting so that it was now out of alignment, and with them knowing what the range is, then your trainee would look and make his estimation of the range, and you'd compare notes and see if he was close. You could also do it by having 2 ships sail in parallel to each other, and again you'd repeat the process using your good, well-trained range taker on your ship, but you could also have the other ship take the range back to you, and then they could then communicate back to you what they thought the range was, and obviously that gives you more points of data, gives you a better idea of how accurate your trainee is going to be, because even the best range-finding crew will not necessarily get it right absolutely first time, otherwise you'd be hitting on first salvos in every single possible engagement. And then once you had your crew trained up, you had to keep them trained. So you'd have a lot of these exercises, again, using either fixed points or using other ships to work at cross comparisons. And using other ships was quite useful because not only did it, as I say, give you feedback from the other ship, what they thought the range was back to you, but it also meant that you were effectively training up multiple sets of rangefinders at once, and you could do this using multiple rangefinders aboard the ship, so you could have the backups going as well, so you could train quite a few people. And of course it also meant that once everyone had got a good idea of, yes, this person can work out what the range is for a steady target, ships can diverge on their courses, and in battle practice and such, you can make those range estimations for ships moving away, moving towards you on a different reciprocal course or something like that. Graham R. asks, I know the British decided against building the tribal class during the war and opted instead for the war emergency programs. Given this decision, exactly how much more capability would the British naval construction infrastructure have needed to produce a similar amount of tribals? And how much of a loss of capability per ship was there by building the war program ships versus the tribals? So in terms of the infrastructure, they would have needed a considerable amount more, and that's for a whole host of reasons. I mean, obviously the tribals have more equipment on them compared to the wartime emergency flotilla stuff. For example, they're using twice the number of guns, so you're going to need to be producing 4.7 and later 4.5 or 4-inch guns at double the rate for a similar number of ships. The tribals are physically larger, so there'll be some shipyards that can just about get a small wartime emergency flotilla destroyer in, which couldn't for a tribal, so you'd have to find some extra larger yards somewhere, and given it's wartime, you're not going to have the luxury of building new ones, so someone's going to have to lose out somewhere, whether that be cruiser refits or whatever. In addition to that, the tribals use, because of their weight and speed requirements, use more engine power. They have 44,000 shaft horsepower as opposed to roughly 40,000 shaft horsepower, which is the standard for the wartime emergency flotillas. And that means the tribals need to use an extra boiler. They carry 3 boilers as opposed to most of the wartime destroyers, which carry 2. So you're going to have to increase your standard Admiralty 3-drum boiler production by a factor of 50% for your destroyer production line. So yeah, there's an awful lot involved, and that's before getting into all the various other details. So to build the same number of tribals just in terms of the infrastructure is quite the challenge, and I don't think one that the British naval infrastructure could have met if they'd been trying to match numbers with what they built for the wartime flotillas. There's also the fact of building speed. Now, granted, there would have been a somewhat of an acceleration due to, wartime construction requirements, but even so, the tribals took just over 2 years on average, about 2.25 years, give or take, to go from keel laying to commission. Their successors, immediate successors pre-war, which basically was slightly smaller, ditch a turret, add a torpedo launcher, as a very crude metric, were just a fraction under 2 years to build, whereas the average build time for a wartime emergency flotilla destroyer was about 1.5 years. So given that for the UK the war lasts around about 6 years, if you're building tribals, then assuming you start a tribal emergency flotilla on the day that war is declared, you're going to get 2 waves of tribals out of the yards, because the third wave is going to end up completing around about or just after the end of the war. Whereas if you are building the wartime emergency flotilla type, you're going to get 3 waves out of the yards that will see some form of service in the war, plus another wave that will be just coming in towards the end or just after the end of the war. So you can get more destroyers out of a given slipway using the wartime emergency stuff, which again means if you're going to do tribals, you need vastly more slipways. So yeah, I'd say overall, when you take into account the guns, the engines, the size, the build time, etc., you'd need a destroyer building and destroyer equipment building infrastructure probably something in the order of 60 to 70% larger than what the British actually had at the time. to keep up with tribal construction matching wartime emergency flotilla construction. And in terms of capability, loss of capability, it's difficult to quantify because priorities were changing throughout the war. So some of the wartime emergency flotillas were built looking at supplementing the fleet screen. Others were built more looking at escorting convoys, although obviously dedicated corvettes and sloops were also being built. And then you've also got the ever-increasing threat of aircraft. So at the start of the war, the emergency flotillas are using 4.7-inch guns. By about halfway through the war, they're beginning to switch over to the much better as a dual-purpose weapon, 4.5-inch weapon. Some of the initial emergency flotilla destroyers are literally, well, all of them are half the guns. So they have 4 singles instead of 4 twins. And the initial ones will have a single quad torpedo launcher similar to the tribals, but most of the later ones will have 2 quad torpedo launchers. So you get double the torpedo firepower for the average wartime emergency flotilla destroyer versus something like the tribals, but you get half the gun power. But towards the end you get somewhat better dual-purpose anti-aircraft weaponry. However, because of the growing threat of aircraft, you also see in the wartime emergency flotilla destroyers a considerable growth in anti-aircraft firepower that's not the main battery, so 20mm, 40mm, etc., as compared to the tribals, which, although they're bigger than the average destroyer, they're packing so much in on their main guns that there isn't a tremendous amount of space or weight to allocate to lighter anti-aircraft firepower. And so they do get some, and in the Canadian and Australian ones they get even more, and quite a lot of them will have X-turret refitted with a 4-inch dual-purpose weapon on a twin mount. But when you look at the wartime emergency flotilla destroyers, although they're smaller, quite often they actually do pack more light and medium scale anti-aircraft firepower than a tribal can. Apart from anything else, you see a lot of destroyers, pre-war destroyers, even American ones, they'll lose a torpedo launcher to save weight and space to mount more anti-aircraft weaponry. The tribals only have the 1 torpedo launcher, and given that they're destroyers, torpedoes are one of their main offensive weapons, they can't afford to lose their 1 torpedo launcher in favour of having more light anti-air fits. So I think broadly, if you want to condense how much of loss of capability per ship did you get, the tribals, just being bigger and more powerful, could go slightly faster in slightly rougher seas, so you lost a little bit of the top end performance. Gun power, obviously the tribals had massively superior gun power, so you went from ships that should be able to muscle out pretty much any other destroyer on the planet in a straight up gun duel to destroyers that were competitive with the average but would still be outgunned by some of the larger and more heavily gun-armed destroyers in the world. But you gained up after the O class. After that, I think you gained torpedo firepower, which actually made the smaller destroyers somewhat more useful in direct attack roles against enemy surface ships, so like the Scharnhorst engagement, for example. It's just a great pity that although the 4.5-inch guns were ready and good dual-purpose weapons even as far back as the launch and fitting out of Ark Royal, they didn't manage to get around to making a working destroyer-grade mounting for them for quite some time, as I think if you'd got tribals armed with 4.5-inch guns, then A, they would have been a lot more survivable generally, but B, because you know, better anti-aircraft fits, but B, the wartime emergency flotillas would have immediately gone with single 4.5s, which again would have made them more survivable as well. William Bradley asks, when looking at the specifications of later ironclads and early pre-dreadnought type vessels, you often see ships with thicknesses of armour that wouldn't be seen again until the end of the battleship period. For example, HMS Royal Sovereign, at only 14,000 tons displacement, possessed a 14 to 18 inch thick amidships belt with up to 16 inches of bulkhead and 17 inches on the barbettes. You see similar scales of thickness down even to 6,000-ton monitors like USS Puritan, as well as on many other vessels of the period. I understand that in this period armour is of less advanced composition and thus has to be thicker to provide the desired protection, but my question is, how on earth could these vessels maintain normal displacement and size with such thick and presumably extremely heavy armour plate, whilst also possessing conventional armament for the time? A combination of factors. For one thing, compared to the later eras, the ships carried far fewer main battery guns. So here's Victoria with her 16.5-inch guns. Well, actually, this is Sansbury, but details. And, well, you can see it's got the single turret, whereas a ship carrying 16-inch guns much later on would be carrying 8 or 9 of weapons of this kind of caliber, and they're also shorter barrels, so they're going to have slightly less weight, at least in theory. Admittedly, obviously, they are also on smaller displacements of ship. However, one of the biggest clues you can see here is freeboard. A lot of the early mid to late ironclads, early pre-dreadnoughts, do not have a lot of freeboard at all. In fact, the Royal Sovereigns, one of their main distinctions compared to earlier battleships is they actually have a fairly substantial amount of freeboard, but that's by having open barbettes, so they ditch all the weight associated with turret armour, and that allows them to have a slightly greater freeboard. But obviously, you've got to remember that a ship displaces a certain amount, so the underwater displacement, and the less and less freeboard it has, the lesser that's visible over the waterline, it basically is the less reserve buoyancy the ship has. So something like, as you say, a monitor like Puritan, yes, it's got this fantastic armour, but it's right on the edge of sinking. Any small amount of flooding and you run the risk of hitting negative buoyancy and going down. Something like Victoria, again, there's not a tremendous amount of reserve in there. If it gets hit badly, camper down maybe, then it's going to be very, very difficult for you to prevent it from sinking fairly rapidly. Whereas a ship with a very high freeboard and an awful lot of stuff above water is just going to have that much more reserve buoyancy, assuming that it's not riddled with shells. And the other aspect is coverage. As the belts got progressively thicker and thicker and thicker, they occupied less and less and less space. And the lower freeboard, weirdly enough, actually is both a effect of it and also helps with it, because yes, 18-inch or in some cases 20-plus inch thick slab of metal is going to weigh an awful lot, but if the belt only has to be, say, 6 feet high instead of 12 feet high, then actually the overall mass is going to be somewhat less than, so let's say, an 18-inch belt 6 feet high will weigh less than a 12-inch belt that's 12 feet high, for example. And so in this way, you could also somewhat reduce the overall weight. It did get to some rather silly sections of ship design. For example, some of the Spanish armoured cruisers in the Spanish-American War, as I've pointed out before, yes, they on paper have a 10-inch belt. However, that 10-inch belt is so hilariously short in terms of height that the odds of anyone actually hitting it are relatively slim. You're just going to hit everything else on the ship. And some of the other pre-dreadnoughts show this as well. David Everett asks, I remember reading that the main reason the Royal Navy agreed to the 8-inch limit for cruiser guns at Washington, despite wanting smaller cruisers to become the norm, was that they'd just commissioned Hawkins and her sisters. If these ships had not been around, would Britain have been willing-able to prevent the existence of the classic 8-inch treaty cruiser? And if so, how do you see the various nations' cruisers developing? If they could get an agreement that no one built an 8-inch cruiser, then yeah, they probably would have been willing to do that. Because you've got to bear in mind, the Japanese had already finalised, or near enough finalised, the designs of the Furutaka class by the time the Washington Treaty was well underway. So they were planning an 8-inch cruiser, albeit as a response to the Hawkins. the Americans, even as far back as the latter part of World War One, were looking at cruiser designs armed with 8-inch guns as well, because it was the natural escalation, bearing in mind that most cruisers in the design lineage that wasn't the armoured cruiser were initially armed with 4.1 inch, something like that, guns in the 1900s, graduating to having a few 6-inch guns, then graduating to, as you went through World War One, to all 6-inch gun armament. The Hawkins then being kind of the extension of that with the 7.5-inch guns and so forth. And so there was a natural arms race going on at this point. But when you look at how the British idea of the fleet cruiser was evolving, i.e. the C-class going into the D-class at this point, and then obviously in the 1920s going on to the E-class, and thence Leanders, I can see the Royal Navy potentially arguing for something like an 8,000-ton displacement limit with 6-inch guns. And considering that by the time of the treaty negotiations, neither the US nor Japan has actually laid down any 8-inch gun cruisers, they'd have to bargain and trade for something, but I can see it being possible that the British might actually go for that. I mean, it's something that they kind of realised and then wanted to go for in the London treaties, even if they didn't quite get it. They did manage to get the light and heavy split, but yeah, I can definitely see them going for a 7,000 to 8,000 ton limit with 6-inch guns as the maximum caliber, because that would suit them perfectly. DM Phoenix asks, in your previous video on the French battleship Courbet, it was mentioned that French warships were often equipped with a wine store. Yes, they were. In all your years of research, what other unusual nationalistic design specializations, quirks or customs have been observed in various warships and navies across the world? Was there, for example, a Vegemite store on HMS Australia, a Scotch or Iron Brew store on HMS Aberdeen, or a barbecue and handgun store aboard USS Texas? Well, it's funny you should mention that last one, actually, because while I was actually looking into the Pearl Harbor salvage videos research, I was poring over the deck plans of a couple of the US battleships to try and work out, because a question had been asked to me as to whether or not the small arms lockers would have been flooded. So I was trying to work out where they would have been stored, and therefore, based on the flooding levels, I think it was on the California, whether or not the guns would have been soaked or whether they could have been retrieved. And the funny thing was, I discovered that California had significantly more lockers and storerooms labelled things like Master at Arms storeroom or Gun storeroom, etc., than you'd expect, having obviously pored over quite a number of ship schematics. So it is literally the case that, at least in that particular instance, American battleships seem to have more storage space and therefore in theory more small arms than your average ship. So there's that. Obviously, there, in terms of the more other quirks, American ships also carried ice cream, which was, especially in World War II, obviously, which was a rarity dash all the way to almost to non-existent on other ships in other navies. Also staying with the US Navy, they also tended to have relatively large refrigeration sections, so they could actually carry significantly more preserved fresh produce, usually meat and dairy, as compared to most other navies, which tended to have a smaller refrigeration section and rely more on canned preserved goods that could either be stored at whatever passed for room temperature at the time on those ships, or deeper in the hold where obviously it would be a bit cooler. Conversely, Royal Navy ships tended, at least going by the lists of foods and etc. on board, to carry slightly larger amounts of cheese compared to everybody else, with a significant amount of, shall we say, privately bought foodstuffs being stuck into various storage rooms as well on their various expeditions. Plus, of course, with the Royal Navy being still a navy that served its rum rations at this period, they obviously had a store for storing the rum and other associated implements, whereas a dry navy like the US Navy didn't have that storage space. Sir Jim asks, how well did the inset mounting of the middle gun of the 3-gun turret on British light cruisers work out? Did it really help stop the interference of shells in flight? Even if it did, how important did that turn out to be in terms of accuracy? It was a qualified success. The setback was also there to help balance the turret and also to help the gun crews have more room, because the setback gun obviously moved the centre gun crew back a little bit, which meant they could use more wing space and weren't intruding on the left and right gun turrets, left and right gun crews as much. In terms of stopping the interference of shells in flight, it did have some success. However, during early trials, they were still noticing the spreads weren't brilliant. And so to analyse this, they actually stuck cameras on the gun barrels and had a look at the footage to see what was happening. And they noticed that actually it wasn't the wakes of the shells. The setback actually did solve that problem. But by sheer bad luck, they'd managed to set everything up in such a way that there was actually a kind of a resonance going on. So there was uneven vibrations travelling up the centre gun, which was throwing off the spreads. And so they ended up having to introduce a slight delay coil anyway, just to move the vibrations out of that zone, which did solve the issue. So in the end, they were still having to put a slight delay coil in, but it wasn't quite as substantial as the delay coils that you would see in some battleships and such, like where the guns were all in a line, and it had other advantages as well, as pointed out. And as a result, the guns turned out to be pretty accurate. And those balancing issues helped the gun turrets themselves turn a bit faster. And on top of all of that, having them set back did actually turn out to legitimately improve the ability of the gun crews to work together, which all was a pretty good outcome considering that these were the big heavy British 6-inch cruisers for the time period. Brett McDowell asks, I was reading that coal bunker fires were quite common on ships. I even read that that they might have had one on the Titanic that some thought might have contributed to its sinking. How were they dealt with on warships during the time coal was used? It would seem to me that an uncontained fire like that on a warship would be much worse than something like that on an ocean liner. I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to say they're common. They were definitely more common than people would like, but yeah, it wasn't like every other ship was sailing around with part of its coal stocks on fire. In terms of dealing with coal bunker fires, it depended on where the bunker was and how extensive the fire was. If the bunker was relatively easy to access and or the fire was relatively small, it could be put out using buckets of water, hoses, whatever. If it was in a more restricted access part of the bunker, or it was fairly significant, there wasn't a tremendous amount they could do without flooding the section of the ship, which is obviously a rather drastic measure. So what you did to try and deal with the fire would vary depending on primarily those two considerations. Sometimes if a fire was relatively low level and wasn't immediately likely to threaten a portion of the ship, they just leave it to burn itself out, maybe try and use the coal in that bunker more quickly so that it would be starved of fuel. And yes, it's entirely worse on a warship than it is on a regular steam vessel like an ocean liner, for two reasons. One, obviously, you don't want fire on a warship because generally it's a lot more closely packed, so there's other things that could catch fire. But secondly, and this has shades of USS Maine to it, coal at the time that most coal-powered warships were being used in navies was quite often used as a secondary form of armour, on the rough rule of thumb that a foot of coal equaled about another inch of steel in terms of protection. So quite a lot of bunkers would be up against the side of the ship, up against the armour, which wasn't so threatening. But in some navies, whether by happenstance or design, the coal bunkers would be up against and around the barbettes or the magazines, again for protection. And of course, if one of those catches fire, that has rather more significant problems. And that's why I say shades of USS Maine as one of the leading theories for its destruction is a coal fire adjacent to one of the magazines that then heated the magazine up enough for the magazine itself to cook off. Paul from Chicago asks, after the end of the Napoleonic Wars, the Royal Navy's treatment and respect for the enlisted man seems to have declined. There was not a great improvement in the enlisted man's conditions much before the Invergordon mutinies, even given the disruption from World War I. Pay, prize money, working conditions were all very much worse for the foremast jacks relative to the wardroom. Promotion to an officer was almost impossible, unlike in the pre-Victorian Navy. This is in spite of the growing professionalism of the average enlisted man. Is this a reflection of British society or something else? Some aspects of that are slightly misleading. In that, yes, overall pay, etc., don't seem to have advanced all that much in the time between the Napoleonic Wars and the 1930s when you get the Invergordon mutinies. However, at the same time, that whole period was actually relatively stable inflation-wise. The kind of significant inflation we're used to in the latter part of the 20th century really wasn't a thing. I mean, if you look at comparative value, a sailor's wage in 1815 compared to a sailor's wage in 1915 has maybe about doubled, but the actual purchasing power of a pound in 1915 compared to a pound in 1915 has only gone up by about 50%, so overall they're actually better off. So that's why pay stays pretty much the same on a year-on-year basis compared to what we might see nowadays. But yes, the divide between officers and men in terms of both pay and conditions and promotion opportunities was very much there. It had been there way back in the Napoleonic eras, and it stayed all the way through for quite a considerable amount of time until you got into the early to mid part of the 20th century. Now, as far as promotion goes, again, yes, this did go a little bit backwards compared to the Napoleonic era, and really would only come back to the fore of kind of a meritocratic kind of advancement in the early 20th century. But whilst some of it was a reflection of British society in that in both the Army and the Navy there had been a fairly long tradition going back as far as most people could remember, wherein the officer class were drawn from the upper class, or at least the upper middle class of British society generally, and everybody else, the non-commissioned ranks, were drawn from the lower classes, although there was a little bit of crossover. War tended to put that to one side a little bit, but the main thing was more, it was just a very extended time of overall peace. Once you got the end of the Napoleonic Wars, outside of, say, the Crimean War, most of the rest of British activity up till World War I was, relatively speaking, minor. And even when you had the Crimean and Boer Wars, they occupied a portion of the British armed forces, and especially in terms of naval strength, a portion of the naval forces, and it wasn't an existential threat the same way that the Napoleonic Wars or World War I had the potential to be. And so, with fewer casualties and less radical changes, and the fact it also didn't last anywhere near as long, there wasn't quite the same drive, both through casualties and through defeats, for the meritocratic process to take preeminence again. So, as with a lot of issues with the 19th century Royal Navy, it was effectively an ossification caused, weirdly enough, by success. No one really challenged the Royal Navy. No one could even get close to challenging the Royal Navy, and as a result, things started to become more and more ingrained. Bad habits, whether that be from, you can't be promoted from the lower decks because you're not of the right berth, or obsession with spit and polish and paintwork over gun practice, etc., following orders to the letter rather than following the intended spirit of the orders and that kind of thing. And as well, officers on high being very, very, very picky, kind of drumming people out of the service for the smallest of mistakes, when those officers or men might well be very, very accomplished, very capable people who in a war might become the next Cochrane or Nelson or Samaritz or Duncan, but weren't given the opportunity to advance their cause because of some quirk of their personality that made them do something that, let's say, in the Napoleonic Wars would have been completely overlooked. In peacetime, not so much. And you see this happening actually even today in some of the larger navies, where extended periods of peace cause people to become incredibly picky and start to forget what actually makes a successful navy in favour of balancing books and ticking boxes so that the PR looks good. Because, trust me, someone like Captain later Admiral Cochrane would never make his way very successfully in a peacetime Royal Navy of any particular era. Christopher Hamilton asks, while the breakdown of the money earned from a prize in the Age of Sail is easily found, I have found it considerably harder to find any literature stating how the overall prize payout was determined. From what I've found, it seems 40% of a prize's value was standard. Is that correct? And who would determine how much a prize was worth? How did prisoners of war factor in? The answer is that there is no fixed answer. There isn't even an average or standard answer. It varies considerably by navy, as you might expect, but also quite considerably by time period. So, for example, early on in the Age of Sail, kind of Elizabethan on maybe into early Stuart times, prize money had a fairly large component that was allocated to the Crown, and then only a portion of it would go to the ship's crew, including obviously the captain all the way down to the boys. And what percentage that was varied depending on the exact war in question, and also depending on the kind of ship in question. Because if you captured a merchant ship with a valuable cargo, then the prize money distribution would be completely different compared to the prize money distribution if you captured a warship. And equally, if you were a privateer, the prize money rules were different to if you were a regular warship. Later on, in subsequent prize rule declarations, and these were generally announced at the beginning of each war, the Crown's share was abolished. So actually, pretty much all the money would go to the ship or ships that had captured it, with perhaps some allocation for the squadron or fleet admirals, if there was one. So actually, as time went on, prize money overall went up for various ships' crews, because the Crown portion wasn't there anymore. But then how that was distributed could change quite radically. Sometimes it was 1/3 for the senior officers, 1/3 for the officers of the ship, and 1/3 for the crew. Other times it was half for the crew and the other half split between all the upper ranks. Other times it was much more complicated, based on 8ths and 16ths and 32nds and so forth. So if you want to know for any given war what the prize rules were, you're going to have to look up in the UK's case, the UK government archives. You can probably find similar legislation passed in various other nations, but certainly if you're looking at the UK's ones, you'd have to look at the Prize Act that was passed at the beginning of each conflict to determine what exactly the measures were for that war. The measures for most of the wars in the 1700s were very similar, but there were still subtle differences. Now, as for how to determine how much a prize was worth, that was generally done, again, basing off British practice, by Admiralty courts or Admiralty appointed courts, who would assess the ship and the value of any cargo it was carrying. As far as prisoners of war were factored in, again, depending on the era, sometimes there would be an additional payment per gun that the ship carried, and then later on that was replaced by a payment per person aboard the ship, i.e. how many prisoners of war you got, and other times there wasn't any payment for either. So that would vary quite considerably as well. But the fact that the Admiralty courts tended to be the ones who made the prize evaluations did lead to some rather interesting disputes, because especially back in the UK, on the mainland, there were quite a lot of suspicions that the Admiralty valuers were deliberately undervaluing the ships and their cargo so that they didn't have to pay out quite as much. Whereas overseas, in Admiralty appointed courts, where they decided they were going to charge fees at various points for undertaking the valuation, then obviously there was an incentive for them to overvalue the ships because that meant they'd get more money. So yes, unfortunately, there is no one standard answer. It could be anything from 1/3 of the ship's actual value to all of the ship's actual value, and anything in between, depending on the nation and the war that's being fought. Adam asks, are there any significant differences between field artillery and naval artillery? Yes, and the differences were actually quite substantial for the majority of the period. Firstly, size and weight. Naval artillery generally was much larger and weighed considerably more than land-based artillery, primarily for the understandable reason that on land you've got to move these things about a lot, even in the era of self-propelled guns. And at sea, once they're installed on the ship moves and takes all the artillery with it. So for, let's say, the early 20th century, a 6-inch gun is considered a relatively lightweight weapon. It's the main battery of a light cruiser, maybe the secondary battery of a battleship, and either a light cruiser or a battleship will have many of them. But of course, depending on whether you're doing a direct equivalent or a metric equivalent, that's either a 152 or a 155mm gun. And those will be considered relatively heavy artillery pieces on land. If you go back into the Age of Sail, you see a similar thing where a 24-pounder gun, for example, would be considered heavy armament for a frigate, but not unusual on a large frigate, and then would be considered a middleweight gun on a ship of the line, with the 32, 36, 42, 48-pounder, etc. being considered the heavy guns, depending on nationality, etc. But on land, a 24-pounder would be considered a unusually heavy field gun for the time, and most of the guns available would be considerably smaller. I mean, again, look at the American Civil War. Most of the American Civil War cannon that are seen these days are they're field pieces from on land. They're relatively small, as opposed to the 11-inch and 15-inch Dahlgrens, etc., that you could see in either coastal fortifications or on ships at sea. Similarly, in the First World War, one of the most common types of field artillery was the 75mm or 3-inch, again, depending on if you're using imperial or metric, whereas at sea, the 4-inch, which is obviously bigger, sort of 100, 105mm, is considered a very lightweight gun. It's considered obsolete by the First World War as a battleship secondary weapon. It's even really being superseded on most cruisers as a secondary weapon, or in light cruisers as a primary weapon. And then you've got things like, you know, the 8-inch or 203mm gun. Generally, that's really pushing it for land-based artillery, but naval-wise, well, it's a heavy cruiser's gun. Or possibly a pre-dreadnought secondary battery. And then once you get beyond that, 9.2, 10, 11, 12, 13.5, 14, 15, 16-inch, even 18, 18.1-inch guns, outside of very, very rare siege artillery, most of which is actually converted naval ordnance, they're just not there on land. So there's that. Once you get into the 20th century, you also tend to find that most of the heavy stuff from a naval side of things is considerably longer barreled. Again, this is partly due to weight considerations, because obviously longer barrel, more weight, that's more difficult to transport on land. And also naval artillery in the 20th century is looking to have to range out over 10 plus miles, whereas most artillery in land-based campaigns is not really looking to range at that kind of distance. And so where you have big stuff, it tends to be more howitzer style, because why would you need to be shooting at something 10 miles away? That's not to say that they didn't, and that's not to say that certain field artillery pieces couldn't do that, but it wasn't as common as it was in the Navy, where it was the de facto default. And then finally is also the balance of ammunition types. So a naval gun will carry an awful lot, generally, of armor-piercing ammunition, unless it's a relatively small one, as well as a balance of high explosive, whereas on land you'd see a lot more high explosive or possibly semi-armor piercing, because, you know, the need to penetrate massive fortifications was nowhere near as prevalent as it was at sea, where, you know, most of your targets you'd be shooting at would have armor, and where they did need armor-piercing shells, that was tended to be very, very specific situations with fortresses and such. So yeah, quite a big difference between land and sea-based artillery, to the extent that when you did occasionally get ships that would dismount some of their artillery to help in a land campaign, that in and of itself could be a campaign changer just because of the sheer destructive power they brought to the field. Thomas Farley asks, in your recent video on German merchant raiders of World War II, you mentioned that pre-war Germany designed and built many merchant vessels that could be easily and quickly converted into raiders in the case of war. Yes, by installing strengthened platforms for gun mountings. Was the Ehrenfels, which ended up interred in Portuguese Goa during the war, one of these, and just happened to be outside Germany at the time the war began and so couldn't be returned for conversion? And if so, was this the case for any other ships of this type? Yes, she was. You might recognise this kind of profile of ship from that video, because in fact her sister ships were turned into Atlantis and Penguin. There were a number of the Ehrenfels class built, and two of them went on to have fairly successful careers as merchant raiders, and while she was in Goa, there were two of her sister ships tied up with her, so actually 3 ships all missing out on being merchant raiders because of where they were at the time of the outbreak of war. The other 2 being the Braunfels and, hilariously enough, given the name of the channel, the Drachenfels, which is not quite the same as the channel name, but it is actually the origin word that relates to the channel name, as I've explained in 1 or 2 Drydocks previously. So yeah, there were 3 potential armed merchant raiders or Hilfskreuzer waiting in Goa. Just by luck of the draw meant they couldn't get back to Germany to be re-equipped. Mrs. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, I'm reading Dreadnought, and there is a reference to the fact that Tirpitz wanted rope with the famous red strand of the British Navy. I know I saw a reference to this red strand years ago pre-internet, but couldn't quite understand it, and I'm unfamiliar with it now. What was the history and reason for this custom? Was it a mark of ownership, type, or decoration? So the red strand, or depending on the type of rope, some other coloured strands that were woven into Royal Navy ropes back in the old days. This is a rope just that has red strands wrapped around it. That was put in there by the Royal Navy originally to prevent people from stealing its rope. Because if somebody said, oh, well, yes, but my ship's rigged with all this rope that just fell off the back of a wagon, the Royal Navy officer could go, yes, except this one is riddled with red yarn, which means it belongs to the Admiralty, which means you did not get it legitimately, and so we're going to take it back. Also prevents people from selling it off. As a result, it became somewhat famous, and of course the Royal Navy was somewhat insistent on things like, the quality of the rope that holds up the masts and yards, and so it, whilst still a mark of ownership, it was also transitioning over to being a kind of mark of quality, because somebody who sold dodgy rope to the Royal Navy with this distinctive marking built into it, that then snapped and cost the Royal Navy at best a yard or mast or something, because it was now unstable and unsupported, would find themselves in very hot water indeed. So it would they would end up making sure that the quality on those particular bits of rope was quite high, and as a result it got this reputation. So with Tirpitz saying he wants the famous red strand of the British Navy in his rope, effectively he's saying he wants the best quality stuff. Next up we have, was the loss of USS Block Island easily avoidable, similar to the loss of HMS Courageous? On the surface it might appear to be so, because Block Island, like carrier, or escort carrier to be more accurate, was hunting submarines as part of a hunter-killer group along with 4 destroyers. Pretty much the same thing that HMS Courageous was doing when it was sunk. But the similarities pretty much end there. Block Island and her escorts, when they went out, they had a much better idea of what they needed to do to hunt and destroy submarines, and much better equipment to do it with as well, in terms of sonar, depth charges, aircraft, etc. And so they did actually accomplish a fair bit. Block Island actually went out on 2 hunter-killer cruises, and obviously was sunk during the second one, and it managed to, between it and the group it was with, managed to actually sink a number of U-boats, so they were quite successful. Now, in the second voyage, yes, a submarine did manage to slip through past its escorts and put torpedoes into the side of Block Island, which resulted in it sinking, but that was a much tougher task for the U-boat in question, as opposed to the one that went after Courageous. And part of that can be seen in the fact that U-29, the submarine that sank Courageous, escaped, whilst U-549, the submarine that sank Block Island, did not. It was hunted down and killed by 2 of the escorts in pretty short order. Spartan asks, how close was the Pom-Pom versus Bofors race in the US Navy? Could the Pom-Pom have won if a more compatible shell had been developed for US Navy service? I, for one, would have loved to have seen octuple mounts covering an Iowa. There were some quite competitive trials, and a lot of guns were considered. The 40mm Bofors was evaluated in a number of tests, one of which was quite amusing actually, and these quotes from the book US Navy Bureau of Ordnance in World War II. So it says, prior to the arrival of the sample Bofors gun, Captain Blandy, coordinator of the Bureau's anti-aircraft program, and Commander A.F. France flew to Trinidad to inspect the fire control system for the 40mm Bofors, which the Dutch had installed on HMS Van Kinsbergen. Since there were no aerial targets available for testing the system, the Chief of Naval Operations ordered the cruiser Tuscaloosa to Trinidad in order to have planes tow the sleeves. Captain Blandy characterised the demonstration as an international affair. American planes towed targets for a Dutch ship firing Swedish-designed guns with a combination Dutch-German fire control system, with a test taking place in the Caribbean Sea off of a British port. And then goes on after a little bit to talk about, among the machine guns under consideration were the Army's 37mm and the British Navy's 2-pounder, more commonly known as the Pom-Pom. The decision soon narrowed to a choice between the Bofors and the British gun. The British were anxious to have their gun adopted, and the fact that the British aid would be readily available for initiating manufacture was put forward as an argument in favour of its selection. The 2-pounder, moreover, was giving a good account of itself on British ships. On the other hand, there was the distinct disadvantage that the gun was designed for cordite powder, with no manufacturing facilities for the production of this ammunition were available in the United States. A thorough study revealed the gun could not be converted to take American powder. Another consideration was muzzle velocity. The Pom-Pom had a relatively low velocity of 2,350 feet per second as compared to 2,830 for the Bofors. The success of the Pom-Pom in action was more than offset by the proved qualities of the Bofors in the hands of a number of powers who were using it, and the Bureau decided to join that group. So, whilst the Pom-Pom was a runner-up and superior to all the other guns that they tested apart from the 40mm Bofors, it did have those 2 major disadvantages. In terms of what it could do in order to win, yeah, if a more compatible shell was available, if the Pom-Pom either used or could have been converted to use a US-based ammunition type, that would have certainly put it in the running a lot closer. And then the other thing you've got to address is that that barrel life, or barrel velocity, I should say. There are possible ways around that, I think. If, for example, if the barrels had been made slightly longer, considering the Bofors barrels were considerably longer than the pom-poms, that could have been addressed. And I think given the complexity that the US Navy had to go through of stripping down the Bofors and effectively retooling it, slightly redesigning it for mass production, if they'd had the opportunity of saying, well, we can just install some slightly longer barrels on the pom-pom, and we've also got compatible ammunition, they may very well have gone for it. But they didn't, and so they didn't. Colonel Overkill asks, with the Mark 23 having the yield of a Nagasaki blast per shell, do you think it would be remotely viable for an Iowa to launch a full salvo of 9 and not immediately melt the ship? Do you think the ship could realistically support enough protection without the weight causing structural instability or flipping outright? Yes, surprisingly enough, it would have been entirely safe, as long as the Iowa was firing at a decent range. That's because, well, two things. One, Iowa can fire a very, very long range, and two, nuclear blasts, if they happen close together in proximity, don't add up to the effect of a single larger combined blast. There will be a little bit of additional effect, but not as much as a single bomb with the same yield. So a single 20 kiloton detonation, anything if the Iowa fires on a target that's about 5 miles away, they should be absolutely fine without needing to change anything aboard the ship, because that's beyond the radius at which even a surface skin burn would occur if you were standing outside. And even if you do a very crude measurement of 180 kilotons, i.e. a full salvo, and you assume, as I said, that everything is added together, which it isn't, but this is an absolute worst case scenario, assuming by some magic somehow it all turns into one massive blast, as long as the Iowa's at least a dozen miles away, again, it should be fine. Lord of Epic Randomness asks, what was the most captured warship in recorded maritime history, and how many different countries captured it throughout its career? I'm not entirely sure. I can find a number of examples of ships that changed hands twice, i.e. they were built for one country, got captured, and then got recaptured or possibly captured by a third party. But for warships, I haven't managed to find anything that did better than that. There have been a number of merchant ships I've been able to find that were captured 4 or 5 times. But for warships, even in the Age of Sail, the best I've been able to locate is, sails out, gets captured, gets recaptured by somebody. If anybody else knows of perhaps a ship that was captured 4 or 5 times, then please let us know in the comments below. But otherwise, I think the record for any substantial warship seems to stand at twice captured, and there's a fair number of those. Hypnotic Flame asks, the all-forward armament for battleships had advantages in weight savings thanks to the shortening of the citadel. Considering the 10,000-ton cruiser limit in the treaty era, were all-forward gun designs considered, imagining something like a Nelson class in miniature? Yes, there were a few. There's this one from the US Navy in the immediate run-up to the Washington Naval Treaty. There's obviously Tone, a Japanese one that was built with an all-forward armament. It's the only one to actually be built as such. And there were also designs at the tail end of the Town class, which were looking at an all-forward 6-inch cruiser, amongst others. This was when they were looking at ways of either expanding or making a diminutive of the Town class. Eventually that ended up with Belfast and Edinburgh with a little bit of a side road going down for quad turrets, but they were also looking at a design that had 3 turrets all up front, Nelson style, and another design that had 5 turrets, which would have more closely resembled a pre-refit Megami or a Brooklyn. BFW asks, was there ever large increases in dry docks and slipways to produce more ships during a war, or was it normally build with what you've got? It depends on the size of ship. For very large ships, battleships, carriers, cruisers, etc., generally no. There wasn't time, although dry docks and such like sometimes were constructed. For example, at Pearl Harbor, quite a number were completed during the course of the war. But when it came to building slightly smaller ships, so smaller cruisers, escort carriers, and anything smaller than that, yes, there were quite a number of new slipways opened at various points. In fact, some entire brand new shipyards. This one, for example, producing escort carriers, did not exist at the outbreak of the Second World War, but by 1942 it had begun to produce quite a number of ships. Leops 1984 asks, how were violations of foreign or civilian law handled in the Age of Sail and the late 1800s? Say, for example, a Royal Navy sailor on shore while his ship is visiting a foreign port commits some sort of crime. Would he be turned over to the local authorities, or would he be tried under British military law at the time, or is it completely dependent on the diplomatic skills of his captain? It's basically almost impossible to determine any clear answers. Essentially, most of the time, the captain of the ship would want the apparent criminal back to be tried on the ship under the law of the nation that the ship belonged to. But equally, there are a number of instances where sailors would go off the ship and commit crimes and be tried and convicted in local courts. Sometimes the captain of the ship in question would dispute this, other times they wouldn't. So it's completely up in the air, and a lot of the time it would also come down to the seriousness of the crime and who had the most guns. So if it was a very serious crime that outraged the local populace, and the warship in question was relatively small, and the port in question had a lot of fortifications and guns, the implied threat might then persuade the captain that it was actually better to let the locals try him instead, the criminal. Whereas if it's the flip side, and maybe there's a first-rate ship of the line sitting in port or a fleet, and it's something like theft or a drunken brawl, and the port doesn't really have that much in the way of armed force compared to the force that's anchored in the bay, then even if they're particularly pedantic about trying the person locally, the threat of a shore bombardment, or the implied threat of a shore bombardment, might well persuade them to go, actually, we don't have jurisdiction, we're going to hand him back to the ships in question. So yeah, it's not possible to say definitively one way or the other than to say that generally the ship's captain would try and get the person back to try on board the ship. And finally, Trevorius asks, it seems strange to me that the Deutschland and Bremen were built for World War I, these are German cargo subs, in which Germany could credibly contest British naval supremacy, yet no equivalent was built for World War II, until some U-boat conversions in 1943, even though the Germans must have realised that conflict with the Brits would result in them being locked out of anything other than the North and Baltic seas. The only way it makes sense to me is if German war planners really thought there was a good chance of the British staying out of the war, and since they're also building their navy to fight on a 1v1 with the French, but only everyone else stayed out of it. And I have to ask, did the German war planners actually think the British would not get involved in the event of war? And if so, how did they come to that, in retrospect, clearly fanciful conclusion? And if not, then faced with the inevitability of a naval blockade, why did they not undertake more programmes like a World War II equivalent of the Deutschland Bremen to ensure their continued access to crucial supplies? It was a mixture of three main factors, one of which was, as you said, they were expecting to fight France, not Britain, and they genuinely didn't think that they were going to have to fight Britain. Partly that was just a long-term ideological aim, and partly also, to the Germans at least, the ease at which Germany had gone from Versailles naval restrictions to the Anglo-German Naval Treaty over French objections to reoccupying various industrialised parts of the west of Germany, and then, of course, the Anschluss with Austria, the taking a part of, at the time, Czechoslovakia, and so on and so on. All of this had kind of also persuaded them that maybe Britain could be bought off or argued off or staved off. Plus, from a naval perspective, Hitler had assured the Kriegsmarine that war wouldn't be coming until the early to mid-40s, at which point they could focus on constructing warships and then maybe start looking for building cargo submarines if necessary right up at the very end. But there was also the fact, to be perfectly honest, that they were relatively aware that American sympathies towards Germany were, shall we say, somewhat less than they had been in 1914. And so the chances of a cargo submarine actually being accepted, it might still happen, but it would be considered more difficult. And also, with the advanced state of anti-submarine warfare and submarines no longer having all the stealth capabilities they had in World War One, the Germans were also relatively confident that if this kind of thing got out, then you might have a sonar-equipped destroyer or small cruiser waiting off the US port where the submarine was, and yes, it could dive and leave American territorial waters, and then it would immediately be chased by the British warship and depth charge. And of course, cargo submarines are not particularly fast, not particularly agile, would be a lot more vulnerable than a military submarine. So there's a whole combination of factors that went into why they didn't have them either ready to go or have designs ready to go by the outbreak of World War II. And as you mentioned, they did eventually convert some after the Italians showed that you could convert large war submarines into cargo subs. There was also the milk cow program, which were supply subs for the U-boats. So the Germans did have an idea of how to build a modern cargo sub, but they were resupply vessels for the U-boats rather than trade ships. And that, believe it or not, does in fact bring us to the end of the Drydock for this week. So, congratulations if you made it this far. Thank you very much for listening to all or probably most of this. So, there's actually a couple of bits of channel admin, believe it or not, for this week. First of which is to talk about the inevitable thing that has occasionally cropped up before, which is the COVID pandemic. However, thanks to the ongoing vaccine efforts in the UK, here we've been told as of this week that there is apparently a path through to coming out of lockdown, and vaccines almost should have most of the population done by the beginning of summer. We'll see whether or not that actually holds true. But tentatively, and I do stress tentatively, it looks like normal service in terms of being able to go out and visit ships, museums, etc., at least within the UK, might be resuming around about the summer period, which would actually be nice if the weather's decent. So there is a little bit of a backlog of places for me to go and see and video and show everyone. So that's good. I don't know what is going to be happening with Tank Fest this year. I've gone to it, I think, like 80% of all the Tank Fests I've been to in the past decade. So if that is still happening, I will be going. If not, then obviously not. What else have we got with regards to... Oh, yes, of course. America trip. Can you believe it's been nearly a year since I was preparing to go to America? Oh, well. If, and again, I stress if, everything goes as the government is planning in the UK, and then even more of a long shot, if everything also goes as the government is planning in the US, i.e. therefore the travel restrictions between the UK and the US are relaxed, I might be able to make at least some form of US trip in August. I don't really want to go much later because A, weather, B, hurricanes, C, possibly tornadoes. But if I can, then I'll at least do a partial America trip in August. If I can't, then, well, that's such as it is life. If by some miracle everything goes spectacularly right, I might even be able to do the full trip or even extend the trip to places I wasn't planning on going to in April last year. So we'll have to see how that all works out, but it definitely is looking certainly very hopeful for being able to have a look around at least Britain's naval heritage in this forthcoming year. Europe, unfortunately, doesn't look to be in anywhere near as good a shape, but oh well, we shall see. The other thing, before everyone goes, is a little bit of a shout out to a new YouTube channel. Now, obviously, if you like the ground warfare, there's Military History Visualized. If you like air warfare, there's Military Aviation History. If you like naval warfare, well, you're here. You listen to this much of the Drydock. I'm guessing you probably like me. But if you happen to like vintage cars, there's a chap called Bill Cunningham who runs is now running Vintage Car History channel, which should be linked in the video description somewhere below, and is also on the recommended channels if you go to my channel front page. And Bill is a very, very nice chap. He has been helping me greatly with tips on audio. He also is the one who arranged for the song that was released a little bit back, and has actually been another song produced, but it's such a fantastic song that I really don't want to put it out there without having got the appropriate musical sort of music video style accompaniment to it, and so I've gradually been collecting pictures and footage to go with that. So what is it? Well, you'll just have to find out at some point in the future, won't you, when I get round to getting it properly done. But with all that said, please, if you are interested in the history of properly vintage cars and you want to see the occasional cameo by myself, then Vintage Car History is there for your perusal. Other than that, thank you very much for listening. If indeed you still are, and yes, I probably at some point should sort out some kind of I survived the Patreon Drydock's medals, but again, something for the future. See you all again in another video.